It's going to be Skull Guy here early, and he's going to get out. Now it's all on Whoopi and crew to get something going as they're looking for these transitional kills. Going to be able to find one, but is instantly shut down himself.
Whoopi shut down off the Annie, but Washi's got his rotated out early, able to find two, looking for more, but shots don't connect onto Abiz. Takes him a little while to punish him. Abiz still with 21 kills to his name, and Aerith pushing on through with Annihilator for herself. They find some breathing room on point right here, but it doesn't last long. Lucasen slides through it once again. Just one of the best aims in all of Call of Duty. Absolutely no debating it. 29 kills to his name. Util gonna go out there as well, and now trying to push out those driveway spawns. Shuts down Veer. The Bee spawns back in, but Lucasen has the read. Rare miss out of him, but lightning doesn't strike twice in the same spot. That's gonna be a pred. Earn for.
As we see, Dozy's going to be forced on through. They got a little fancy in the last round, played for a mid push, and it did not pan out. Skull Guy right in the middle of the map there himself. As he hears a scatter of footprints, but it's Lucasen. Oh, baby! Lucasen is in there, baby!
Last long, Lucasen slides through it once again. Just one of the best aims in all of Call of Duty. Absolutely no debating it. 29 kills to his name. Util gonna go out there as well, and now trying to push out those driveway spawns. Shuts down Veer. The Bee spawns back in, but Lucasen has the read. Rare miss out of him, but lightning doesn't strike twice in the same spot. That's gonna be a pred. Earn for Lucasen. It's basically closer and closer to closing this one out. Little B finds one right there. Opportunity at a 1v2, and he shuts down Chakal as well. Much needed win. To the backside of Cubby, and needs to hit this quick scope. Takes down EOA. Chance for the 1v2 on to 7. Shots don't connect. The battle ensues.
Oh boy.
Oh, no, goes. Right here, Little B, Tyrese, 7, carrying the bulk of the load. Right now, Team Space is finding their way back into this one. Chakal's on a spree, and he's working on an EMP. That pred has been earned. He's got the read on spawns. Gets another one onto Little B right there. Making another. Joko's finally shuts him down. Have to cover all these angles. I think his barrel got shown from behind the bomb, but Lucasen slides across. Kairu, the collapse.
Being squad trying to make it happen yet again, and Little B gonna be leading the pack. He's the tip of the spear, but Space. Oh, what's a foot down for 2 himself? We got ourselves a banger.
Okay, big one-man break right there for his squad. That'll buy him some hardpoint time, and if they can reinforce the point right here, might be able to hold things down. He continues to farm. It's going to be S8 getting aggressive through trailer, finds one, and once again an opportunity for him to clutch up. Obliterates Washi right there. 1v1, and Whoopi's too far away. I don't think there's any way he can stop the defuse. He slides on through, but the movement's there. S8 with the 1v3. Right, ladies and gentlemen, what's good? We are here for day 2 of our Sniper Showdown. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day today. We got a very exciting day of action with you, and as always, I'm joined by the one and only Verdict. Verdict, how you feeling today?
Oh boy, we're cooking. I was taking a look at some of the highlights that we had from yesterday's event. I gotta say, man, I don't know if we're going to be able to get that same level. Oh, actually, I know we're going to get that same level of contact. We only got 4 teams left, and I was overwhelmed. I am palette clean, ready to go. Everything's ready to cook. These teams are absolutely ready to fry. They've been in the Discord for like 2 hours now. I know they're ready to win some money, Bobby.
Oh yeah, no question about it. They know what's on the line right here, and especially now that they're this close to that prize pool, it's probably that much more real and that much more incentive to lock in and get some extra reps in. So obviously we'll start things out taking a look at the teams that we started with and who's been eliminated along the way. We got Team Dozy, Cisco, Little B, NZ, Space, Ganeth, and Zeke. Team Zeke was actually first eliminated in that lower bracket spot. Just couldn't really seem to get going, and maybe too big of a distribution of player bases might have hurt them a little bit, but regardless, not able to come out on top. Same for Little B's squad, who looked like they might get off to a hot start. They had a couple maybe streaky performances, but I think especially banking on 7 to be your main sniper, and doing it from all the way from China probably made things a little bit difficult for them. Last team eliminated was Team Space. That was one that coming into the event, I thought had maybe the best chance of winning the entire thing. Just a full squad of iPad warriors, and they came up short as well. So Space and Jakal did their best to carry, but unfortunately it was not enough. So we do have 4 teams remaining: Team Dozy, Team Cisco, Team Enzi, and Team Ganeth. Looking at those guys, the way that they performed yesterday verdict, do you feel like any one of those teams has a substantial edge over the rest?
I know we didn't get to see them too much just because they had that first series bye, but Team Cisco just, I mean, everything about their gameplay was on point. The Hardpoint was dominant. We had a pop out player in Viking who you recognized in talent and have spectated before. That was my first time experiencing, you know, his performances, and I was severely impressed. So when it comes to that particular squad, I'm looking forward to seeing what they do today. I know they're in the winners final, so I think the ceiling for them is endless.
Yeah, no question about it. We will have a couple roster changes here and there as well. That's something to note. Obviously, yesterday we had a substitution for Team Cisco that I believe was Sky, was taking the place of FDX. He was only dipping out because he had a flight to catch, so he's going to be subbing in. I don't think that's a downgrade for them by any means, despite how strong Sky looked. FDX is a phenomenal competitive sniper and should absolutely be able to hold his own. He's actually going to be in our first match of the day. We've got Team Cisco versus Team Enzi. Should definitely be a banger to watch. For those of you unfamiliar with those squads, Team Cisco, Cisco himself, Marvel, Neil, Viking, and FDX. Over on Team Enzi, we got Enzi, Narcs, S8, Kairu, and Viper. Between those squads, which of those has been maybe the most surprising player so far?
Out of which teams now? Out of
Enzi and Cisco.
Enzi and Cisco, the most surprising obviously has got to be Viking. On the opposite side, though, if I'm looking at it, SAR and Viper, that duo. I mean, you saw what they did in that Slums Hardpoint. Just, I don't know. It's like everything clicked in that second set of hills, and they went beast mode. So if I'm looking at it from that perspective, I got to look at that duo in particular. I know Kairu was absolutely consistent throughout the whole event, but S8R and Viper were literally, what sparked that team's comeback and what could have been a very devastating loss in the opening hardpoint. They were down by like 45 points rolling into P1 reset. And then they get into Search and Destroy, and it was just the same, beast all over again. You get I think it was like a 5th round defuse. S8R jumps out of the trailer, takes down 2, and then immediately hops the bomb. That was just, I mean, that was probably like one of my highlights of the day. And then icing on the cake, you had Kairu who got that clap, and that team right there is just absolutely dominant. But those moments in particular were what things that stood out to me.
Yeah, no question about it. It's just big plays on big plays. I think Kairu was a very underrated pickup just because, like, coming into this, not many people knew who he was. And especially because he was in the EU region. Like, people don't put a whole lot of respect on EU anymore just because they haven't had the strongest stage 5 performances. But there's no question they've still got the talent there. So he absolutely showed out. We're already getting the players loaded in for that first map. And I forgot, Puven is another EU player that's actually going to be subbing in for Enzi to start the game. I don't think that Enzi's going to be out for the entire day. It may very well just be the first map, but I believe Enzi did have an exam that he has to take, so he should be subbing in at some point today, and especially given that they're in the upper finals, it's a guarantee that we'll see him at some point or another. We're just not 100% positive when that's going to be. It is going to be Hacienda to get things started, following by a firing range, search and destroy, and if we go to map 3, take off control. Any of these maps that stick out advantageously, I don't feel like there's much map-specific advantage in this setup just because everybody's using the same type of weapon, so you can't really... I don't feel like there's any specific differences in play style for the majority of these players.
No, I completely agree. I think maps are just, they're just going to be mapping regardless. I mean, if it was like a summit, a hard point, maybe we see, the more aggressive snipers stand out, but these maps seem to be pretty level and balanced, and uh, I don't think we're going to have any advantages rolling into it. The one thing to note as well is Inzi does is sitting from this first game, or is it this first series? What did he say? First
I
game or first
believe it was
series?
going to be first game, but I would not be surprised
Okay.
if it was the series.
I mean, look, kids, your education is the most important thing. That's obviously, what he's doing. We salute that and we commend that. He did provide a substitute that's going to be from the same region too, so that's great too. So that the team overall dynamic is going to be consistent rolling into it. So, um, yeah, I think this is about to be a great matchup. We said Hacienda for the opener. This is, I mean, we saw some of the best clips that we had in Hardpoint out of this map alone, out of Lucasen yesterday. Lucasen's not playing in this series in particular, but we got some Lucasen-esque players in the lobby to commit as well.
Yeah, no question. I mean, nobody can really replicate Lucasen, but
No,
definitely, definitely some people that come close. And for him, the biggest thing has been his consistency. We'll see if that carries through to day 2. We will take a quick look at the prize pool split for those of you who haven't seen it. I'm trying to find the updated graphic right here, and we do have that. As you guys can see, we've got $4,000 going to that first place spot. Obviously, that's the most coveted among the two. I need everybody in chat to make sure that they're paying very close attention to who's really popping off today, because we are going to have a tournament MVP. Naturally, that's probably going to be somebody that ends up on the winning team, unless we have like a 2017 LeBron-esque performance where they just do everything possible and it doesn't end up being enough. I don't imagine a scenario where that happens, but anything's possible. $2,500 for second place and $1,000 to clean up in third. And everybody that got knocked out of the competition yesterday still able to take home $500 as well.
very nice indeed. Yeah, I'm gonna need you guys to pay attention, because I mean, my job is to just say what I'm seeing and what I'm thinking. Obviously, it doesn't come across very clearly. So I'm struggling in that regard. So I'm gonna need you guys to step up and make sure that we get the right MVP. We've had some pretty stellar moments so far. If we were talking about it, Bobby, from your perspective, who do you feel like the top 3 players are so far in this event?
I wanted to go through and get the numbers for everybody yesterday, and I just didn't have time to do so. But just by my memory and what we watched, I think notable players that really have to stick out have to be probably S8, Viking, and Lucasen. Actually, one player, now that I say that, one player who we didn't necessarily get to see all of his dominance, but apparently Abiz was tearing it up in the lower bracket.
Yes.
So that's another player that maybe on main broadcast didn't have some of the craziest performances, but I think had multiple 50 bombs off broadcast. So that's another player to keep your eye out for. But obviously, very solid performances across the board. And I mean, I guess that really gives like one pretty solid representative from each team heading into this one.
There we go. I like it. Love to hear it. S8R definitely popped off. We're about to see him pop off again here. Viking, clearly just one of those players that came out of nowhere for me and is just resonated at the very top. And man, when we were hearing everybody come in chat, they were like, "He's just dropped 56, bro. He just did it, man. He's a dog. He's him." Well, yeah, he is. 56 in one, 53 in another. It's just an absolute ticking time bomb. Can't wait to see that matchup of Dozy and Ganeth in our second series of the night. That one is going to be great because we got Abiz and Lucasen rematching against each other. Obviously, Dozy's team fell early on, made it through the lowest bracket that was just mentioned, and then Ganeth's team has just made it oh so close, but not quite up top to that winners final. So all the blabbing aside, we've got everybody in the lobby. We just need everybody to ready up, and we're good to go. I'm taking a look at everybody. We got FDX in the building. Marvel, Viking, Neil. Did we get okay? That's PVN. Or PVN's up. PUVN is up top. Who is Sam May?
I don't know on that one. We may have to ask our admins. We actually have an updated graphic for just the finalists here. So as you guys can see, in case you couldn't figure it out by the teams remaining, it is Team Cisco versus Team NZ, Team Dozy versus Team Ganeth. That'll be the second matchup. Actually, I don't... Wait. No, this graphic's not correct. Well, I guess that's... It's the correct graphic for the first matchups, but it's not the correct graphic for like how the tournament's formatted, so do with that graphic what you will. We will check with our admins on who is Same, because I've not heard of that
Cisco?
person.
Is that Cisco?
Oh, maybe. That would be...
He's in the VC, but I mean...
Okay, that would be an odd time to change your username, but...
Kids. I say kids because I'm an old man, but
to each
young
their own.
adults. Yeah.
Okay, Cisco decided that for Championship Tuesday, he was just going to randomly change his name to something that has nothing to do with him. Interesting choice, branding wise, but you do you. I think we got everybody loaded in and ready to go. No map downloads. To be fair, the update just dropped like overnight, so I literally just got everything downloaded.
I thought I was tweaking because I loaded. I was like, dude, I just played the game yesterday. What are we doing here? And I had to download resources again, but that makes sense. Okay, thank you.
All right, looks like we are good to go. Map number 1, the finals. Let's get it. Well, not the finals. Championship Tuesday.
Players finals.
Close enough.
Good enough. Let's roll. Let's get it, baby. Chat, let us know who you got. Is it going to be Team Cisco going on to face off in the grand finals, or will it be the side of Team NZ going down to the lower finals or grand finals? Who finds out? Let's go ahead and jump into it, Bobby. I'm already tripping over my words. We're not even 15 minutes into the broadcast. Right now, we're only a few seconds into this game. Neil's going to be able to open up with the first blood. Traits galore. Neil's going to be good for the 2-piece, and right now they're going to be coasting all over that time.
The Europeans off to a hot start right here as he and Marvel combining for 5. FDX still trying to get his footing in this one. Obviously, maybe not having a day to get the feel for the way that the game's going to flow yesterday might make things a little bit more challenging for him off the start. It's been challenging for the entirety of Team NZ right here, as they've got a whopping 1 kill throughout the entirety of the start of this one. It seems like they are not warmed up and prepared for this. It is shown big time off the start.
It is indeed, and scoreboard's starting to be a little bit of a bloodbath there. 40 points and count now as we're getting geared up for P2. It's going to be garage shot. We already got an influx of players in yellow that are already over that way. It's Cisco and your boy Neil, who's sitting on 6 and 2 respectively. Neil's going to get shut down. He does have a Preddy to work with. Cisco going to get shut down too as well, as Neil pops the Preddy, looking for anybody on the transition. Trophy's going to save the day for the time being. Backside spawns going to be in favor of your boys over at Team NZ. They're going to have to pick up the slack right now as they're down by about 40, and they need all the points. Viper for a 3-piece to start it off.
S8 going ham right now on a 4 spree. Nearly had the collat lined up right there, not able to hit the first onto FDX, but the second goes looking for the jump shot onto Viking, but it's actually a hunter killer landing from Viper right there. So a slow start for Team NZ, but starting to find their footing in this one. S8 continues on his spree. That's now 6 in a row. Neil finally going to be there to shut him down. He was a tad streaky yesterday, but 10 kills on the board through those first couple of hard points. Not a bad spot to be.
Not a bad spot indeed. Viper, the last player here alive to contest. Not trying to let this lead get you out of hand. Is going to get shut down through the smoke. Kairu and crew now trying to continue on with their presence. 28-56, good bounce back. They started it like this in the slums yesterday. Right now, they're starting to get the swing of things, getting the groove of it, getting the pacing. It is absolutely coming to fruition for them. Can they continue on with this pressure now as the P3 opens up for business?
Ooh, good patience out of FDX right there. Waits for the player to slide out the smoke. Picks up the frag, and team continues to stack points on that lead. Spots out 1 below. Neil gonna pop his Annie right here. Seems like the update may have bugged some of the operators. Hopefully that gets fixed later on. Oh my god, Marvel hitting the no-scope to slide on through. And he's going to be able to find 1, make it 2 right there with an Annie in his own hand.
Oh!
Oh my god, it's Operator City.
It is. S8R on the backside of his. He popped it a little early. Catches them all off the spawn from the well side. Finally going to get shut down as Viper's going to pick up the slack. It's going to be a big P3 turnaround here for the boys in blue. Team NZ going big as of right now. They're going to be able to cut that gap by about 20 points, Bobby, rolling into P4.
All right, Viking trying to find those rotational kills. Kairu, last person to deal with, is going to be able to shut him down. Very rough start for a couple of players. Cisco and Narcs at 2 kills apiece as we rotate here into P4. If you're in the blender like that, it is tough to find your way out. We'll see if they can find some footing to try to see if either one of them can give their team an edge. Kairu, and he's gonna pop right there. He's able to find 2 more. Pred has been earned, and once again, the streaks rain down from above. I believe that's a Ruthless right there as he's continuing to look to push out the top side, and it looks like everything remains clear. They find their way back into the lead, and he finds 1 more frag on the way. Needs to reinforce the hard point right here as Narcs and Cisco just continuing to struggle. Narcs actually hitting a little feed right there, so making his way from 2 up to 5 percentage-wise. Pretty good increase.
Pretty good increase indeed, and the squad's starting to come through. Like I said, it just takes a minute for them to get locked and loaded. Feels bad, the hit marker there. Kairu with a 4-piece with the gunny. Hopping on up is going to be Marvel. Narc's going to get the better of him as he picks up his 6th. And that'll be all the antes for the first set of hills. Some time going to be collected there on towards the end. Narcs trying to get the most of it. Able to pick up a Freddy. That is huge rolling into the P1 reset.
Marvel's hopping on through, trying to get some topside control right here. 1 shot on to Narcs. S8 right around the corner. Somebody popped an EMP right there. I'm not 100% sure who it was, but Viper continues to farm kills on that lower side. 23 kills to his name. Cisco is still stuck down at 2 kills. Perhaps some connection issues, or perhaps just not a good start to the day. It's likely a big reason that they've kind of seen that lead evaporate. They weren't able to hold it for too terribly long, but man, oh man, has it gone sideways very, very quickly. He's going to pop an Annihilator right here, see if he can find anything out of it. And he's finally able to take down Viper right there, so looking to contribute something. Takes down Puffin as well, going from 2 to 5 once again. Percentage-wise, pretty good, but he's definitely got to pick things up substantially.
Yeah, he does. Heat check coming through. We're going to need you to step it up there. Cisco, a.k.a. Sam May. Love the name change on through. 121.89 rolling into P2. Looking pretty solid here. Cisco's, again, starting to heat up, but is it going to be enough? His crew starting to pick up the slack as well. They're down by 30 with 45 left to go into this rotation. They've got everything cleared out for the time being, and the top side of the spawns is where you're going to find all the action. Nobody from the side of Team NZ is able to cross that threshold, and that is going to be a massive opener here for the squad of Cisco.
And Neil just had driveway completely unlocked, even through the smokes, just waiting for the audio cue off the Annihilator and farming those kills. The Europeans really showing out in this one. Kairu 31 to his name. S8 gonna pop the ante here. Trying to find some value. Misses the opening shot onto Neil. Second one doesn't go either. And maybe a little bit of the nerves getting to him in that one, is that could have been a big opportunity and not able to find any value. Finally, Team Cisco closing that gap. Only 10 points between the two teams. He's still having a tough time getting going, but the rest of the squad carrying their weight. Viking, as expected, one of the top frags for the squad. That's kill number 28 for him in the turn and burn onto Viper, who gets the hit marker. Can he make it 3? Not meant to be, but there's another one around the corner, and he shuts him down.
Dang, Bobby, what are we watching here? This one's going back and forth. It's like a soccer matchup. Everyone on the field here on towards the fence's side. P3 locking down. Nobody's getting time off of it. It is a highly contested. FDX gonna get shut down off his Annie. Does find one before he goes. Not much value out of it. Marvel on the outskirts gonna get shut down. Time's now gonna be collected in yellow, and that's gonna be the lead transferred over to the side of Team Cisco, who's gonna be able to run the boards with it. Let's see how long they can hold it. The spawn's gonna come through. Here comes the Freddy. Viking's going to be only good for 1 off of it, but that's going to be plenty of info as the team now is going to be trying to rally on through.
Viking very nearly on an EMP right there. He makes his way now up what, 34. On the flip side, Kairu, 38. He has certainly been one of the sleeper picks of this event. Viper's going to find a big one to stop Viking on rotation right there. A couple shots go awry on the point. He does get shut down. Once again, back and forth goes the lead, go the trades. Annihilator for Cisco as he's starting to pick things up a little bit. 14 kills to his name. Naturally, the Garena players tending to have a tougher time just because geographically they're further removed. FDX off to a slower start as well. But regardless, the turn is there, and when the shots are that clean, there's not anything that can stop it. He's going to find one more for the cherry on top. Wait, there's still more in the mag. My gosh, what a feed out of Cisco, and that kind of turns the tides right here as they start to build into that 30-point lead.
Tried to split two there on the Pred. He doesn't find any, but the intel is certainly there. Contest finally going to come through in the last 10 seconds. 163 and counting for the side of Team Cisco. NZ and crew need to get it together. I know it's PUVN who's going to be substituting in. He's put up 20 so far. Going to need him to pick up the slack. If you're comparing it from captain to captain, he is on pace now as we see P1 reset a third time around. PUVN starting to heat up now as he does get the hop up. Kill right on towards that hallway. P1 opening for business. 173 to 135. If you are Team Enzy, you need to rock and roll. You need to hold and make sure you recoup this lead before you get over to P2.
S8 putting some moves on him. Still got one more bullet. Make it 2 in the Annihilator. The Pred's already been earned. And trying to inch his team back into this one frag at a time. That's number 38 on the board. Pred's gonna drop. Doesn't play for the info. Just wants the kills. And he keeps on going, trying to work on that EMP. Looking for topside control right here, but doesn't find timing onto Viking. And the second shot misses as well. Oh, still regardless, hits the blank scope for the final. No EMP to be earned, but at least stops the bleeding a little bit. Still down 30 points. They've got to find a way to inch back into this one. Narcs and Puven having a rough go of it. If they can get going, there's absolutely a chance that they can reel this back in.
Absolutely, indeed. This is where it's going to come down to. KDB turning the tides, rolling into P2. Plethora players in blue already there. Narcs trying to find anybody off the spawn on the backside of the driveway. Able to find one there with the Annie. Nobody's peeking it on through. Cisco going to get some help from Neil. Nonetheless, the trades are coming through, and they're a feed of blue. FDX, the only one here to contest. Can he hold on for dear life? No, but here comes Marvel and crew. Backup has arrived. Can they get the clear out? Can they get that deficit absolutely covered? Marvel going to be good for 3-piece. And everyone's going to be piling in through that secret spawn there for Team NZ. Cisco squad being held on by Marvel in their dream. My guy went 4, maybe 5 kills in, clearing it out. Finally is evaporated.
I mean, he single-handedly held that, but Kairu has been a one-man wrecking crew on the flip side. 55 kills, and his team is still down in the numbers. Once again, you got to credit Narcs, the main OBJ guy. He's got 167 seconds, so even though the shots may not be hitting, doing his best to contribute here, and they still reel it back to within 13 points of each other. Once again, seeing those operators start to pop right here as Neil looking to pick up a few. This one looking like it will certainly go down to the wire. Neil's going to be able to find one more in that top side. Doesn't look like anybody else going to look to challenge. Puven slides on through and able to avoid the shots. And Neil somehow still ends up with one. Trying to make it 2 onto Puven. Oh my gosh, another onto Viper before he's finally shut down.
What a freak. What an absolute monster. We're coming on through it. This is the long haul here. Tin's going to get covered on through. Kairu trying to cover all odds and ends. The spawn's going to be on the well side. The team in yellow, that's going to be Team Cisco. They are looking to rally on through. Only 32 points needed to shut it out. Ain't going to be able to do it here on the offensive side. Going to have to make that rotation over the rock here soon enough. But the kills coming through for Viking. And Trolls, 2-piece for the man. Through the smoke, he's going to get shut down as Viper. Going to be able to deal the pressure. And that is going to clear out the site effectively. But there's only 2 seconds, Bobby. We need to get this roadie absolutely on point.
And Kairu not only getting the kills, but being first on rotation for his squad as well. Finds one, but Cisco hops up, Annie in hand. Must get kill right there. They've taken the lead, now up 30 points in this one, and an opportunity to close it out on P4. Cisco, 2 players to deal with here on the backside. Wallbang's not connecting, and Narc's gonna be able to shut him down. Kairu making his way on toward the point, that Annihilator in hand, and he keeps on going. 65 kills to his name, but once again, it's not enough to earn them a lead. It has earned them some hard point time right here as S8 hitting a big feed for himself, and there's a collect.
Oh my God. This one's coming out to the wire, Bobby. 65 on board for Kairu. Where did this man's come from? He's absolutely cooking. Viper on the outskirts, waiting for anybody to go ahead and pass on through. Trying to lead the squad, bump out a little bit, get a little bit of protection on towards this point. They need all of these seconds and counting. This one's going to come down to a P1 reset yet again for a 4th time. Neck and neck we go. P4 shutting down, 237 to 220. Only 13 points needed here for Team Cisco. 30 in a dream for the team on the left side and Team Enzy.
Kairu nearly on 70 right now. And you look at the kill differential. There's way more kills for Team Enzy right now, but they've really not been able to convert it into hardpoint time. It's the difference of the competitive playstyle than just trying to farm those kills. An opportunity for Team Cisco to close this one out. They only need 1 more second. The break, the smokes, everybody's there. No knowing who comes out on top. Cisco trying to find clearance, but can't find them through the smoke. The shots don't connect right there. Finally, it looks like Team Enzy gonna storm the point, but nobody seems to want to get a kill. Viper's there. He finds one, gets hit marker, but he stays alive. The no-scope is through, but they're still on the point.
Still on a point, Bobby. Only 1 second separating this side of Team Cisco. They need to get the clearance. Kairu, the last player alive. Just stay on the objective, buddy. You've got to do it. Here comes Viper. He fills the time. Is it going to be enough? Narc's able to fill the scopes as well. This one, just an all-out blitz. We go to P2.
The S8, you got to rotate here, brother. There's no time to fight for those kills. The rotation's through, and the setup is there. Team Cisco. Play ahead of the game. They don't worry about that 1 second of scrap time. They get the hard point control, and they take a chaotic win on map number 1.
Oh, Bobby, we are in the blender already this early, and I love it. 49 kills on board for Viking, but that has nothing on our lobby leader in Kairu, coming through with 68 kills.
They had 3
still
people
hold
with
the
55
L.
plus.
That's just... Oh, we're in shambles. What are we watching? What is this?
That's just, I mean, it's the play style difference between the push out and try to get as many. The thing is, like, you're just dying nonstop. The map control is only going to do so much for you in this situation. Obviously, you gotta tip your hat to Viper, to Kairu, to S8. Phenomenal performance out of them, but just fundamentally sound Call of Duty out of the opposition. And really, you got to have your eyes on Viking. Like, not only did he go 49 and 41, but 2 minutes and 19 seconds in the hard point to lead the lobby. You look at the capture kills. 29 capture kills. That's really the difference between the two, because the main OBJ for Team Enzy was Narcs. But only 9 capture kills. Like, the difference was really everybody was in the mix. 29, 17, 12, 15, 13. Everybody double digits on those capture kills. And that was the difference in the match.
Wow. Okay. I'm impressed. Wow. Everything about that game from beginning to end. It was a slow start for Team Enzy, as we just saw him join the lobby. He's going to be ready to rock and roll here for game number 2. They're going to need him because they lose one more. They'll be heading down to the lower bracket. They take this when we head to a control, but wow. Chat, are you not entertained? Was that not one of the best hard points we've seen in this 2-day spread? And we've got plenty of games left to play, too. It can only go up from here. I'm knock on wood. Hopefully that's how it appears, but wow. What a way to start this one out. And we get to follow it up with a banger in firing range? Wow. I mean, we just don't deserve this. We're not worthy right now, Bobby.
No, absolutely not. I could not have anticipated we would get this absurd of a start to our day number 2. I mean, that's probably the most chaotic hardpoint that we've seen so far. So hopefully the search and destroy delivers as well. Once again, Enzy subbing back in. He had said coming into this that he probably was only going to miss the first map. So he's going to sub in for Puven right here, and he will be ready to go for the search and destroy. I believe it was firing range search that we saw them take yesterday up against Team Lucasen, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, that's absolutely right. That is 100% right. And they got, was it like 7-3? I mean, we went up 3-1. Team Ganeth did, and I mean, just got absolutely pummeled after that S8R diffuse after the 2-piece. I don't know if we're going to see anything at that level. Like we saw the collapse. I mean, that was probably the best search and destroy we got the witness. Can we get a top of that based off of the hard point? You know, the indicators are, you know, they are trying to tell us something. I'm hoping this one delivers.
I would be certainly shocked if it didn't. We'll see if Enzy can be the difference maker in this one, as he's back into the rotation for his squad. Gonna like an aggressive B hit right here. 2 players left to defend. Gonna be Viking looking for a wallbang on the backside. Gets info right there. Gonna opt to back up. They're going to full send it on through right here. It's going to be a bloodbath on the back of tires. Still looking for that first kill. It's FDX taking down Viper. Viking looking to slide on through it. He may be able to make a play through the smoke right here, but actually gets spotted out, hit marker. It's still chaos here on the site. Nobody seems to be able to find any type of an advantage. It is going to be 1 player up now for Team Enzy, but that evaporates, and we just continue to have chaos here on the backside.
Oh my god. Whoa! Kairu gets the wallbang to land. It's just a hit marker. Neil going to be able to clean him up, though, as Cisco and him are the last players alive. And Enzy's now going to be in a position to make something happen. Unfortunately, rounds the corner. Hello, Neil is holding that angle perfectly. 1-0 lead in favor of a team that lost the hard point. They desperately need this search and destroy to take us to that game 3. If not, we will see them in a lower bracket. So far, so good for them. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum.
All right. Enzy picking up 1 kill for his team off the start. Not enough to convert into a round this time. Much more passive approach. It's going to be Viper finding first blood right there. And Kairu, patience pays off. Waits for the hop-up angle, and it is served up on a silver platter. Once again, going to commit over toward the B side. And he finds yet another. Just absolutely a difference maker for his squad in all the matchups we've seen so far. And maybe an underrated pick for tournament MVP should his team end up coming out on top. See what they can do is they do find a way to clear out B. Regardless of those frags he's finding, still no man advantage right here into a 2v2. FDX, Cisco, playing passive and waiting for that plant indicator.
Nobody at home here. They can go ahead and get it done. You see S8R absolutely taking advantage of that time. Cisco and crew now trying to make the rotation on through. Cisco's got sights on the backside of jungle. They're going to go ahead and divide and conquer. S8R and Kairu post-plant positioning's looking pretty solid. Kairu's got the angle here on FDX. If he does peek it, he's going to be dusted, but FDX just too quick on the trigger. He does the deed and he's gone. Cisco is right here lurking, waiting for the rotation on through, and this could be dangerous if S8R doesn't play it right.
Had the opportunity, but can't hit either of the shots. Nothing wants to go right here. FDX finds the frag. Kill number 5 on the board, and may not have had his best map to start things off in the hard point, but there's one thing that a competitive sniper is going to do. It's going to be make reads and big plays in the search and destroy, and he's done that so far. 5 kills on the board.
Tippable. Gotta commend it. FDX didn't play yesterday. He is here to ball today. It's 2 rounds in a row go in favor of the team that took the hard point. I made a mistake earlier. I'll go ahead and correct myself. I was just going to let it slide in the rug. I'm sure you would too, but 2 rounds in a row going into the favor of the team who took the hard point. If they take this series, they'll be heading on to the grand finals. FDX right here inside of the trailer site is everything is slowing down for the attacking strats. FDX just continuing to go ahead and body. S8R, usually one of those players that are last alive. This time out, first out.
Marvel's got FDX back on the rotation. Back to spawn right here. Once again, Team Enzy looking for that opening frag. Nothing being afforded to them, especially with the utility going over top, forcing them back into spawn. They've really got no map control, no info to work with right here. Just kind of opting to force through on the A side. That's going to be Kairu shut down. Finally, the opening out of Enzy. So he's going to be able to find one. Takes control of trailer right here. FDX slow walking it up mid, but Enzy reads it to perfection. That could be the opening as they bring things back into a 3v3. Now wrapping back toward bathrooms, and they're going to look to play the long angles.
Yeah, they are indeed. That's the demon that you want to go ahead and take down, but let's see if Neil and Cisco and Viking can pull something out of their sleeves. 3v3 here for the retake. 25 seconds left to go before this bomb is destroyed. You got to clear out everybody and or defuse the bomb. Doesn't matter how you do it. Narc's going to be able to clear out one. That's his first blood on board. Neil exit his stage left. Cisco read like a book, as well as Enzy starting to get into peak form. Viking needs to get him to line up. Narcs got to get hit marker through the wall. Can't connect the shots. Doesn't matter. Narcs is shutting him down. Didn't have enough time to defuse the bomb regardless. And finally, a point on board for the squad that needs it the most.
All right. First round to go through for Team Enzy. Not letting things get out of hand early on. I know in CDM we see 3-0 leads, 4-0 leads. You don't think much of it because it's a 9-round search and destroy. But first to 7, that early lead can put you in a massive deficit. So to close that gap is definitely could be a game changer in the long run for them. This time allowing that A control to go through early, but Marvel's gonna be able to spot out Viper. So no bomb plant to go down. Utility's going to go over top as they get the indicator off of that. And Narc's 1 HP on the backside, shut down. Picked off one by one is Team Enzy. And now all onto Enzy and Kairu to clutch up right here. They're able to find one. But it's an effective 1v3 right here. And the first shot doesn't connect onto Neil. Opportunity at a 1v3. Question is, did he hear FDX in the backside? It seems like there was a shot indicator. And he may have read this to perfection. Let's see if the timing goes his way. FDX slow walking it, and he's got the info. We'll see if he can execute off of it.
I mean, knowing that the bomb's all the way down this way, do you continue to chase this player? I think Enzy's dead content with chasing. As we slow the pacing on down, FDX trying to get the read, has yet to check his backside at all. And now he's anticipating it. That nade shot absolutely gives it away. FDX plays it clinically. And maybe an opportunity for that 1v1 to go in favor of Enzy's way. Just, I mean, dedicated to make sure that he takes the trail before it gets cold. And unfortunately, it is his demise. So 3-1 as things start to switch back over, momentum-wise, in favor of the team in yellow. That's Team Cisco, who are looking to take this series in a 2-0 fashion.
All right. S8 still looking to get going. No kills on the board for him. Only one for Viper. The thing is, at any given point in time, either one of those guys can go absolutely nuclear and take over. Opt to leave the bomb in spawn once again. Enzy wrapping bags. It looks like maybe a commit over toward that A side. FDX is the player that they've got to deal with. It's been a menace so far. 8 kills on the board. Marvel's going to find an opener once again. Not a ton of kills, but the kills that he has found have had huge impact. And once again, that early deficit is going to make life that much more difficult for Team Enzy.
Oh, yeah, it is indeed. Especially with FDX doing what he's doing right now. It is just, it needs to be studied. Okay, Enzy seems to be the only player that can take him down, though. He's got 3 deaths, and 2 of those are at his hands. Of course, the lobby leaders are going to be trading back and forth. But right now, the player disadvantage and not looking good here for Team Enzy. But you did take down the demon of the lobby. Let's see what they can make of it, Bobby. With about 38 seconds left to go, they do have bomb in hand. Are they going to commit over this A side? I don't think they have any other choice.
Still looking for an opening right here. Struggling to find those man advantages. And Viking on the backside of site. The strongest performance so far, but this position is going to be tough to deal with. He gets info on that first cross, gets a kill onto the second, and just like that, from 1 kill up to 3, he knows Narc's still on the inside of this cubby as well, and they clean it up, put a bow on top of it. 4-1 now is the lead. Team Cisco starting to pull away in this one. Obviously, momentum could swing when we flip sides, but You really don't want to go into this half at a 5-1 deficit. Feels like a must-win round for Team NZ.
Absolutely. You go down 5-1, and just one simple mistake on the flip side of things could put you at match point. Quick little hit over towards the 8 site. Nonetheless, it's going to be Viper going to go ahead and make the stick. We got a 5v5 retake. It has got to be clean here for the defense. As we got 40 seconds before this bomb goes boom. Post-plant setup looking pretty solid. We got a little bit of an extension here for Kairu. Everyone's going to be blunt force pushing it right through the barrels. S8R absolutely going to be able to read the first. Going to get taken down as Dark's able to find one as well. Only 3 to deal with. On the flip side, make it 2 now as we do see NZ take another. This is absolute perfection as Cisco is the last standing. This should be the round that they reel it back in, but you got to take down Cisco first. What is this? There we go.
They played that a tad risky as well.
Yeah.
From a 1v4 down into a 1v2, and they were still spinning around playing for quick scopes rather than sitting back. Rounds around regardless, but probably closer than you would like for it to be. Once again, the bright side for Team NZ is the fact that Viper and S8 are arguably 2 of your best players and haven't really been able to find anything so far. So that could change at any given point in time. But once again, Marvel finding that first blood. Only killed number 6, but every single one seems to have been a round changer so far. Viper, Quickscope's just not hitting, and Cisco says, you know what, we'll just battle through the wall right here, see if we can get something to go our way. 4v5 retake, not going to be easy to work with. And once again, shots just not connecting for Viper right now. Looking for an angle onto trailer right here, but FDX is just going to sit at home. No frags going through so far. Finally, Kairu's going to be able to find one and nearly had the wall bang onto Cisco. But Viking trades to the opposite side, and with only 16 seconds left, that should be done and dusted. Neil going to find one, and it's all on to S8 in the 1v3. No time to work with. That will be another round going the way of Team Cisco, but my, oh my. Viking make it.
Oh, me, oh my.
It look pretty on the way out.
Oh, boy. That's tough. Great clip. Unfortunately, not great results. Time not on their side. Quick hit over towards the A site. Proves to be fruitful for Team Cisco as they strike here early on their offensive strats. And I got to say, this is about that time. You need to turn it up if you're the side of Team NZ. You need to make something happen. NZ himself has been turning it up, and right now he's got FDX right in front of him. Make it 2! Able to get the third. No, Viking going to be able to shut him down. Nonetheless, able to find those 2 before he goes is huge, as Viking's now going to commit to the plant.
Getting Nays going through. I think they get met by trophies, so nothing to deal with the bomb planter right there. It is man advantage for Team NZ, but with him taken down, somebody else is going to have to execute. Viper finally finds that second kill, and it looks like his teammates do the rest. So they clean things up, not letting it go to a match point quite yet. And definitely more signs of life here as they have flipped to that other side. It looked very, very shaky on the offense at multiple points, but you get Kairu up to double digits as well as NZ. And you look at the differential, the difference has really just been consistency. Like everybody within 4 kills of each other over on Team Cisco, but it was just really solid execution on the defensive side. We'll see if they can find a way to reel things over to that match point. But a very standard offensive setup off the start right here with FDX. An opportunity to find an opening over on the B side.
Huge interaction potentially. Kairu is going to be making a lot of noise, and there's the Q. He's already jumped up. The focus from him, focus to him, is going to lead to FDX taking him out. And a little bit of a push over towards this B side. Point blank doesn't land. FDX moving quickly as well. Viking going to be able to find one in the background. It's all on the S8R. Yet again, we saw what he can do. Could he do it again? 1v3 this time. Bomb yet to be planted as it's made its way over towards the B site. We'll see what he does now as we got about 40 seconds before it goes boom. It looks like he's going to make the long trek on the backside. Let's see what he can do.
1v3 with nothing on the line. Not quite as easy as a 1v3 with what feels like a must-win round right here. One player rotating toward Treehouse, but Viking's actually going to opt to play the slower position. He's just hoping movement gets him something right there. Not sure that was my favorite approach. Vikings just going to clean that up as you would expect that he would. And I say maybe hoping he would catch them off guard. Certainly was not the case there as we now move into match point. Must-win round, looking for those wall bangs. They just haven't been connecting off the start for this one. And Team Enzy, a lot on the line right here. Especially in this format, you do not want to go down the lower bracket, and there's the opening for Marvel once again. He has been the First Blood Reaper.
He has. Oh, make it 2. Viking, bomb plant. This is it.
God.
Lick your chops, chat. This one's done. Viper and S8R, 2v4. Very impossible situation. Viper going to be able to find 1, but Viper finding 2. Marvel going to be able to find
Oh my
the last 3. And that does it, baby. Put a bow on it. Under the tree. We'll unwrap it later on. 7-3 victory. A little bit of an anticlimactic finish to this series. What seems to be, hands down, one of the most dominant teams in Team Cisco. Just continued to wreak havoc, Bobby.
It's just, there's so many fundamentally sound snipers on this squad. I'm not going to say Sky was not contributing to their wins, but to go, like, to have Sky subbed out and then instantly get FDX subbed in and he's throwing up 11 in the search and destroy. I mean, there's just so much talent on this squad. It is going to be tough for anyone to take them down, especially in a bracket reset grand finals. Viking getting his... I don't know if those numbers are right, because it says that he has 723 from normal kills and 500 from grenade kills, but only 7 total kills. So maybe something's not being counted correctly right there. The FDX 11-8, Marvel 11-9, and had a near ace to end that one. Man, oh man. Very, very solid performance out of them, and they will head now to the grand finals. Over on the other side, Team Enzy still an opportunity to make something happen. People are saying EU Warriors or whatever, but we got EU players on both sides, so I don't know that you can really point directly at the region as being the difference right here. It's just really solid execution across the board.
Yeah, EU does one great thing, and all of a sudden they're, Jesus, man, I gotta love it. Much love to my EU compadres, or should I say my EU bruvs. Absolutely love it. Now, that match done, dusted, pretty solid performance. I think you mentioned it. It's just the talent that is distributed through all 5 players is, I mean, just impeccable. The cohesion, the teamwork, and the hard point. Everyone was north of a minute, and everyone was absolutely playing their hearts out. And search and destroy, I mean, I don't think you could have got a dominant of a performance to follow it up with other than that one. That was what should have been a very close map, ended up being very, very quick. And I mean, there weren't a ton of mistakes either on the flip side of things. It wasn't like they, weren't in position. They just played their kills very well.
Yeah.
Overall, just a great match for them.
I mean, you look at the First Bloods. Marvel had 4 right there. He had 4, and especially in a 10-round search and destroy, cannot be understated how big of an impact that has. Chad actually said he did have an ace right there, so I must have miscounted the kills, but phenomenal closeout to the game as well. They're going to be tough to beat in that grand finals. Once again, Team Enzy not out of the competition by any means. They've still got a very big matchup ahead, and it's going to be against the loser, or actually against the winner of our lower bracket matchup. It is going to be Team Dozy versus Team Ganeth. Both of these teams showing streaks of greatness yesterday. I think a lot of it came down to consistency in what they were able to convert on. So very interested to see what these guys are going to be able to bring to the table. Verdict, looking back at the rosters, anybody that particularly stuck out to you? Obviously, one of those main players going to be Lucasen, who really carried this team through to day 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be all eyes on Lucasen if you're Team Ganeth. He popped up. I think the opposite end of that spectrum is Whoopi, how much he contributed when I'm pretty sure they were on NA ping. With that being said, with him performing the way that he did with what was that ping differential? Just crazy. The fact that he was able to be middle of the pack and somewhat leading in either objective and or kills, like that's phenomenal. And then we had Dozy who went on a spree yesterday, a bees. That's got to be your guy. You got to be looking at him to make sure that they're getting the proper matchup. I think one of the key factors that we said rolling into that series the first time around was where were the servers going to be at. If it's going to be North America, Team Dozy wasn't going to be, they were going to be at an extreme disadvantage. Their best players are on the east side, and that makes a huge difference when they're trying to contribute, but they're also playing from 90 to 100 ping.
Did we have Team Dozy versus Team Ganeth yesterday? I don't think that we did.
Yes.
Okay, we did.
It was the first round.
First round yesterday, and that one, did that go to a map 3?
It didn't. It was a 2-0 in favor of Team Ganeth.
Okay.
And like I said, it was due primarily.
Yeah, it went down to the coastal, right?
Yeah, it went down to the coastal.
The coastal where they had the early lead but weren't really able to close it out. I definitely think that they're capable of winning this. And once again, I think especially talking about bracket format, like it's tough to beat the same team twice. So especially with this having, I'm pretty sure different map sets and everything else could be a very different scenario. It is going to be Combine into Tunisia in raid. So we'll see what Team Aerith is bringing, or rather Team Dozy is bringing to the table. I'm just so used to Aerith being the team captain.
Come on now, it's Team Aerith. That was the first pick. What are you talking about? It's like when we talk about Ganeth's team, we always talk about Lucasen. Come on now, that's Lucasen team. It's Ganeth's representation, though.
Yeah, exactly. There
we go. All right, I'm ready for it.
We've already got the majority of Team Ganeth loaded in. I think the X factor for them probably going to be Feints. He was pretty up and down yesterday. I would say Feints and Washi. Maybe Washi even more up and down than Feints. And we do actually, our admins hooking us up with the scores for that matchup. It was 250 to 159 in the Hardpoint. So that one not particularly close, but the Search and Destroy going down to the wire 7-5, definitely much more competitive. And once again, Skull Guy, I think especially is one of those players when you're looking at Team Dozy that can be the difference maker, just because he is a very streaky sniper, but whenever he gets going, there's not a whole lot that's going to stop him. So I think if they can get him with some momentum early on, there's certainly a chance where they could take this. They could take it in 2-0 fashion. I think a lot of it is going to be off how the initial engagements are going on map 1.
Very true. Very true. Need to get these slayers involved early on. You need to go ahead and get their feet wet, toss them into the deep end off the bat. They need to get those gunnies rolling. On a map like Combine, it is up close and personal, so you don't have to worry about the transitions. They're literally handed to you as long as you're in the right place at the right time. Doesn't take very much effort into getting those flips. So this is one of those, I wouldn't say an easy map by any means, but a lot can get done in a very quick time.
Yep. No question about it. Apologies for maybe a little bit of a delay. We have one team that still does not have a single player in here, so hopefully we can get them loaded in relatively quickly. We do have our updated bracket as well, so the one that we've been throwing up on the screen may be slightly out of date, but the official updated bracket with... Actually, no, that's not the updated bracket. It's close to the updated bracket, though. More updated than the one that I said. No, it is updated. I take it back. Cisco in the grand finals. NZ down the lower bracket. Going to be going up against the winner of this matchup. For everybody that was asking, because I saw people curious about it yesterday, the optional that shows down below the finals, we do have a true double elimination format, which means if you come out of the upper bracket, the opposition has to beat you twice in order to take the win. So even if Team Cisco loses that first best of 5, we will go into a second best of 5 where they'll have another opportunity to play for the win. Once again, for people who just started watching COD Mobile esports in the past 2-3 years, or really Call of Duty competitive in the last 2 or 3 years, that might be surprising, but that is actually true traditional double elimination format. So I would be happy to see it. I would not be upset by that by any means.
I would be upset if we didn't see it. Like, come on now, if we're in a $10,000 tournament, man. Like, we need to have a double elimination style bracket. That's traditional COD. I know this isn't a traditional COD game, but let's be real. Like, we gotta follow traditions from past, right? I mean, they're still actually going on to this day. I don't know what we're doing here. Definitely the best bet if you want to get the best results. Obviously, if time's the essence, I mean, got to make of what the most is. But Bobby, I ain't got nothing but time for today. I need to see these matches. I need this in my life. I haven't had enough Call of Duty Mobile in the past year. Good God, yeah, I haven't had enough.
Yep, it's hopefully shaping up to be a good 2025. I mean, CDM has already delivered for 5 weeks straight at this point, and we've not even gotten into playoffs there. So happy to get some extra action on the in-between days, and it certainly is not disappointed, especially looking back to that map number 1. The Hacienda was pure chaos. We'll see if we get a similar experience here as we get ready to hop into the Combine. Good Lord, I can't talk. Combine actually recently added into the competitive map pool, so you won't see that in CDM, but for the 2025 Champs map pool, it is replacing Arsenal, which is interesting because Arsenal was literally only in for SPS. It was in for like the 3 months of SPS that we had, and then they subbed it right back out. Not upset about it because I know a lot of pro players are not a fan of the spawns on Arsenal and everything else, but Combine should be a very interesting one just because it plays very differently from pretty much every other existing hardpoint map that we have currently in the map pool.
Yeah, I think the only comparison that you can make is probably, I wouldn't even say maybe Summit, maybe Standoff. It, as far as like the spawns, as far as everything going to do, but yeah, I just read in chat, man. God, you guys are so vicious. Just start the match, bot. I mean, bro, didn't
Oh my man, why didn't I think
okay,
of
yeah.
that?
Oh, sorry. We're so
Oh,
sorry. Yeah,
we should have just
absolutely.
started the match.
Ah, Jesus, what were we thinking? Why are we even talking at this point? We should just shut our pie holes. Speaking of pie, I'm not going to go off on a food tangent, but I definitely had enough for breakfast this morning. If anybody's asking or wondering.
I had eggs and bacon.
Yeah,
Protein.
superfood, baby. Yeah, let's go.
Got me ready to go for the day, and I have certainly needed it so far. We'll see if these guys ate a balanced breakfast. See whether or not it shows out in the gameplay. I know Aerith was a little bit slow getting into the lobby. I know she's been traveling and more than likely still on hotel Wi-Fi. We'll see if that ends up being a hindrance or maybe an advantage. We're going to get things started right here. It's Washi finding that opening frag, and it is pure chaos. It looks like 5-man smokes on that opening hard point, and Aerith finally able to find one, but the opening hard point control going the way of Team Ganeth. We'll be finding 2, Lucas and finding 2. Nobody wants to get on the hard point.
No, nobody. Bees, he wants to smoke. He's gonna go running right through it. He's got a 4-piece, make it 5. Easy, baby, easy. Calm down. They've got families. Even the double P can't take him down. Feints, one shot. He's gonna be forced to go back. Gets the double kill with the Hunter Killer. Unfortunately, not gonna be able to get that Predator missile, but he's already got 8, Bobby, and we're only 30 seconds into the game.
And he is just continues to be on a rampage. Another shot for him. Hasn't converted into much hardpoint time, but neither of these teams really able to convert much between the smokes and the chaotic nature of P1 on Combine. It's not going to be easy to get any substantial amount of time. Probably the furthest thing that you will find from a money hill. 15 to 14 off the start right here. Beauty of a shot from Ganeth, and he gets 2 more. The Colette is there. Aerith, the last player to deal with. She's going to drop, and Veer is down as well. It looks like they're not quite going to be able to flip out the spawns, unfortunately. So even through all those kills, not a whole lot to be gained, but Team Ganeth finally make their way to the backside, and they get control of the hard point.
Yeah, they do. Very well indeed. Ganeth leading the pack. Lucasen right there along with him. Able to take down another through the door frame. And the team in blue lighten up the feed, lighten up everything on the objective. And that's going to be Ganeth taking an early advantage, rotating on through. 25 seconds still left to fight for her. Beast trying to do everything he can. Takes down 2, but is instantly traded on out upon entry onto the objective. Washington crew just content with holding this angle down. As soon as I say that, Dozy comes through and wrecks havoc.
Lucasen doing Lucasen things. He's got a reload. There's no way. There's no way he gets a reload off and still gets more kills. It's finally gonna be Era taking him down right there. But he absolutely decimated the entire squad. 17 kills through those first couple of hard points. Ganeth, the hard point has moved about 10 seconds ago, brother. Gotta make a move toward new bees, popping Annihilator. He's gonna make his way up toward Lucasen numbers. That's gonna be 16 for Kim, but Lucasen popping an Annihilator of his own. That pred has been earned. And he's looking to flip out spawns in the backside. A bee's there to shut him down.
The equalizer, there it goes. He's going to be able to find two. It's ready for him to pop off. 60 to 33 is we do see a little bit of life here coming through, but it's a two-piece from Ganeth. Lucasen going to be trying to find one there with a Preddy, unable to do so. Probably should have held it off for this next objective. Nonetheless, damage is done. Lead starting to dwindle in the side of Team Dozy, starting to finally click here into this P3 objective as well. Dozy finally on double digits himself.
It's just been a straight-up blender experience for both Skull Guy and Faints. 2 and 1 kills respectively. Now tied up at 2 apiece. It's just been a straight-up battle between Abiz and Lucasen for the most part. Dozy slipping out of the hard point right there, doing his best to minimize the amount of damage that Lucasen is able to do. That's going to be a two-piece for him, 2 for Aerith. All the operators pop, and they look to get this early control here on P4. Dozy gonna get the read on players rotating, but they cannot seem to win a gunfight. And it's once again gonna be Lucasen sliding on through. They now have an opportunity to build on this lead.
Triple Annie's pulled, nothing to show for it. That's tough. First 30 seconds on through, highly contested and/or not in your favor. This is not a way you want to start this rotation as we go through the last hill on this rotation, rather. It's all on to Dozy to play his life now as he's gonna lose one of his compadres. It does look like we got Aerith, who's going to be at a distance, able to piece on through, and that's going to be massive. Skull Guy now trying to get antsy with it. Has got 3. Make it 4, but is done. 1 out. It is Team Ganeth just continuing to run the tables here in this 4th hill gauntlet. Absolutely frying.
Looks like Veer mid-concuss right there. Not able to deal with the force that is Lucasen. 26 kills to his name, leading the lobby per usual, and he continues to move through the map. Teammates able to find their way onto the objective right here. Once again, Faints and Skull Guy still looking to get going. We know that when Skull Guy starts to get into a rhythm, he can be a force to be reckoned with. That's 2 in a row for him right here as he finally makes his way onto the hard point, and Team Dozy looking to close this gap a little bit. One player on the outskirts, but that's going to be Whoopi there to shut him down. Finds one onto Abiz as well, and trades go through. Hardpoint remains in control for Team Dozy for the time being. Lucasen just continues to farm.
Yeah, he does indeed. Bad thing, though, for Ganeth and team is Aerith's starting to finally heat up. She's got 20 on board. Playing the outskirts very well. Point blank doesn't land there. The follow-up is good. Not able to get the kill onto one. And it's going to be Ganeth who's going to be able to take him down. So it's a very contested P1 to start it up. But P2 is where it's going to be at more of a money hill. As we do see the backside rotations being locked down in yellow. It's going to be Team Dozy. They're going to need this quickly to end the rotation as we do see big kills coming through on the backside. This could be trouble.
Abiz spawns right in front of Lucasen. It looked like he had the wrap to flip out those spawns, but unfortunate timing. He's going to be able to find another to shut down the Annihilator in the hands of Abiz. Aerith, seeing what she can find from her operator. Concussions do go through and shouldn't be able to find anything there. Faints able to find a 2-piece. Substantial for them given the struggles that he's had so far in this one. Skull Guy able to find 2 with the pred, and if he gets going once again, that can be something that changes the game for Team Dozy. Not on an active spree right here, but building momentum, definitely a good sign. Will be on 17 himself. It's really been the Brazilians showing out. Ganeth with 27, Lucasen with 34. We'll see if they've got the firepower needed to be able to take the lead back in this one.
There we go. First lead being handed over towards the side of Team Dozy. Predator earned for the captain himself. He's got a paper plane to rotate. Point blank as the 2-piece. Whoopi just like bad place, wrong time. Absolutely cooked. And now the Annie popped here for Dozy. trying to go big, finds 2, make it 3. No, Whoopi gonna be able to shut him down, but Andy is on, and look at that. 3-piece in the feed. We talked about the man putting on a show, regardless of where he's at, and certainly putting on for the team right now.
Ganeth finds 1, trying to lock down those backside spawns. Does get reinforcements as Abiz has an opportunity to push through here. Feed does go blue, but Hardpoint remains in their control regardless. Abiz turn and burn onto Ganeth. Whoopi's there for the trade. And once again, back and forth goes the lead. Whoopi now with his 25th kill on the board. Looking at the KDs, Lucasen nearly at a 2 KD right now. The difference has really been which team's bottom frag is going to get going. It seemed like Skull Guy was starting to find some momentum, but still double negative right here. Not really having a whole lot of success. Whoopi finds 1 before getting shut down, and Lucasen already up to 40 kills. It is a tie game as we head back on over to P4.
This was just all chaos, Bobby. I don't even know. Just momentum been switching back and forth. It's just about who's getting hot, who's going to get hot at the right time this time around. Skull Guy's starting to pick up the scrap, though, as he's been kind of a hindrance in a struggle, but is going to get reinforced there at the front side of that hill. The contest was momentarily lead starting to get a little bit out of hand now, as we do see the first 20 seconds going clearly in favor of the side of Team Ganeth as they do pop their operators. Last time around, Team Dozy did the same thing, but they didn't have anything to show for it. Faints, on the other hand, says he's got a 2-piece, as well as Whoopi coming through with Washi's Predator. This one starting to get absolutely out of hand. Last 20 seconds, nobody in sight to contest.
Yeah, it's not been a great hard point here for Team Aerith, or rather Team Dozy. Once again, oh my god, and Faints get going. Once again, I saw people in the replies like, who invited Faints? Like, why is he in this event? Y'all have to understand how big the skill gap is between these players and the average COD mobile player. Like, Faints is going to be putting you on a poster in any ranked lobby that you see. This is really just the best of the best as far as sniper talent goes. And it is showing out in a big way. Abiz trying to lock down the top sides. Team Dozy looking to get back into this one, but Lucasen Annihilator pop's gonna be big. Skull Guy's there to shut him down. Once again, not his best performance so far, but able to at least keep up with the rest of the squad. 21 kills to his name. 98 seconds in the hard point. He's been one of those main OBJs for the squad, alongside Dozy, who I think has shown massive improvement from the performance that we saw from him yesterday.
Oh, absolutely. He is picking up the slack desperately needed. Abiz going to be sliding through, taking down off the Lion and Lucasen. He's on a one-man wrecking crew, trying to make something happen here on the objective. Ganeth and Washi going to be able to tag team and take him through. And surely enough, Ganeth, the team captain himself, picking up the slack as well with 32 on board and plenty of time on the objective. He's got an Annie to run with, but is going to be content with just running and gunning with the sniper. Last 3 seconds of the hill. It looks like Team Dozy are going to be making that rotation on through the backside, avoiding that time. And a big kill there from Veer and Faints.
Wow. A couple of insane feeds for Faints, especially given the fact that he has had a very slow start to the map. Just insane plays out of him. Whoopi with the Annihilator in hand is going to be able to slide through with 2, looking to make it more. Actually pushing out the front side. Ideally, you'd like to flip these spawns opposite, and especially with 3 operators popping for Team Dozy. Not looking great for the odds of Team Ganeth holding that hard point. They will get locked out right there. And a nice hold so far as they look to close this gap. Veer, solid value out of his Annihilator so far, and 2 more shots remaining. 1 more shutdown on the front side. Can't hit the follow-up, but he shuts down Whoopi regardless. Looking for 1 more onto Ganeth.
Oh, boy.
Shots don't connect. It's dicey, but at this point, he's just keeping him out of the hard point, and it's working.
Dancing circles around him, Bobby. Putting on an absolute clinic. Unfortunately, the squad not able to hold the objective by himself. He was, I don't know, maybe like on 6 or 7 there, including with the Annihilator shots, and he was just absolute demon time. 34 seconds needed now to close it on through. Opening point now going to be in favor of the team in blue. It's Team Ganeth looking to take the advantage. This one coming down to the wire. Lucasen up top the staircase, waiting to hold anybody who's going to go in through, but the floodgates are no! Shut down! Skull Guy up top. able to get the shot to land. Lucasen just playing with his food at this particular point. Skull Guy unable to get the point and unable to get the kill either. That guy is just downright disrespectful.
He's just trying to hold this hard point by himself. There's only so much that he can do, but it's earned them a 40-point lead as he has kept things clear for as long as possible. Team Dozy up against the wall right here. 48 for Aerith. She's actually leading the way, has really picked things up, but the objective play has got to be perfect for them. They reinforce right here, and Dozy's going to be able to earn a pred. That could be huge on that rotation to P4, and he keeps on going. One player behind. They're able to get the shutdown here. They keep things contested. Those streaks go out, so Washi's going to drop, and they've got the early setup.
They do. Everyone's coming off the spawn. Here comes the Freddy. Luckily, for the side of Team Ganeth, as they were just inside that P2 building. Dozy gonna be able to take down one. The contest is gonna come through. A B's trying to shut it down. Can he make it easy? He does. Shots land. Spawns now being predicted on the backside. They're reading it perfectly, Bobby. They've been flawless so far. How long can they keep it up?
12 points behind right here. They have slowly reeled this one back and have been effectively flawless here on P4. The operator's gonna pop for Veer. He gets shut down. Breathing room starts to evaporate. The contest is through. Dozy's got to go big right here, but his teammates actually do the damage. Whoopi now in position to contest, but the lead has flipped. Team Dozy has now found their way ahead in this one, and Aerith leading the way with 53 kills.
Wow.
Control goes back the opposite direction, but they can't win it here. It's going to be chaos on P1. How much damage can you stop from going through right here? And Veer just going through on the contest, not earning any points, but a big time play to minimize that damage, and only 3 points separate the two teams.
Dozy on the outskirts. P1 setup for a third time around. 235 to 238. Dozy making sure his team getting anything on the outskirts. Shot's not going to land, but his teammate's going to be able to get the kill. Points open for business. Dozy and team gonna go ahead and take the lead. 10 points is all that's needed. The Bees looking to reinforce on the outskirts. Able to get the piece. Whoopi with a 2. Washi with a 3rd. Hold up. Here comes Team Ganeth.
Lucasen said, I will win this by any means necessary, but the pred of Bees finds 2. There's nobody close. The nades connect. They find their way on, and Faint's just gonna go prone in the smoke. The kills go through. And it's going to be Team Dozy taking map 1. The hard points have been absolute bangers.
Oh my God. On the backs of a red-eye flight to the house. Aerith. You are her. You're the queen of COD Mobile for a reason, girl. Let me hear you. That's right. Girl flew in this morning. Hasn't slept a wink, Bobby. Making things happen. She got that dog in her. She is an absolute demon. It was a slow start, but 55 with 1:17. A B's right there behind her. 56 and 49. 41 on the hill. Lucasen dropped a 60 bomb. And they still couldn't get the job done, Bobby. I mean, they were up like, what, 40 points rolling into that P4 rotation?
That's been the story for Team Ganeth so many times. Lucasen doing his best carry job. And once again, you got to give credit to the rest of the team. Maybe it is a play style difference needed. Only 41 seconds on the objective. Lowest on the team by a pretty substantial margin with the exception of Feints. And maybe need to get some of those kills maybe concentrated more toward the hard point. It is, once again, he still had 10 capture kills, but Washi, 23 capture kills. Whoopi, 21 capture kills. You got to think about the impact that those kills are having. And on the flip side, it was Aerith with 16 capture kills, and Dozy, who yesterday a lot of people said, was it like Dozy fans were like, we thought he was going to do better than this. Well, he certainly cranked it up a notch here. He goes plus 10 and 1:46 in the hard point.
There we go. That's it. That's the one. Yeah, I mean, I don't see Ganeth did extremely well. Those numbers are both comparable. 42 graded 48 deaths, but you got 1:50 on the hill. There's not much, more you could do. Obviously, such a close damn game, and that one, if we thought we got our money's worth in Hacienda earlier, I mean, gee, they didn't leave any change after that one. Wow, what a way to start this series off. Let's see if it's going to be a little closer now. This is the first map that Dozy has been able to take off Ganeth in this tournament. You mentioned it earlier. It is so hard to win again especially in double elimination formats against teams that you have already beaten. And this shows you why. Different dynamic of the game. You're fighting for your life. Obviously, it just meant more for Aerith and her team.
Yeah, no question about it. And I mean, pretty even hardpoint contributions as well for that squad. Obviously, Abby's a little bit behind, but farming 56 kills, nothing to scoff at right there. Dozy actually the biggest impact score for the squad as well, with all the OBJ that he played. So we'll get ready to head into the search and destroy. It is going to be Tunisia, and once again, allows you to slow things down a little bit. We saw some struggles with consistency for Team Dozy yesterday. They got off to a hot start, but weren't able to close things out. It's a little bit similar to what we saw for Team Ganeth there in the hardpoint. So let's see if they can turn things around. Skull Guy, I would anticipate, once again, going to be an X factor. What type of momentum is he able to build? Because if he gets hot, this one could be over quickly.
Yep, absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. They played Coastal yesterday. Today they're playing on Tunisia. These are two completely different maps, both in the hardpoint and in the search or destroy. Obviously, we're getting different outcomes so far. Is that going to be the case here in the search and destroy? Is it going to be a 2-0 sweep? Or are we going to be doubling down and heading over to control for our losers bracket, lower, not finals, but semis? And this is, what separates you from the money. You win this one, you head on to a bigger prize pool. You lose, you're still going to take home some money, but it won't be quite as much. Obviously, everyone's trying to get to that grand final spot. And without any more yapping, let's go ahead and get to the shooting. Game number 2 on the line. Elimination is on the horizon here for Team Ganeth. Can they dig deep and find the win?
All eyes on Lucasen. Very strong performance so far in this tournament, but in the closeout firing range yesterday, maybe not his best map. See what type of regain he can hit right here as they get aggressive over toward the B side. Veer hit by the flash on the lower side. That's Washi finding one. Skull Guy with the response. He's going to be able to back up toward that top mid heady. Some room to get the plant down, but a lot of players close by to deal with this pressure, and Dozy's going to be able to find one. Can't get the second to land onto Lucasen. That's the main demon that you're fighting right now. That nade over top should connect for at least a hit marker, as Whoopi's going to drop as well. And only a little bit of damage. Ganeth able to find one right here, and that brings us into a 2v3. A hit marker as well, but Skull Guy is through. We said he could be an X factor. 4 kills to get things started.
What a round there. You said X Factor, and you hit it right on the head, Bobby. He didn't necessarily slay out there in the hard point. He was the main OBJ. Right now, he is putting up numbers in the search and destroy. Peace Lucasen, too. That's massive. First round blunders going. Everything goes awry. Skull trying to continue on the passion. Vera able to get the shots to land. Washi's drop. First blood yet again going in favor of Team Dozy and crew.
Dozy overwatching mid, but everybody concentrated over toward B. Feint's gonna drop. Whoopi, the last man standing. It's a 1v5 for him, and they get certifiably cleaned out. Not a good start for Team Ganeth right here. And once again, we saw Team Dozy get off to a hot start in the search and destroy yesterday. There's a question of were they able to close things out, but it was not nearly this dominant. Only 2 kills on the board so far for Team Ganeth. Not a good sign in this one.
No, not as. I mean, they're getting steamrolled. It's just getting insurmountably worse and worse. Ganeth able to stop the bleeding for the time being. Able to find the first blood. Whoopi. Oh, not able to slide the corner. Ganeth going to be taken down as he was peeking the top side of B's. Going to get traded on through though as Lucasen's able to get the body. Veer going to be able to escape with his life. One shot, absolute. And well, everyone's kind of spread out on the defense. In the middle of the map, you've got all the players here from Team Ganeth. Let's see if they can occupy this space and get something going for it. Veer, as soon as I say that, is able to take down one.
Okay, I see players trying to wallbang a spot in mid that I've not seen before. I'm assuming that's just another Zeke spot, and the man advantage just completely evaporates once again. All down to Lucasen. Spots one up top. Gonna ego chow 1 HP. Before's back right here. Bomb is still got to be retrieved, and I think it's down mid if I'm not mistaken right here. No, actually up top, so it's gonna have to wrap here to pick it up. Nobody watching that mid angle. and actually opts to slide past it right here, just trying to clear out some of those side angles before giving away that information. Wrap in toward B. Looks like Team Dozy going to sit back on A, give it a few seconds before waiting for the wrap, and may actually end up waiting out the plant. Really ball in Lucason's court to make the play right here.
Good read. W plant 2. Looks like he's going to be playing from the top side, or maybe even
The bomb has been planted.
make that route through the middle. Looks like he's going to take the ladder. Up top, plenty of cover. Entries covered to a point. Good pacing or spacing between here and that bomb. Oh, big info as the stun is going to be chucked on through. Did he hear that? Yeah, he did. Here they come. Here comes the troops. 2v1 here. Up for grabs. Aerith shuts him down. And yet again, another round for the defense. This team Ganeth and crew yet to put a point on the board so far.
Maybe got a little greedy trying to cook the nade, especially once that info goes through. Unfortunately, the timing of that push does not go Lucason's way. So 3-0 lead. Things starting to get out of hand quickly for Team Ganeth. Need to reel it back in. Still 0 for Feints, 0 for Whoopi. Going to find an opening right here. And once again, they've had some very aggressive pushes. Have not really tried to sniff things out. It's Lucason able to find one, another for Ganeth, and that's the opening that you're looking for. Continuing to push on through toward the A site, and they do find clearance. Dozy's able to shut down one. Both players on the bottom side, and it's Dozy doing all the damage. Nearly finds another onto Ganeth, but Whoopi's there to shut him down, making a two-piece for him. Now on to Skull Guy in a 1v3. That nade over top may be perfection, but does not connect. Finds one onto Feints to open things up.
Massive. 1v2, certainly doable. Bomb planted, 40 seconds. Ganeth straddling, wants to throw a shoulder. And Skull Guy is patient for the time being. He's got to make a move, and the timing could not have been worse. Unscopes, Ganeth gets the peel back, and that is exactly where he wants to be. Whoopi puts the final shot on through. The comms are effective. Finally a point on board for the side of Team Ganeth. They get things together here. Let's see if they can keep that same stroke of genius rolling into this one. It was very quick hit over towards that A side. Plan to be fruitful.
Yeah, I don't anticipate it's going to be that easy again, as we do see a little bit heavier presence on the A side. 3 players here to defend, and 1 wrapping the back side as well. Bomb's still down or in hand toward A, but nothing quite committed yet. We do get first blood from Washi onto a B's. Once again, man advantage off the start. See whether or not they can convert on it right here, as Whoopi not being afforded anything but the wrap back toward B, and there is nobody here to defend. A perfect read out of Team Ganeth as they make their way on through, and now it's going to be Dozy, the lone man, to defend. Skull Guy watching mid, needs to win one right here. Whoopi takes the shot, can't connect. The leak through is there, and he may have an opportunity to find something onto Dozy, trying to hit him with the movement. Will Peeker's advantage go his way? He doesn't need it. Lucason's there for the kill.
Okay, good kill. Trades on through. That's huge. Killer or Dozy did his best to make sure he played his life and give his team a shot. Here comes the hit. Skull Guy slides on through, takes down Feints, the bomb carrier. Bomb was planted nonetheless. Lucason now in a 1v3, able to take down one. Get shots on Dozy. Able to get shots on Dozy. That's huge, and he's forced down. The lineup is there. It is not going to connect. Skull Guy able to shut him down, and a round going to go back in favor as the momentum kept to a very abrupt halt. Aerith and Skull Guy. I mean, dude, when he's on, dude, he is an absolute freak to deal with.
He's a difference maker for this squad, and this has really been the, I would say, the difference from yesterday. Even though he had a slow start in the Hardpoint, once he started to get going, doesn't matter what server you're on, like, he's gonna make a contribution, and him leading the way here in the search and destroy, making it that much easier for them. Lucason just ended up in a lot of close range spots, and I think one of the tough things for him, really phenomenal sniper, but I'm pretty sure he plays on very low sensitivity. So once you start to get into those close range engagements, it gets a lot more difficult, and he's kind of had a tough time minimizing that. They just kind of force the issue and bank on the quick scopes to connect. They have so far 5 kills on the board, but it's not been enough to carry the team to any type of a lead. And especially losing Washi off the start, not a great sign. Feints is going to drop as well.
That's tough. Not a great way to start this round indeed. 2 dropped, no trades involved. in a perfect defense. 2-1-2 split. Make it a 2-3 as we do see someone finally start to rotate towards that middle. And now they're just trying to divide and conquer. 3 making their way on to the objective here. That's going to give away the location as Whoopi does shut down the trophy system. Trophy system of his own is going to go through. Dozy's going to be spotted. Whoopi not able to land, but Lucasen does. Aerith there for the trade. As Ganeth goes down is at the beginning of the end here. 45 seconds left to go. Still plenty of time to make something happen, but it's all up to Lucasen. Oh!
It's 2. Can you make it 3 right here? Not meant to be. A beast there for the shutdown. And once again, forcing those close range engagements. He's been the last man standing so many times. 8 kills, same amount as the rest of his team combined. And we hit the side flip right here. We'll see if the defense looks any different. It was the game changer for them on Coastal. Or at least the side flip was. I can't remember if it was offense or defense. But regardless, momentum has got to swing right now. It is do or die time for Team Ganeth. And Abi's looking for the entry. Washi's there to shut him down.
Massive. Quick way to stop this push. Because everyone's just fanned out in the middle of the map here for the side of Team Dozy. They're just looking for any and every ball bangs. Up top, it's going to be Faints. He's going to be absolute. And fortunately for him, he's got to back down, so no kills to be found yet. We are 6 rounds on through. This is the 7th. And surely we need to see him get involved at some point in order for this team to make this comeback happen. Aerith able to clear Whoopi. And that could be the call. We've got an even advantage. Scratch that. Faints finally getting involved. Takes down Skull Guy through the wall bang. Still a B commit for the side of Team Dozy.
Dozy's got the bomb in hand. Lucasen solo holding down B. Put a lot of trust in him to at least find an opening right here. He's going to get shut down by Veer. So into a 3v3 we go, and there's no other presence here on B. Puts Team Ganeth in a tough spot, especially if they can get the bomb down here. Really pressure onto Faints to find something. He gets one before getting shut down, but taking Aerith off the table is a good start. Ganeth, Washi sliding through the top side. Looking for angles, not wanting to over-aggress. Timing doesn't go their way, but they will stay alive for the time being. Washi drops it all down to Ganeth. 1v2 right there, but a beauty of a flick. One down below. Ganeth versus Dozy, who's coming out on top. Slides the corner, and he hits the shot! Oh. Ganeth, the team captain, clutches up in a 1v2. Gives their team a little bit of life at a much-needed time.
Yikes. Captain-y captain. Mano-y mano. Ganeth comes out on top. Well, a clip for him to defuse plenty of time. What was looking very disastrous, luckily reeled in on the backs of some big plays from Ganeth himself. What a way to start this defending round out. You definitely didn't want to go down to match point just off of that one alone. Could have very easily swung either way, but fortunately enough for Ganeth, they stay alive here in this search and destroy. Everything's starting to come to fruition here for Team Dozy. Executed perfectly there. Ganeth was the better player. Veer going to be able to open up the first blood. Abi's going to be able to shut down another. Beginning of the end here for this round, as things are starting to get quickly done. Quick wrap there for 3 on the backside for the side of Team Ganeth. Can they retake this bomb? A 3v5.
I don't think they've got a read on this. They've made the move very quickly, and now that they're top winery, doesn't look like anybody's got eyes on this. Maybe Dozy watching the entries, so pressure on him to find that opening frag. It's not a whole lot of time to work with. Only 23 seconds that you're giving yourself in a 3v5 retake, and it feels like they've just played this too slow. Skull Guy's got one, all down to Lucasen. He's going to get shut down. And Team Dozy now on the brink of sending home Ganeth's squad. 6-2 is the lead. We're on match point right here. It's do or die the rest of the way out for Team Ganeth.
Sweet revenge. 2-0 in the first round. Maybe a 2-0 here in the lower bracket. Semifinals to send them home. Sweet vengeance going through. Abi's Veer again combining for 2 of the opening frags. This is it. Lucasen's out. Whoopi or Washi's out. Whoopi and Faints and Ganeth. They all combine for 10 kills. And they're going to need to have 5 in order to take this one as well as the defuse. They're going to have to make it quick. Skull Guy opens up with the first blood, and that could be it.
You would think so. All down to Ganeth. 1v5. Very, very different from a 1v2, and especially with only 30 seconds left. You're just playing for a clip at this point. Not going to be able to find anything there. Skull Guy slides through. The X Factor was factoring. 12 kills on the board for him, and Team Dozy will advance on to the lower final. 7-2 win here in the Search and Destroy. Big closeout in the Hardpoint. They turn things up today.
Let's go. And this is on the back of Aerith getting home. Just, I mean, literally moments before, well, we needed her in the VC. And then joining in and frying in that first hard point. Surely enough, it was a team effort here in this Search and Destroy. Skull Guy being an absolute demon early on, but Fear was a menace from beginning to end. So love to see it there. Congratulations to the side of Team Dozy. They complete the revenge tour there, taking out the team that put them in the lower bracket. And a upsetting Dave there for Team Ganeth. Didn't really get things rolling. Had the advantage in the hard point. Never really had their feet on the ground in that Search and Destroy.
Veer with 3 first bloods, 2 for a bees. That's all they needed to take the advantage there. And once again, to Washi's credit, not his best map, but 2 first bloods. Unfortunately, they were not really able to convert off of any of those, as it seemed like certainly the mental was chalked. And once again, different factors that likely play into it. Maybe a little bit of a language barrier for that squad as well. You would think probably the comms a little bit cleaner for Team Dozy, and that builds into momentum, that builds into later plays, and it built into enough to give them a spot in our lower finals. Definitely going to be a banger. It's going to be Team NZ going up against Team Dozy. Obviously, Team NZ going toe-to-toe with Cisco's squad. Keeping it close in the hard point. Honestly, the 2 series were very, very similar to each other in that you have absolute banger hard point matches that lead into Search and Destroys that got pretty one-sided.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Anticlimactic finish there to that series, as we've mentioned. We got the updated bracket to show as well whenever we get a chance. But wow, what a day so far. Hardpoint's delivering. Search and Destroy, not so much. Still plenty of games left to be played. At least 2 series to show as Team Dozy not going anywhere. They're going to have to square off against Team NZ. Winner of that matchup will be moving on to the finale, where they will be taking on Team Cisco. If your favorite team is still alive in this competition, let me hear from you. If your team's gone, boo-hoo, I'm sorry. It's just, it happens, dude. If your favorite players are out of here, that's just the nature of the beast. We've seen, players like Lucasen, fall plenty of times before. Just, they always get back up and they always make it happen on the flip side of it. So we'll see if Team Aerith makes the best of this lower bracket run. They're the only team alive that has been there from the beginning.
All right. Well, we are going to head into a quick break. I did so much yelling in the first couple of hard points that my throat's a little bit fried, so I'm going to go grab some water. We will be right back at you guys. Well, unfortunately, I was not very cognizant whenever I was clipping earlier, so we only got 1 clip to play back, but we should be back for pretty shortly, and hopefully we got all of our players loaded in. Team Dozy's already in the lobby, so it shouldn't take them too long. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Play the slower position. He's just hoping movement gets him something right there. Not sure that was my favorite approach. Vikings just going to clean that up as you would expect that he would. And S8 maybe hoping he would catch them off guard. Certainly was not the case there as we now move into match point. Must-win round. Looking for those wall bangs. They just haven't been connecting off the start for this one. And Team NZ, a lot on the line right here. Especially in this format, you do not want to go down the lower bracket. And there's the opening for Marvel once again. He has been the First Blood Reaper.
Yeah, he has. Oh, make it 2. Viking, bomb plant. This is it. God. Lick your chops, chat. This one's done. Viper and S8R, 2v4. Very impossible situation. Viper going to be able to find 1, but Viper finding 2. Marvel going to be able to find the last 3. And that does it, baby. Put a bow on it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back and ready to go. We got all 10 players loaded into the lobby. Lower bracket finals should be a banger. Team Enzy versus Team Dozy. Both teams with an opportunity to warm up here. Team Dozy really showing out, but once again, you're only taking down the team that was previously taken down by your future opposition. I don't know how to phrase it. It should be a good one. It's Apocalypse Hardpoint to get things started. It's going to be Apocalypse into the Coastal S&D and raid for map 3 if we end up going to it. Unfortunately, we've not seen any control so far today. Despite the hardpoints being close, S&Ds getting out of hand early on. I would be disappointed if we didn't see a control prior to the grand finals, but we'll see what these guys are bringing to the table. Keep in mind, grand finals is going to be best of 5 with a bracket reset, which means that if the team coming out of the lower bracket ends up winning the first matchup, we've got a second coming at you guys as well. So still potentially 3 more matches today, minimum of 2. All of our players are ready to go here in this one. Verdict, based on what we've seen so far, momentum today, how individual players have been performing, which team are you giving the edge to?
Man, close hard points, not so close search and destroys. But you mentioned it earlier, you hit it right on the head. The team that put you in the blender and put you in the lower bracket was the team that you're facing now just beat. Like, it was a very convincing win for Ganeth over NZ. Now, the hardpoint win earlier wasn't very convincing, but needless to say, by that, train of thought, Team Dozy better than Team NZ. That's very, very possible, but again, it's just like one of those situations where we're gonna have to see it play it on through. Apocalypse is one of those momentum based maps, and if that momentum doesn't get going early, could escalate and get out of hand. We'll see if who's gonna make the most of it early on. I know Team Dozy is a slow starter, but at the same time, Team NZ, very slow starts on the hard points. As a matter of fact, the ones that they've won, they were down by 40 points rolling into that next rotation. So definitely excited to see what this one's inhales as we go ahead and jump into it. It's Apocalypse. It's a lovely map to see it unfold. I'm banking on some control action potentially.
I certainly hope so. I was curious how the meta would evolve as we got through the weekend. And day one, we saw quite a few Koshkas, quite a few Locusts, quite a few DLQ. It's pretty much 10-man Locusts at this point in the competition. Not 100% surprised. I figured maybe we would see some Koshkas, but obviously the consistency of the Locusts proven to be the biggest factor. Neither of these teams finding any control on P1. Finally, Skull Guy hits the final shot right there, and him getting 2 early on is certainly a good sign, as he was stuck on 2 for nearly the entire first set of rotations on that first hardpoint map. He's certainly gotten warmed up here in this one, trying to find control on the hardpoint. Hipfire not going to connect. So you know what? I'm just going to play my life and see how long I can stick it out here. S8 slides on through. Kill number 2 for him. He's able to find clearance on the hardpoint, but it does not last long, if at all. Still 0 seconds to be gained, and it has just been pure chaos on P1.
Yeah, finally a point going to go in favor of Team NZ. 3-piece going to be on the bound as well, too. 18-1 is your score line. As we're just seeing NZ and crew just get completely shut down here in this objective to start us off now. The backside of this rotation is where it's going to be money. We already got a little bit of a hole going through for Team Dozy, and they don't need to worry about that slow start as things starting to heat up. They're starting to pick up the slack, as they do have that advantage. The spawns are going to be settled for the time being, but they do not have the time on the objective to start us off. So Occupied is going to be Viper trying to make something happen, as Kairu is going to get involved with it. Back and forth affair, even though it is going to be the spawn settled in initially for Team Dozy. Yeah,
it's going to be a tough hold here, getting pinched from both sides if your team NZ. If you're going to be able to hit one right there, can't clean up the rest, and S8 actually able to hop through right here to try to contest the hard point. He's going to get shut down by Dozy, who has gone absolute beast mode. Just night and day difference from what we saw out of him on day number 1. 10 kills, or not even on rotation to P3, leading the way by a substantial margin. He's going to pick up one more. That Fred in his pocket could be big on rotation.
Could be as well, yeah. Rotating over to Stilts, where they actually is going to be at. Gyro and crew finally going to get the spawns, but it's day late and $1 short. As we do see the last little bit of trickle time going to go in favor of Team Dozy, who's hopped to a hot start. Bees awfully hot there with the Annie. Viper through the smoke is dust. Vapor in the wind. He's going to be able to finally get the clip to land, and surely enough, able to find the last one as well with it. So big opening feed there for Stilts. Streak still in the pockets of Dozy. No need to rush the usage of it, as they've got things pretty much under control for the time being, as well as the hop down and the jump up. Just man's doing both.
It's just trick shotting on him right now. I was gonna say, are we gonna use that pred? You're about to cycle through it at this point. He's been holding on to it, and he may have actually cycled it now, as it looks like he's already got progress toward the EMP, so he's not even worried about picking up those pred kills. He said, I'll just use my gunny, it's all I need. Rough start for Team NZ right here, as they've yet to get any type of momentum. S8 hopping down, able to find one. Looking for shots through the smoke, but it's pure chaos. Priority's got to be on flipping those spawns, and he's got a hit marker right there. Nothing to be found. The Skull Guy picks up the kill, makes it a two-piece. He's working on streaks, and they've got those spawns locked down. That does not bode well for Team NZ heading into P4.
Yeah, they're getting outplayed. They're getting outplayed on the objective. They're getting out-rotated. Everything's just going south for them early on here in this matchup. NZ trying to make something happen. Looking for the backline crevice now, as they do have the advantage. Here comes the operators as well. Viper and S8R need to go big. They have slow starts in almost all the hard points, but when they pick the slack up, they are definitely lethal. As the triple beast comes through, the combo in favor of S8R is finally going to get shut down. Viper yet really get involved with his. He's going to get absolutely annihilated, and a part of that, a B's two-piece. Nonetheless, team is still occupying the hard point. NZ and crew completely content when making sure this is all theirs for the time being.
Very calculated play right here. They had 5 operators charged and ready, knowing this is arguably the biggest money hill in the game. They have made it work. 4 operators used, complete hold off, and that's a full 60 to get them right back into it, and didn't even require an operator usage out of Narcs either. So despite the fact that we've got a massive life disparity, they go big on the most important hard point. They find a way back into this. The thing is, they've got to find a way to stop the bleeding with the amount of gunfights that they're losing right here. Dozy just going absolutely insane. 25 kills on the board, as well as 22 for a beast.
Wow. I mean, that is just an astronomical number from 2 parts of the globe that are completely separate by thousands of miles.
Yeah, like
it's just ridiculous. I mean,
the world.
Yeah, I don't know how that happens, but hell, you know, we ball still. There we go. 30 seconds left to go here in this one. About a 30-point lead rolling in favor of Team Dozy as well. They start to get things back under control. Even with Narcs able to use that operator, not much to find out of it. He's only sitting on 13. S8R has got 18. He's leading the pack. Still relatively close for the amount of kills to spare. And you gotta stop and wonder, like, when's that gonna change? When are we gonna see this lead just absolutely run rampant with it? But it is S8R who's gonna be able to clear the backlines. Unfortunately, doesn't count the kills. Veer is right there to shut him down. And the spawns renew, solidified in blue. Lead still in the hands of the players over at Team Dozy.
And obviously you look at the kills, but the spawn control is a big reason why they've been able to do the damage that they have, giving themselves that positional advantage, opening up the gunfights. And Skull Guy with the Annihilator goes ham. Nearly another right there, and he can't be stopped. Narcs finally shuts him down, but the damage has been done. 20 for him, 25 for a beast, 31 for Dozy. Thousands of miles apart, doing the same amount of damage in this one, and it's been a 50-point lead that has opened up for Team Aerith. You got to keep in mind, the majority of the time that Team NZ's been able to get was on that P4, so even though they find themselves down 60, we know in the blink of an eye they can close that gap.
Oh, they can indeed. Aerith's going to get antsy there with her Annihilator usage. Is going to be able to find one, but is stunned and gunned. S8 now trying to get involved as well. Able to find 3 in the feed. That's a full wipe. Go ahead and get him out of here. But it's, again, a day late and $1 short on this rotation. They're going to have to make something happen on Stilts. This is where things got extremely out of hands in that first set of hills. Let's see if S8R's Annihilator can make something happen. He's going to have to do it through the smoke. First shot in, not good. Aerith up top, dusted. Skull Guy there for the trade, unfortunately. And just like that, the reign of terror going to continue for Team Dozy as they're going to continue to run away with the lead.
Skull Guy's shots just don't want to connect right there, so that gives a little bit of an edge to NZ squad here. SA going to be able to find another Narcs, and he pops, and this time the operator's going through a little bit earlier. Not going to opt for the 5-man P4 play. They're going to see if they can flip these spawns out early. They get the hardpoint control, but priority's got to be flipping those backside spawns. Eric's going to be able to get one. Viper, Annihilator still in hand, but not able to get far enough forward to flip. And these last remaining gunfights are going to be crucial because not only do you want to not give up that scrap time, but you need to make your way through. Viper, big time play right here. We'll see what he's able to find going up against his teammate of Bees. Can he find the kill? The no scopes there. It's 3 straight for Team NZ. They find this initial opening, but they've got to win the following gunfights.
NZ doing good to clear the backlines. Teammates getting involved too. The first initial seconds unoccupied for the time being. Bees through the smoke gets dusted. The Annie for NZ going massive, playing the control on the outskirts, not letting anybody through. Dozy, another victim. Veer enters the gauntlet. The lead still very much so in their hands. Dozy continues to, Veer rather, continues to slay on through, and he's just been able to slip through and play his life perfectly.
Well, the Hunter Killer's just got a mind of its own. NZ literally chucked it directly at somebody, and it just flew up into the sky, and that was what allowed Team Dozy to actually keep control of the hard point. So not even a misplay, just the Hunter Killer not having a functioning brain earns them a lot of hard point time. S8 doing his best to make his way forward. NZ finds one, but only a few seconds of scrap to be gained right here. Fortunately for them, that does give them that topside control to open up this hard point. So they've been able to chip away at the lead. Unfortunately, the spawn's going to flip out right there. And that's something Team Dozy has been able to do so well time and time again.
Yeah, they do, and well, Skull Guy able to pop the Annie, gets one through on through. S8R trying to play his life, is going to get annihilated himself. It is an all-out scramble here for the side of Team NZ. They need this points and more. Here comes S8R. He's got a Preddy at the ready, but also is running the Annie to go ahead and pop on through. They need this time. They needed to get all the spawn as well. And unfortunately, he's not going to be able to have anything to show for it as of right now. Everybody is just out of pocket. Skull Guy laying around the corner. S8R is going to expire on his Annie, and the last shot misses. Narcs able to, well, not Narcs, yeah, that, I don't know who shut him down, but nonetheless, it doesn't matter. Here comes the Preddy, able to shut down 2, and S8R is on a spree, trying to make something happen as he's picked up 40 kills for himself. Is it going to be enough, Bobby?
It's gonna be tough. Those are big kills, but you gotta get these spawns. Fortunately, teammates push up. Kairu, one of the players who's been pretty dominant in this tournament so far. Maybe not his best map, but able to make his way on through the hard point. And if they can take down Skull Guy right here, they should flip spawns. They do exactly that, but S8 hops off the objective. That gives them the initial push, and with the smokes going down, Team Dozy's got control of the hard point regardless.
Oh my God. What a fumble. That is the biggest one we've seen all day, Bobby. And in a competition like this, mistakes like that are not going to be forgiven. And that could be it. 30 seconds now needed to shut it down. Skull Guy going to be able to find a 2-piece. Is able to play the point as well as find those hits through the smoke. Success finally going to come through. NZ and crew are here, able to take a little bit of time, but it is still contested, so they're not going to be able to get any points off of it. Nonetheless, they're keeping the side of Team Dozy away from victory. But are they delaying the inevitable, Bobby? Only 21 seconds needed to shut this one out.
SA, big shot right there. Not going to be able to find a lot of clearance with the bees close by, but that's Kairu slipping through. One more for Dozy, but the hold on that opening hardpoint has got to be slowed to a degree with how yellow the feed has gone. And they've saved those operators to what seems like an opportune moment. 2 of them pop. Kairu, Narcs able to find some spacing here. Kairu making his way forward toward those temple spawns as well. And he's been absolutely shredding, and that's an EMP for him. Dozy, the only one sneaking through. He's going to get info off that Pred as well. Dozy's shut down, and potentially a turning point as Kairu has gone on an unstoppable spree here. The EMP's earned, but they flip out spawns. and that could be devastating if we go down to a P4 rotation. Kyra's gonna find one player onto the hard point. Gonna be Dozy. Not shut down quite yet. He's just playing his life, and the hit markers are there. Finally, the kills go through, but the nades connect. The contest is there, and now Team Dozy onto the point.
Oh, Viper making the rotation, able to pop the ante. A bit premature, but nonetheless, you're giving up a little bit of scrap time. You got to be flawless moving forward. 241 and 208. You've done a hell of a job making this comeback happen. And unfortunately, it might slip through the seams as Dozy and crew are all over the objective. 5 seconds needed to close out this opening map. Can they get it done? Dozy with the point blank. S8R with the train, and here comes his ante.
See what type of damage he can do. They clear off the point for the time being, but they still don't have those spawns. A Bees, Annihilator gonna pop. Flicks onto one. A Bees, not able to connect onto Viper for the second, but the kills go through. No spawns there, and Veer finds 3. That might be the dagger in this one. Team Dozy on a roll today as they take the hard point as well.
Oh, baby. We just got our money's worth in hard points. I mean, we are literally swimming in gold right now. This has just been an absolute delight. That one flipped on its head real quick, and the comeback shut down, obviously, but what a way to start this series off. Precedent set, slow start there for Team NZ and crew. Didn't pay off, though, as they lose by 30, 250 to 220. And Dozy, my guy, 52 kills on board, but it's Skull Guy who had the highest impact on the map. 39 kills as well as 2 minutes and 24. He has been the most consistent when it comes to hill time and kills. A B is also just a downright freak. I don't know what is going on, what they're putting in the water over there, but Mans is just absolutely bodying folks out here.
That's the thing about this squad. They can just, like, anybody can pop off at a given time. Like, Aerith, MVP of their first hardpoint map, dropping 50 plus, doesn't have her best game. Dozy flips it, does the exact same thing. And a Beast and Skull Guy just so consistent. From my understanding, that was NA servers too. So that's the fact crazy that they are performing the way that they are across the board, probably 90 to 100 MS, and still having such big contribution. Like, Skull Guy had the biggest impact score by a sizable margin, 195 for him. Absolutely a big reason they won that one. And 19 objective kills, just huge. Absolutely insane numbers.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at that impact score. What does it mean? I was so glad that you pointed that out. 19 capture kills. I mean, that's unprecedented. When you're playing on NA servers and you're doing that much damage, I mean, he was just hard to damn kill. Dozy was the same way, but he just did a great job of running around the map, honestly. Just, I mean, you can't shoot somebody if they're not standing still, right? He was just being a nuisance. So you could attribute a lot of that time that they collected to the Skull Guy, but let's be real. Dozy played played the objective just as much, as well as contesting. I mean, that the contest time has to be up there. Just a ridiculous amount of time playing his life, as well as getting kills.
And chat saying that was actually EU servers, which I guess makes it that much more impressive that Dozy went plus 14.
There we go.
But man, Kairu doing his best to keep the squad up, but just not really much of an edge in the kills outside of S8. And once again, we talked about maybe that big misplay that could have been the difference in the game, opting to sit back and wait for the reinforcements to arrive rather than pushing out to the front of the hard point. That lets the smokes come through, and they flood through the front side on P2. Gives the opportunity for Team Dozy to find a lot of objective time right there and really turn the tide. So now we get ready to head into the Coastal Search and Destroy. To be fair, Team Dozy had their fair share of struggles on this map yesterday, so this could be an uphill battle, but it feels like this team is playing in a very different pace, in a very different style, with a lot more confidence than they were when we saw them yesterday.
Absolutely. Could be it. Could be it in the line here if you're Team Ganeth, or not Ganeth, they've already exited. Team NZ, Jesus. Reading whatever I see on my screen to my right on Discord. Obviously, we are here, NZ and crew. Need to put it all on the line. Got to make something happen here. Got to do it collectively. Need to have a fast start out of Viper. We know Kairu is going to ball, but Viper has, didn't necessarily have that great of a start in their opener. Didn't have a great start there in that search on that hard point either. So gonna need to see him really play his heart out as we go ahead and hop on into it. He's gonna be my X factor for this game if they're able to stay alive or not.
Defend the objective.
All right. See what they can do here. Fortunately for S8, not as much objective play needed. So just go out, slay, do your thing. Viper, streaky player. We've seen high highs. I wouldn't say in this tournament we've seen low lows, but maybe not reaching the level that we expected out of him. So see what he can do. His teammate Enzi, captain, finds the opener right there. Maybe a little bit of a over aggression out of Team Dozy. They will find some space over toward the B side as they find one kill. And Skull Guy takes down his teammate Viper. Just like that, the opening is there. Nades over the top, slow down the push for the time being, but they've got to find these opening frags here on the B side.
It's massive. 2 players left to deal with. Narc's the only one really in an aggressive position. He's going to have to be the tip of the spear. Here comes the smoke. Here comes the hit. Push. Aerith playing it very, very slowly. Able to go ahead and peek on through. Is spotted. Is dusted. Narc's able to go big for 2. And that equalizes us. As Skull Guy is one shot, they're looking to collect the bounty, and surely enough, he is done. Narc's on a spree right now, and all of a sudden the tides have turned. It's a 1v1. Narc's for 4, reels it back in.
And he's not really been a name that we've talked about a ton in this competition. Has been their big OBJ player, but huge opening round for him. As we've talked about the fact we have not seen him in a main sniper role in probably a couple of years, but it seems like he's picked it up just like riding a bike. 4 kills in that opening round, and pressure onto Viper right here. Try to find one of these opening kills. It's a heavy A-side push. Let's see if he's able to catch anybody out of position, or they even check this. They do indeed, and he's patient enough to catch Aerith on the zig back. And repositions right here, may be able to find another, and the no-scope goes. Looking for another onto his teammate of Bees, but NZ takes him down, and now all down to Veer. It's looking like a 1v5 opportunity for him, but they've got the information, and they are on the hunt.
Yep, there it is. They know exactly what was happening. Woo, boy. Back-to-back rounds. It's just like that hardpoint never happened. They don't skip a beat. Come on through. 2 rounds in a row, absolutely handling business. Well, first round was just, I mean, damn good by Narcs. That round, a collective, cohesive unit push. And 3 players capturing all the kills so far on the left-hand side of the screen. On the right-hand side, we got Veer with 3. And Veer's trying to get on through aggressively. Takes down Narcs off the opener. B-side push. It is aggressive, and it is going to be fruitful. Bomb's going to go down quickly as the smoke comes through. It is 2 down for none. Can they capitalize on this 5v3 hold? Viper able to open up with 1 here for the retake. Let's see what they can do.
Veer looking for something right here. Nades over top. That could be perfectly timed. He cooks it. Jump shot. Doesn't connect, but he gets the positioning onto Viper. It's going to be tough to make your way through. 4v3 on the retake, and the hit markers there through the wall. Looking for something else, not being afforded, but time now of the essence. Viper and S8, the only ones remaining right here, but S8's able to find 2. Viper hops the bomb, and I don't think they've made the read on it. Skull Guy not gonna peek, and it's 3 straight rounds through for Team NZ.
Wow, that one just slips right through your hands. You take down 2 instantly. Bomb plant. I mean, that was clinical. The setup afterwards, devastating. What a retake. 3v5 clutch. Only 1 drop after that bomb plant. That's crazy. Numbers absolutely astronomical, as the impact could be huge. 3 in a row. They're going to continue the drought here as the push yet again. A call is over towards B. Narcs this time able to pull back, able to take 2 with the nade and with the gunny. And just like that, it's fallen flat. Aerith not able to get anything. Go on Veer, looking for something. He's got a 1v4 here on the line, able to find 1 in Kairu with the wall bang, but only a matter of moments before someone peeks that angle, and he is eliminated.
Oh, he catches Enzi off guard, but can't hit the quick scope right there. Somehow gets a second anyway. Enzi's not going to afford him another opportunity. 4-0 is the start in this one. And the struggles for Team Dozy on Coastal continue. 0 kills for Abiz, 1 for Skull Guy. Not something that you're going to see super often. And on the flip side, the Europeans popping off Narcs and NZ. 6 kills apiece.
All right, okay. Nobody here on the B side. We're just going to go ahead and leave this one unmanned. Nades and tacticals all been tossed on through. Smoke's going to clear. They got the green light. Everything is wrapping around the backside now. Skull Guy's going to be the only point of contact. He rounds the corner and is instantly met with 2 players. Kairu through the wall. Inzi make it another. And regardless of what they do, Bobby, the defense just seeming to do everything perfectly.
That is about as clean of a retake as you'll see. And especially with nobody anywhere remotely close to that side of the bomb either, for them to have taken it back as well as they did just shows the chemistry they've been able to build over the last couple of days. And once again, the difference has really been consistency, top to bottom, everybody contributing. Abiz, Aerith, Skull Guy, 3 of the most important players for this team, Dozy, not able to find any momentum. 1 round away from the side flip, but with the amount of lead that's been built, it is going to take a miracle for them to close that gap. S8 gets the read onto Dozy, actually can't convert, so he's not going to be able to equalize it into a 2v2. Dozy makes his way back toward mid. He's got an opportunity to push this into a 1v3, but there's Narcs finding one to equalize.
Man, this should not be happening. What is going on? We are witnessing a meltdown right now. And that is a pun. That is also for fun. If you know, you know. But right now, this is how do you push all 5 through the A lane, and then you get 3 almost instantly, and they're able to take down 4 in return. This is just crazy. Narcs puts the finishing touches on this one. We are flawless through 6, Bobby, as we do get the flip of the sides. Team Dozy is in trouble.
Meltdown, I would say, is the perfect word. We'll see if Team Dozy can flip things to their advantage. Heading on over to the defensive side. Bomb aggressively in toward B right here. It's really all onto Dozy to make the opening play. Veer holding down the backside. He's going to be able to find one onto NZ. Dozy gets information for the first, but the shots are not going to connect right here. Praying the nade can afford him something. Skull Guy is able to find another. And potentially a momentum flip for them is Skull Guy now finding the frags, as is Abiz, and all down to SA. They are shut down 1 by 1. And it's not necessarily always the case, but here in this tournament specifically, Coastal has looked very defensive-sided.
Yikes.
Defend the objective.
Okay. Moment to breathe here if you're the side of Team Dozy. Wasn't pretty, but you got the job done. And when I say not pretty, Dozy was just like whiffing some of the easiest shots I think he could have landed out. Skull Guy going to be the first victim here of this round. Is Kairu and crew looking to close it on out. Able to crispy shut down. 4 left standing. Only 1 on the right hand, or 2 on the right hand side. Make it 1. It's just predicting it. Kairu with a 4-piece. We're heading to the control, ladies and gentlemen.
I believe that is known as a gentleman's sweep. A little 7-1 right there. Give him something to talk about, but not too much. Whew. It's kind of tough to know what to expect heading into this one, just because, number one, we've seen so much control, or we've seen so little control. It's been a lot of 2-0s. Number two, you got the fact that, yes, Team Dozy looks stronger in the respawns, but that's got to be such a huge confidence swing, especially for them to win it in the dominant fashion that they did, and to do it without Viper having to have a huge impact. You got your team captain putting up a 2.5 in Enzi. And you got 3 of your most consistent players really struggling. Aerith 1-7, Abiz 3-7, and Skull Guy 4-6. So it was it was first bloods for days across the board. Enzi 2, Kairu 2, Viper with 1. They take the map with ease and get ready to head now into the control, which I'm going to have to refresh on. It's going to be raid control to get us headed into our final map before the grand finals.
There we go. Only the best for the best. Raid control to close this series out. Sign me up, chat. We've only seen 2 control maps in this event so far through the 2 days, and it has been this particular one. I'm here for it. Let's put our sunglasses on. Let's go ahead and head out to the sunny uh, shades of that beautiful mansion over in LA, Hollywood. Yeah, we're going to Hollywood to play this one out, baby. About to be a lockdown. It's a toss up. You mentioned it. The slaying ability for Team Dozy, absolutely there. The search and destroy, just I don't know, something went clicking. It just I don't know. Maybe it was the map. You mentioned it. They necessarily didn't play it as well as they needed to yesterday. Obviously, they didn't play it well today at all. Gentlemen sweep across the board. But now the moment for a little bit of a game changer. Who's going to take the W? We'll see who can outslay who as we get geared up. I'm just hoping we don't see a 3-0 like we did yesterday, though. That's the one thing I want to. I want to see a back and forth at least 4 rounds, maybe overtime.
I would think so. Have we only seen raid so far? I don't think we do we see a takeoff? I feel like we saw one takeoff. No?
Nope. We saw our opening matchup. It was Space and Little B. It ended on a control.
Dang.
Raid.
All right. Well, we've not gotten much control love. Fortunately, we are guaranteed to get a control in our grand finals, but we're getting a little of an early look right here to maybe help us get some expectations for that championship matchup. Obviously, we haven't even seen Team Cisco play control at all either. So, no real expectations into this one. It's really going to be about the confidence that each squad plays with off the start. And I think Skullguy, Bees, Aerith all got to bounce back off of the steamrolling that we witnessed in that coastal search and destroy. We'll see what they're bringing to the table. Admins have Crossfire selected, and
Is it Crossfire?
It is Crossfire.
Okay, well, there we go. Well, take sunglasses off. We're gonna. Where are we gonna? We're gonna put on our desert fatigues and our boots.
Somebody
Get it going, baby.
Somebody call up Timothy Shablagoo. We're heading to the dunes.
Jesus Christ. All right, let's get it going.
All right. Is going to be, keep in mind, Crossfire control traditionally very defensive sided. So having the opening defense should be slight edge for Team Dozy, especially if you can snowball it early, put them in a spawn trap. Could be big for them. It is going to be opening kills going the way pretty much entirely of Team NZ right here. 27 lives to 30, make it 26. They've not found a single kill, and that is not the opening that you're looking for. Viper getting off to a hot start could be treacherous here for Team Dozy.
Absolutely. He's on a 3 spree. Almost 300 damage to go along with it. One tick of progress is going to be collected so far, but it's a Bees. Trying to put him in that blender. Does the deed, gets gone. Along with it as we see the clearance coming through. A minute left to go on the clock. This is my first time ever casting a control on Crossfire, so I'm super excited to see how it pans out. Bees. Okay, there we go. The follow-up shot's there. But it is Kairu who's going to be able to take him out finally. So damage is done. And it looks like the attacking team is just not having very much luck getting the crossover. Even after that initial opening, only one tick of progress to show for it.
Yeah, once they settle into those defensive positions, it is just so difficult to cross, and that's why the tactical play and the utilities have to be on point. You got to get smokes down constantly trying to cross, and it just doesn't seem like they've really got enough equipped. Not even a full capture over here on the A side, which is typically the easier objective. Kairu trying to sit back, find some frags, nothing for him. Veer and Narcs both having a rough go of it. 0 kills apiece. And Skullguy's on a 7 spree. He has been untouchable so far in this one.
Oh, Aerith on a bit of a spree herself. Skullguy finally got to bite the bullet, but nonetheless, damage done. He's got a Preddy, and he's got a Hunter Killer to work with. Probably won't need to waste it here. 14 to 10. Here comes the Preddy. Nade shot lands. It's clean. Able to get some shots on through, but it is Skullguy. Well, that's Skullguy guy, but the trophy that's going to save S8R from being liquidated or liquefied. Nonetheless, yeah, I don't know. All right. I'm slipping over here, Bobby.
The objective capture does go through, only 10 seconds to spare, but Capture's a capture. 4 lives separating these two teams, and once again, B just so much more difficult to get control on, and especially with no operators, no life lead to work with. It's going to be a nightmare to try to cross right here. Even regardless, they have found 4 straight kills, so the 9-5 is down to a 5-5, and that's going to be another going through for Viper. This just became a winnable round. He's on the hunt looking for Dozy up above, and he might need to jump out, but he gets shut down by Cairo on the bottom side. Team NZ still with a man advantage.
42 seconds left of the golden clock. They've collected the time now as Inzi.
Oh my god.
Right on the outskirts. Oh, Narc's going to be able to find when they're going to be able to do it. 4v2. Contesting coming through a B's. Gonna get antsy. Throws a shoulder at it. Inzi.
Wow.
Shuts him down. And what a way to turn that around. A very rocky start, Bobby.
I'm not going to say they trolled it, but there's no reason they should have lost it. Up 9-5, not a single tick of progress on the B side, and they get picked off one by one. Other team ends with 4. That means they go on a 9-1 spree to close that one out, and that is a tough way to open, especially to do that on the defensive side. We see the Annihilators come out, and we may see a very early spawn trap. A B should have the kill right there. Looked a little dicey, but able to take down S8. Life differential, not too bad, but a lot of operators still there to be worked with for Team NZ. Narc's gonna pop his. He's actually on a 5 spree despite that slow start. Not gonna be able to hit the follow-up right there, so no pred to be earned.
No pred to be earned. Dozy himself now trying to earn himself some streaks. Is able to capture that A objective as well as getting some kills to go along with it. 4 shots left to go here in his Annihilator. Able to find 1, make it 2. And through the smoke, Dozy putting on a clinic. Connection over to B. Not so fast, my friend. 20v20 as Skull Guy now pops his operator, trying to shut down this momentum. Or trying to get more momentum, rather. Let's see what he can do with it.
Dozy's going to be able to slip through to the objective, and pretty heavy presence here. They save those operators, pop 3. Skull Guy able to get 2. Veer, once again, maybe not the best game so far, but able to do some damage on the objective right there. Still life advantage for Team NZ. You just got to make sure you don't allow them to get a stack, because that round can end very, very quickly. And from the bottom side, Team Dozy finally starting to connect with some of those snipes. 1 life separate the two teams. Skull Guy going to continue to lock this down, waiting for the reinforcements to arrive, and they look to find a way to stack onto the point, but he gets shut down. Once again, Team NZ with the life lead.
You're losing this fight.
10v8. B's going to be occupied. Veer just doing a little bit of work. NZ now going to be able to pop the Predator. Not going to be able to find anything with it, but that's 3 wiped almost instantly. Life advantage going in favor of the boys in blue. It looks like they might be able to cap it now as 5 are left, standing on both sides. Veer through the smoke, able to stay alive and play his life to perfection. He's on a bit of a spree, but he's finally shut down.
Cairo pops Annihilator, and it's in a 5v3 right here. Abiz was not able to find really anything out of his. And I think it's the audio cue right there as Abiz slides through to equalize into a 3v3. Annihilator taken off the table. Now very much a waiting game. Nobody wants to push too far forward. Viper, first point of contact across mid. There's 2 remaining players. You see the barrel across, but Viper takes the shot too quickly, and that wards him off. No kills afforded to either side. But that was crucial information that just didn't have the patience to play off of.
No, indeed. NZ does absolutely recover after being 1 shot from a nade. Something's got to happen here. 28 seconds and counting. 3v3. We are at a standstill. It is an old-fashioned one. A wild, wild west. Showdown indeed. Abiz able to take the advantage now as he's cleared the back line. Abiz puts the team on his back. Skull Guy and crew just need 1 more. Viper. And we are all tied up. Going into the 3rd round, Bobby, we said we didn't need a sweep, and this is exactly what we're getting. You said also this was an offensive round, or a defensive map, and we're just like, well, I mean, we're both kind of dropping the ball in these.
Yeah, I don't know anything. Anytime I say that, the numbers just go out the window. Also, I just wanted to note that was a full godlike 2v1 right there. It was Viper up against Abiz and Skull Guy, and the two Elder players able to get the better of him right there. Skull Guy trying to slip through, looking to apply spawn pressure. Him against Viper once again, comes out on top. Trying to find eyes onto Kairu. Nothing to be found there. The Bees with one streak to work with. Maybe some connectivity issues. Not a great sign for Team Dozy. Fortunately, they have a little bit of a life lead to work with.
And they do indeed. They're just playing it cautiously. NZ up top. He's playing it aggressive. Gets the top side control there from that A objective. Now can they cross the street successfully? NZ not going to be able to pop his Annihilator. Skull Guy goes big for 2 with the wall bang. As we're starting to see this one develop. Nothing to show for it. Finally, NZ's going to be able to put the bullet right on through. Is trying to look to put the spawn pressure on as the Bees has finally moved out of his spot. That is a great thing to see, but NZ has made his way up top, and he is going to get shut down by the captain on the opposite side, Dozy.
Ooh, cheeky little hop out spot right there. He's going to be able to pick one up onto Narcs. Speed goes slightly yellow as Kairu S8 able to do some damage right there, but so a lot of work to do. A lot of time to work with as well. Only 3 lives between the two. Oh, Veer got an execution onto NZ. Oh, no. Might have to go back and watch his POV of that one after the fact. S8 running straight up the middle with the Annihilator. Very ballsy play. Viper making his way toward the top side of that spawn. Could be deadly. Trying to find another onto Aerith, and he does just that. Veer shut down, and they find the stack onto the point. The Annihilator's gonna pop, but he gets shut down. Narcs needs some value here. They're getting time. Team Dozy's got to do something about it, but Dozy with the Annihilator is able to find 2.
Narcs able to reciprocate, able to get some pressure. There it is. He's cleared the point. Time's going to be collected. No, it's going to get shut down, and all of a sudden down to a 7v5. Viper in a little bit of a compromised position. Agaboo Aerith comes through and cleans house. 3 in the feed, and only 3 left standing on the right-hand side of the screen.
Looking like it'll likely be back-to-back rounds for Team Dozy. Starting to get things figured out. On to S8, 1v7. Not looking good right here. Seeming like only a matter of time, and the longer you take to play this out, the more you let the opposing operators charge. Aerith finally going to put him out of his misery. That's 3 operators charged, getting ready to head into the offensive side. So if you can find a big opening spree, find some real estate far forward, you could potentially apply spawn trap pressure. Gotta win these opening gunfights if you're Team NZ.
Big opener there for Team Dozy and crew. Viper stops the bleed, and here comes Veer, though. He's got an Annie, and they could shut it out right here. A is being collected for the time being. Nobody able to cross through the middle of the map without being spotted. Veer on a spree. 4 up. That is the hunter killer to go along with it. And he's looking to get a pretty to just have for sakes, but it is the bomb that, or the car that pulls up in front of him, and all of a sudden the momentum kept to a halt. Nonetheless, damage is done. A Bees and crew just running rampant right now, Bobby.
Yeah, they have looked untouchable ever since they got that second round momentum, so they get a very quick A capture. Once again, definitely the easier objective to capture of the 2, but that gives them a lot of time to work with, and especially with a 4-life lead, a lot of time to get forward. And once you get towards some of those further up spawn buildings, that's some nasty spawn trap angles that you've got to deal with. Very important to keep this B-side building secure if you are Team NZ. Reeling the lives back in. Kairu seemingly perfect guess right there. Unfortunately, only going to be a hit marker, but oh my god, hits the shot onto Skull Guy anyway, and just like that, the lives have gone equal.
They have indeed. Everything's starting to slow down here. Team Dozy, can they put the finishing touches on this one? They are just 1 round away from booking their trip to the grand finals. Can they do it? Kairu going to be forced on through. That's 2. Dozy, what the hell was that, buddy?
He pre-nated and got a little greedy. Does get some kills out of it regardless. This is one of the gunfights of all time. Skull Guy does not come out on top right there. Crucial kill for NZ. Even are the lives. 12v12. Wiping away the progress. That lets you sit back and creep forward a little bit to try to slow down that push towards spawn. NZ spotted out Skull Guy. Kill number 26 has been marked on the board. And may just look to hop through onto the objective right here. See if he can throw him into a frenzy, but that concussion hits. Nobody's there to clean up the kill, though, and he slips all the way forward. That Skull Guy taking down Viper, and that could be the opening that they need. Narcs has absolutely no clue, in the comms were clearly not there, and now the Annihilator's ready to go.
This is lethal. They can close it out here, Bobby. Here comes the push. They got the influx. They've got the deli controlled. Shots not hitting. Doesn't matter. Dozy's gonna pop his too. It is all or nothing. Enzi trying to reel it back in. It is mano a mano. One tick of progress going through. Kairu at a distance, not able to hit anything. Dozy now trying to make something happen onto the objective. They go. Bobby, only one tick of progress needed.
Huge response out of Team Enzi. They find all the kills. The operators, maximum value here, but the response once again, 3v3. Not a lot of time to work with. If you're Viper, you gotta slow down. I know you want the kill with the Annihilators, but you can't give too much information. And he does exactly that. Skull Guy with the kill. Enzi, the response, only 13 seconds. A high stakes 2v2 right here. And Veer, Dozy have to find a way to slip through. Will they find the read? Smokes go down and they find the clearance. It's really on to who finds the kills right here. There's Narcs for one.
Narcs.
Enzi looking for the second. Back and forth they go, and we're going to round 5.
Oh my God. One round to determine who is moving forward and one who will be eliminated. I'm on the edge of my seat, Bobby. I'm literally about to fall over. That one left me wanting more. What I will say is 2 operators still available. Narcs and S8 both have Annies at the ready. And determining who will use theirs first could ultimately change the outcome of this one. S8 going to be content with using the sniper as of right now. The ticks on the A coming through. Progress as the clock stops. Such a dramatic ending to that last round and the dramatic opening for both squads. Only one, make it 2 deaths for the attacking team.
Not a good start. That is a lot of real estate forward toward A. 2 ticks of progress through already. S8 stops the bleeding as it looked like they were going to go on a spree. He's going to slide on through, looking for one more. Not going to happen. Skull Guy there to shut him down, but A continues to slip away. Looks like the control's there, but Veer gets far forward looking for the spawn trap. He's shut down off of only one from the Annihilator. So the damage has been minimized. 21 versus 19 right here. It's all onto the B objective.
It is 2 minutes, plenty of time to play for it. Life's literally at an even margin. Enzi does have the game changer, though, that could make something of a difference. He's looking for the EMP, but he's also got the Preddy that it could be the game changer. Does peek on through and finds his 27th. That is the EMP at ready. Trophies destroyed. Here comes the hit. They want to go ahead and put the gas down, pedal to the metal. Let's see what they can make happen. 2v1 or 2-for-1 trades, make it 3. Everything is getting shut down right now. No one's able to cross through that middle of the map.
Operator's going to be so crucial here. Aerith appease. Annihilators at the ready. And now things are going to start to slow down. Still a minute 15 to work with. Everybody in spawn for Team Enzi, but not really any forward pressure out of Team Dozy. They're content to sit back, let their snipers connect. I think they may have actually been waiting for Viper to reconnect right there. Veer's going to find one before getting traded out. Skull Guy's there on the opposition, and once again, the lives go even. Skull Guy backing up right here, and the longer this goes on, the more pressure it puts on to Team Enzi. S8, Annie at the ready, and Enzi's got this pred. I'm not sure what he's waiting on, because right now the main thing you need is information, and he can get exactly that.
We're at a standstill right now, Bobby. This one's about as dramatic as it gets. You can literally cut the tension with a knife. S8R looking to go big there as the operators are coming out for both teams. Agabu, Aerith gonna be pulling hers out too, but S8 is on a spree. He's inside the spawns, Bobby. He's inside the spawns. He's gonna be forced down. Skull Guy gonna be able to get the trade, make it 2. Annie going big for S8R. What a clip.
Oh my gosh, and Viper reconnects at the perfect time. They're all sent back to spawn. They can stack the point right here. Abees gotta go huge with the Annihilator. 5 versus 7. Gotta stop the clock. You cannot let them win this by captures and a bees. Doesn't read it. Teammate gets the kill. 6v4. Kairu there with the shutdown. 2 players remain. All on to Dozy and Veer. It's got to be perfection. Dozy's able to find one. Can't find the second. And Team NZ is headed to the grand finals.
What a way to close that one out, chat. Crossfire. I'm loving it. I'm here for it. Overtime victory. Congratulations, Team NZ. They are moving on to the grand finals to face off against Team Cisco Dozy. What a damn series, guys. Unfortunately, falls shy of victory. Overtime. It could be lethal, and what a way to close that one out, Bobby.
Stand down.
Oh, man. That one had... With the exception of the S&D on the edge of our seats all the way through. My, oh my, what a performance out of these two teams. And S8, what a play at the end right there. Everybody in chat's like, what are they waiting on? Looking for the opportune moment to pop those annihilators, and S8 went crazy with it at the end. 33 and 27 to close out the win. We got I haven't looked at like the advanced stats for the for the control, but they're interesting because it shows net kills, which I feel like I could figure out on my own. Capture kills, Enzi 11 capture kills, Kairu with 9, at Viper going -10 right there, but he had connection issues the entire game. So the fact that they're able to get the win in spite of that, absolutely crucial. And phenomenal performance out of Team Dozy. Just ran out of momentum when it seemed like they needed it most.
Yeah, you don't get that overtime round. Obviously you win, but wow, I mean you dumped all of your operators out in that fourth, and you never really recovered from it. It was, I mean, I guess it was head to head, nailed and or very close all the way through that last round. But I mean, I just couldn't really pinpoint anything that changed other than the fact that you get an influx of players. And again, you mentioned it, Viper reconnects on through, and then everybody's just stacking the hill and the kills just go completely in your favor. S8R absolutely popped off at the end. Definitely one of my favorite moments from this event.
Yeah, no question about it. That was absurd. That was about as good of a lower final as you can ask for, and hopefully a good lead-in for our grand finals as we are getting ready to launch into our first best of 5 with potentially a best of 5 to follow. Keep in mind, we got the bracket reset that is available. So Team NZ going to be going up against Team Cisco. Should be a banger. At this point, for Team NZ, I don't even know who you point at as the MVP for the event. Like, they've had so many different big performances. I feel like it's probably between Kairu and S8, but...
Correct.
Man,
NZ's been consistent throughout today as well.
Yeah.
He's done, I mean, debatably the best in all 3 game modes, like consistent through all 3 game modes. And as far as being a captain, I mean, there's the most value coming out of him in that regard. But I do have to say S8R and Kairu have been the backbone of this team as far as Jesus, I'm reading in chat. I need 15-minute break. I'm gonna catch a heart attack. Welcome to the club, buddy. Yeah, welcome to the club.
Oh man. Yeah, the lower bracket matches have not disappointed. Would have liked to see more controls, but there's been at least one banger map in every series so far. And that does now lead us into the grand finals. Whew. For those of you wondering what the setup is going to be, it's going to be slums to get things started. Kurahana Metropolis for the search. Take off control. Summit Hardpoint and standoff S&D. That's assuming... That's the last match, is assuming we don't get a bracket reset. If we get a bracket reset, that means another best of 5, which would be Hacienda, Firing Range, Raid, Combine, Tunisia. It's going to be a fun one to watch as far as the rosters that we're dealing with. Cisco, Marvel, Neil, Viking, and FDX on Team Cisco going up against the squad that you just witnessed, going all the way through Team NZ with NZ Narcs, S8R, Kairu, and Viper. We're going to go ahead and set up a poll in chat for everybody to get their predictions in for the grand finals. We're going to take one more quick break, and we will be back with you guys in a minute when we are ready to go for our final matches of the day. Play the slower position. He's just hoping movement gets him something right there. Not sure that was my favorite approach. Vikings just going to clean that up as you would expect that he would, and S8 maybe hoping he would catch them off guard. Certainly was not the case there as we now move into match point. Must-win round, looking for those wall bangs. They just haven't been connecting off the start for this one. And Team Enzy, a lot on the line right here. Especially in this format, you do not want to go down the lower bracket, and there's the opening for Marvel once again. He has been the first blood reaper.
Yeah, he has. Oh, make it 2. Viking, bomb plant. This is it. God. Lick your chops, chat. This one's done. Viper and S8R. 2v4. Very impossible situation. Viper going to be able to find 1, but Viper finding 2. Marvel going to be able to find
Oh my
the last
God.
3. And that does it, baby. Put a bow on it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here and ready to go for our grand finals matchup. We got our updated bracket and everything. It has been a grueling 2 days of competition to see who the best of the best is here in our Sniper Showdown. And hopefully we get a chance to run something back. I don't know. Maybe a pipe dream, but maybe one day we'll get a chance to run it back on land at stage 5 or something. That would be the dream, you know?
Is that a hint? Am I like?
No, I'm just speaking it into existence.
Oh, okay. That's what I'm talking about. Into fruition. Let's get it, baby. That'd be great. I mean, when we went to Raleigh, I was hoping we'd get something like this, and then obviously when we were in Atlanta, we had the Spawn going on. But I would love nothing more than what we had in Dallas that day, where we've got everybody in just one venue,
Yep.
and the vibes at an all-time high. I know you were there for a little bit um, before, and then as that day came, it's just unprecedented when you get that much energy into one room. You guys just have no idea.
All right. Yeah, it's and people talk about a LAN event, like everybody thinks you need a big production, you need a stage and flashing lights. All you really need is everybody in the same room. Like you can have just as much fun everybody chilling in a room and walking around to the different players as you can with a big $100,000 production. So I hope we get to make it happen. I don't even know where Stage 5 is going to be this year, so we have absolutely no idea what that's going to look like. But this is getting me excited for future possibilities. We'll see what we can do as we are finally getting both of our squads loaded in. Maybe a little bit more of a break than I think you would like if you're Team Cisco. If you're Team Enzy, obviously you're maybe a little bit more drained, but you also got the momentum pumping and you got the momentum heading into this one. So do you feel like it's more, what do you think is going to be more of a factor? The momentum or just the confidence of that upper bracket advantage?
I think the confidence of that upper bracket advantage is huge. You got to look at what you just witnessed too. That was a lot being poured into a best of three that ended on a round 5 overtime. How much energy can you have after that? I know that it's got to be like very consuming. So I'm looking at most of the advantages going in favor of Team Cisco, but I'm very hopeful for what Team Enzy can bring to the table. Just after that performance alone, that was like just a shot to the heart. We saw the messages from Enzy, like that was 100% felt.
Yeah, 100%. I think the biggest thing for Team Cisco is it doesn't really feel like they have a weak link. I'm not sure there's necessarily like one weak link that you point to on Team Enzy, but it feels like usually there's one player that ends up underperforming, and just across the board, we've seen such crazy consistency. And I think especially in the search and destroy, I think that's going to be the biggest difference maker in the grand finals for Cisco's squad. So being in a best of 5 instead of best of 7, having that S&D advantage, I think is going to make it that much more difficult for the opposition.
Absolutely, indeed. About to find out. It's about to go down. We had a player who had to restart, so it is going to be a moment before we do jump into it. Dozy coming into the chat. GG's, we tried, man. Hey, dude, you laid your life on the line. You laid your heart on the line. We can't really, like, there's nothing we can say. Maybe get better at search and destroy is where I would start, but that control, masterpiece.
Yep.
Cinema.
Without a question. Yo, chat, can we get the Bobby Absolute Cinema emotes? I don't know if you've seen that.
I haven't. Let's let me see them puppies.
You can't really tell, but it's my face swapped onto the guy.
Yeah, that's nice.
All right.
I like that.
All right. Just waiting for NZ to get his OBS restarted and one more player loaded in, and we'll be good to go. Once again, the setup for the series is going to be Slums Hardpoint to get things started. Kurahana Metropolis for the search. Takeoff for the control. It comes down to a map 4. We got Summit Hardpoint, and if we go to a map 5, Standoff Search. Get Viper back in. I'm assuming probably like a router or a device reset, given that he was having some connection issues. So I'm praying that grand finals time we get no connection issues, no excuses for anybody, just a good, well-rounded match. We'll see what these guys can bring to the table here as we get ready for that Slums Hardpoint.
Get geared up. This is one of those maps that we saw a slow start out of Team NZ, and then a very quick recovery going to a second set of hills. So this is a map they're familiar with as a collective unit. On the flip side of things, that is probably the most collected unit out of the whole squads that we've seen in Cisco and Marvel and FDX. I mean, obviously FDX didn't play in day one, but even without him, they played very dominant in their one and only series of that day. Come on, guys, we've definitely got this map downloaded, right?
You would think. I mean, once again, we had the. I don't think anybody's played Slums today. We had the update last night, so we'll cut them a little
Very
bit
true.
of slack.
Yeah, there we go. You know me, I'm an old head. I don't remember anything, and I'm just like jump to conclusions. Come on, get it. What the hell's going on?
All right, I think we only got one or two more players, and we should be good to go to hop into it. So hope you guys have enjoyed. If you have, please do me a favor, drop a like down below. If for some reason you haven't downloaded Call of Duty Mobile already, there's a link to download that in the description too. But we got most of our players readied up. And let our admins know that we're ready, and should be good to hop into the first one. The past 2 days has been a blur. I don't have any capacity to analyze map by map because I cannot for the life of me remember who has even played Slums.
I'm on my final like strings. I'm starting to fall apart myself. I just remember them having that slow start, and I think it was day one. Seems like an eternity ago. And and I do remember them turning the guns on and S8R going absolutely crazy, as well as Viper. Cairo again just been a dominant force from beginning to end. If you had to put an MVP up there, his name's got to be, up there in the top three this whole entire tournament.
All right, let me. I guess I should update the title to say Grand Finals so everybody understands the importance of what's happening right now. Once again, taking a look at that prize pool, $4,000 for the winner. A difference of $1,500 between winning and losing this matchup. So, obviously, $2,500 is nothing to scoff at, but you wanna take home the trophy. See which of these teams is looking to do so. I mean, it's been a relative. I mean, it's been actually definitively the easiest path so far for Team Cisco. Not only did they win the opening free-for-all, so they didn't even have to play the first match. They've only played 2 matches so far. They played the one upper bracket semifinals and they played one upper bracket finals. So I believe admins are saying we're just waiting on NZ to start his stream, and then we'll be good to go. Hopefully he doesn't unlist it. Apparently he streamed yesterday, but he unlisted it, so everybody was coming into my comments saying, "Where did NZ stream?" I was like, I don't know. I'd tell you if I could, but I want to get all of those POVs out there.
That's absolutely right, man. The more the merrier. Let's see what we can get. It's also fun just go back in the streams and see what it was always said in the moment. Obviously, NZ damn near had a heart attack, and bro was literally only, what is he, like 20 years old? Come on now, that's crazy. In that moment, I know the celebratory, jumps up and down have got to be there. But something else to note too is I was just briefly looking at chat. I mean, it's going so quickly right now. Cisco has yet to lose anything. They haven't lost a single map. They didn't lose to free for all. They didn't lose any maps to Team Little B. They didn't lose a map earlier when they played NZ in the first matchup of the day. So will that change here in the grand finals? We're hoping for a close matchup. I'm banking on a close matchup. I'm hoping that maybe they just got to leave the lobby and rejoin in order for us to get this one started.
Well, it looks like NZ is readied up, and I think he was the main one we were waiting on. So hopefully we are good to go. I don't know why everybody's unready. Oh, S8 still does not have the map downloaded. Brother, how long have we been in this lobby and we still don't have the map downloaded? Killing me. Admins, it's all right if we've got people speaking Arabic in chat. This will be the exception. Normally, we don't allow people to speak non-English just because there's no way for us to moderate, but I know there's a lot of S8 viewers here that are probably only speaking Arabic, so no problem at all. Looks like we finally have everybody readied up. We should be good to go. Says he's not ready, but he is, so they might need to kick him in Bring him back in.
He literally
Okay.
just readied up his. I mean, someone needs to teach them how to just spam that start button. They don't know how to spam it. You just click it multiple times. That's all you got to do. Bam! There we go. We're in it. It's the grand finals, Bobby. The Wild West Showdown. The 5v5 snipe off. Once in a lifetime event. First of its kind. Who's going to be able to be crowned champion and or pinned the badge on? I don't know how this works out as far as that goes. But let's get it on. First map of the grand finals, chat. This is the moment we've all been waiting for.
All right, Viper looking for some wall bangs. Nothing connecting to open right here. It's Neil getting the better of him to open things up. Both teams on the objective. First points. They're the side of Team NC. Kairu, 2 off the start. Same for S8. They have been, for sure, the 2 most consistent players for this squad. And it is that extra little bit of warm-up gameplay seeming to play a factor off the start of this one, but right there, Viking slides on through, instantly finds 2, Marvel with 4 for himself, Viking with another, and just like that, the hardpoint has completely flipped.
Yes, it has indeed. 20 seconds left to go before we get geared up for P number 2. We all know that's a money hill right now. It's a split affair. Marvel on a streak, on a tear, able to spot another, and Viper doesn't get the credit for the kill, but he's got a pretty to rock with. Assist, look like it might come through. Enzi, oh baby, Enzi right in the middle of the fountain in broad daylight. A 3-piece to start off his reign of terror here in the grand finals.
Ooh, he's going in. One more player to deal with on that backside, and S8 doing the rest of the damage. He's on a 3 spree right here, trying to see if he can find more. Nothing on to Viking, but he gets another. May have been a collat, not 100% positive. Backside spawn control, absolutely crucial on P2. So a good setup to open things up for NZ's squad. Narcs not able to find that opening. No scope's not connecting right there, and now it's Cisco going big. Slow start, but a 2-piece to find control of the hard point. Despite that spawn control, and it looks like they're not going to be able to spawn in the backside initially. Nobody pushes far enough through, though, and with that, Kairu S8 able to do the damage to fight back through, and that's the final kill going the way of Team NZ. Constant contest on P2, which you don't typically see a whole lot, but with the shots these guys are hitting, it's actually remained possible.
This is crazy. I mean, this is about as close as it gets. This is what we needed for the end of today in this event. A very, very close start for this one. 41-38 as we rotate over through. On the backside of the laundromat, we do see 2 players in blue make it 3s. The spawns are locked in. Here comes Enzi. He has got an Annihilator and a Dream to shut them all down. The spawns are backside indeed. Now as he's going to be able to spot the first kill on through. Neil, exit stage left. Narcs and crew trying to get onto the objective, but they're shut down. As Enzi's got to be a 1-man wrecking crew, but he's going to get outs by FDX.
Great spawn flip right there. Opposition. Shots connect, and it looks like they're not going to be able to convert it into hardpoint time yet. All onto Enzi and Narcs right here to find some kills, and that's Cisco coming out on top. He's going to get shut down right there. Marvel on the point. Annihilator in hand. He is doing damage. 13 kills to his name. Right now, it looks like they've got things locked down, and for sure the biggest lead that we've seen so far in this one, finding themselves up 30. Cisco going big with the Annihilator. I think that was a 3 spree for him. Neil gonna opt to pop here as well. Only scraps to be gained, and he's gonna get shut down as well. So a big time kill for S8. Scraps are there, but you gotta hit this rotation toward new, and it is in full control for Team Cisco.
Yep, FDX and crew looking to put the burners on. Big P3. Followed up by an opening start to the P4. Marvel's going beast mode. Predator out at the ready. Is not going to be able to find anything. Trophy system saves the day, and that is going to be a lot of time that is going to be going in favor of the team in yellow. Team NZ starting to get back into the swing of it. Narcs and Viper looking to be the tip of the spear as they play the objective, and one trying to breach on through, and that's going to be Viper. They're all coming through Grave. One down. Looking for more as the double P comes through. FDX collects him. And just like that, Viking now the only person alive on the outskirts. He's going to get shut down, and it is a recoup and a regain here for Team NZ here on the P4 rotation.
And Narc's OBJ play has been a complete game changer for Team NZ at every point. Once again, he's not necessarily been the biggest slayer for the squad, but 78 seconds of the hard point, double the next closest player, and he has basically single-handedly locked down this OBJ to get his team back into the lead. S8 slides on through, and they'll continue to lock in time as they make their way toward Graveyard. Once again, rotation advantage is there for Team Cisco, but we've seen some clean breaks as S8 is going to look to do the same once again. Shut down. Nobody occupying the hard point for the time being. Narc's pred if he wants it, but likely won't see that come into play until that wrap back toward P2. Those spawns so important and can come into play big time with the right timing right here. Shots not connecting, a little bit shaky on the point, but Enzy's going to be able to make his way up to the top of that statue side, and he gets 2 straight, looking to make it a 3rd. He does, yes indeed, to turn and burn onto Cisco, and the snipe on the FTX for the cherry on top. That's a one-man squad wipe.
He's burying him, Bobby. Absolutely wrecking him. The spawns, they know exactly where he's at. Predator at the ready. Pops it, gets the odd man out. The double kill coming through for the man himself. The captain putting in work. Last little bit of scrap time going to go in favor of the team in yellow. Enzy and crew leaving them in the dust for the time being. Big kill there onto the objective as it opens up for business here momentarily. Neil is the only player there. He's going to get shut down. And just like that, Enzy and crew in the driver's seat, not looking back.
I mean, he's still sneaking through. He's earned an EMP right there. It can't be stopped. Finally takes him down, and the spawns do flip. And honestly, still a lot of time to work with if you're Team Cisco. So it's not the worst thing in the world that he was doing that, especially given how much of it was happening on the in-between time of the hard point. They're going to be able to lock down the hard point for the time being. They keep those spawns, and that's the most crucial thing. And it looks like all those streaks have been used. So despite that work that he did on the back lines, not much hard point time to be earned out of it. That lead slipping away right here. Cisco's going to be able to hit yet another shot. Nothing to be found on God or to Viper, but my oh my, is that blue feed convincing, and especially flipping those spawns out. Now only 2 players left to defend over on P3.
Yeah, this is tough. You pump and dump the spawns. You get the flip early, too. Everything just going in favor of Team Cisco. And even in adversity, when Enzy just went crazy, you still find yourself in a great position. Viper starting to pick up the slack, though, on the outskirts. Is going to get traded on through. And nobody there to contest. Scratch that. It's Snarks and crew. Marvel finds a 2-piece, but it's not enough. FTX on the outskirts, able to reel it back in. And the lead going to continue in blue. Team Cisco not getting challenged here on this P3 rotation.
My gosh, 37 so far in this one for Enzy, and we're probably only halfway done. Over a 2 KD off the start. Smoke's going to obscure his view, but Flak Jacket will save him from the nade inbound, and they'll continue to lock in the scraps. It has just been so back and forth, trading leads nonstop. Viper goes on a spree right there. He's got a pred missile working on an EMP, and see if he gets the read. Onto Cisco, shot through the wall. Connects as well. Hunter Killer going out, and it just decides it doesn't want to take anybody down. That's going to be Neil sliding through for a big time kill, and as the new hard point pops, there is a lot of utility on the board for both teams.
We've had like 17 lead changes so far right now. Again, going back in favor of Team Cisco as Cisco himself pops the ante, looking to go big. 161 and counting now. Lead starting to get a little bit out of hand. As you can see, the map control is at an all-time high. They've got them spread all across the map, and that is the exact worst thing that you don't want to happen if you're Team Enzy. You've got to find yourself collecting your body, but it's Viper who's going to be able to come through the window, narrowly escapes death through the hands of the Hunter Killer. And now Enzy's going to be able to slide on through and finds a 2-piece of his own.
Nearly got taken out right there, but they can't seem to touch him. Tries to get one more. Evasive maneuvers are there for Marvel, but can't seem to take him down. Back and forth they go. And it takes 3 players to drop him on that initial push. The damage has been done. Gives them the breathing room to pick up the rest of that scrap time. And once again, heading back to P1, only 10 points separating these 2 teams. Just absolutely going at it. Nobody on either team having a bad game. It's just who can get the better of it. And right now it is Enzy at 42 and 23, putting up stupid numbers.
Just crazy, man. This one, a nail biter. I'm literally hanging off the edge of my seat right now, chat. I don't know what's going to happen. Another lead change in the vicinity. Not quite. Viking now trying to reel it back in as Viper is up top, giving them the business. Annie's going to be found for one, but through the smoke, he can't connect. He's only got about one shot left, makes the most of it, and is contesting and is content with that now as they finally are able to clear off the fountain side. Can they get this lead back in their control with 20 seconds left to go? It looks like it is a yes.
That's a full blue feed right there. So Team Cisco just locking in right here on P1, and that gives them that map control toward P2 once again. So important. That's one of the biggest money hills in Slums. Hardpoint looks like they're gonna hit the rotation. They got 4 players set up ready to go. This is going to be a nightmare of a break, and there's not really any util to help them out with it. No operators, no score streaks. Every possible advantage should be there for Team Cisco, and it doesn't matter as they break through the front side. They flip out the spawns instantaneously, and they did it all with just the snipers.
Very perfect aggression there through, and now it's a little bit of a take out of the playbook. Go ahead and smash it through the front. The contest is through. Nobody able to capitalize on any at a time. It is an all-out bloodbath. Nobody knows what's going to happen. Finally, the feed is lighting up in yellow, but it's Neil who's going to be able to contest yet again. He's shut down. Spawn still in favor of Team NZ. Will they be able to continue on with the pressure throws? They're getting hit from each and every angle. Backlines, FDX, able to clear the hell of the hill. Viper, though, able to equalize it himself with the Annie. And just like that, the lead's going to be ran away with by the side of Team NZ? Question mark?
I don't even know. Viper earns a pred right there. There's no way of knowing who's coming out on this one. It's really going to come down to whatever direction the momentum swings. Back and forth, FDX coming in day 2 for his squad and putting up 37 here in this one. Marvel, the veteran, trying to lock down the hard point, but the break is clean once again. But Viking has something to say about it. The kills go through. And perfect timing for Team Cisco is he's gonna pop the Annihilator right here, looking for info through the smoke. Not gonna be able to find anything. Big time kill for Viper. He gets traded, but Narcs has slipped through to the back lines. He's gonna be able to break by himself, and that's the opening that NZ was looking for.
SA, whoa, peeking at the right time. Able to catch another one. Whoa, my God. I can't even contain the excitement anymore. Dude is literally going beast mode. He's going to get shut down, and so is Narcs. Objective up for grabs. 15 seconds left to go. This could be the game changer. Who's going to be able to come out on top right now? It is literally NZ hanging on by a thread inside of that objective. Everything is happening all at once, and Bobby, I can't keep up.
I have no idea what's happening right now, but it is beautiful. 11 seconds separate these two teams. Narcs, big shot on the rotation right here, but Team Cisco's got the setup. We'll see how long it's gonna hold. He's gonna be able to find one to open things up. Annihilator pops for Marvel right here. Smokes go down. And Neil's gonna pick up the rest of the frags. S8 looking for the opening. Not a whole lot of time to work with. You need to at least get some contest time right here. S8 finds one, looking for another in the backside, but that's Cisco there to hold the line. They only need 9 more seconds, but it's Narc slipping through the OBJ main, and Kairu finds 2 more.
Oh, Narcs! What the hell? Slides through, finds 3, cleans the hill, backside spawns. Gonna be in favor of Team NZ. The front is where the push is coming. Cisco evaporated, dissolved. 5 seconds needed. Only 1 player here to contest. They are annihilated out of the equation. First round. First game, Bobby, 250 to 241. Narcs, you are an absolute animal. I'm throwing my hands up. Absolute cinema, Bobby. We got Chef's Kiss, masterpiece on our hand of a matchup. In the first first loss, indeed, going in favor. Wow.
Oh, we need the cinema spam in chat right there. What a performance out of these guys. The difference maker, and really, the fact that Cisco squad was able to make that close is astounding because they got outslayed pretty substantially right there. I don't think, 1 player going negative for NZ squad. He goes plus 15. But it's tough to say that the difference maker wasn't Narcs, as once again, the OBJ main, 2 minutes, and 11 seconds in the hard point. Not to mention those 23 capture kills. Like, it cannot be understated the impact that he had on that game.
Oh my god.
He's like low-key my sleeper pick for MVP.
No, absolutely. Yeah. And I talk so much about him not being like a main sniper either. He hasn't been that guy in a while. Well, when it matters the most, he is that guy. He was that guy. He stepped up, and I mean that last moment, it was neck and neck. Literally, anything could have happened. Narcs gets to break through. He cleans house. Shop is closed for business. Nobody's making that entry on through. Not with him standing there. I mean, what a freak! What a way to end that one. And I mean, I'm shaking, Bobby. I'm literally, I can't contain it anymore. I'm just about to come out of my skin.
Bro, that was a beautiful thing to witness. I think every single hard point that we've had today has just been a certified banger, and it has continued to deliver at every possible turn. So, whew, getting ready to head into the Kurahana Metropolis. I'm just hoping we get a close search and destroy, because there have been so many search and destroy blowouts today.
Yeah, we have. We haven't seen a close one yet. Yesterday we literally saw like 22 rounds in one game. We hadn't even gotten close to anything past 10. That's how bad it's been. We'll see if that changes here momentarily. I don't know. If you're not coasting off of that momentum, if you're the side of Team Enzy, you just gotta ride that high, baby. And like, you literally have not. I don't think you've peaked yet. You've literally not come down. It has just been all out. A bloodbath for you, and you have controlled your fate so far. Took that last round of the control in the last series, and they just continue to pummel on through. And Bobby, they're fueling me. This is definitely one of those maps that could slow that momentum. Let's see how they play it out.
All right, we are locked in and ready to go for map 2. Keep in mind, I believe that is the first map loss for Team Cisco in this competition. So maybe any mental edge that you had coming into this one, probably out the window. And keep in mind, there's no map advantage. It's bracket reset format, so it's still a very long uphill battle for Team Enzy if they want to take that championship. That's certainly a good start, and that's Narcs Kairu blowing it up. They get all 5 in a matter of seconds, and they take the opening round.
Wow. Where do we start this one out too, man? I know this is more of a defensive map, just because of the positions of the bomb, but wow, I was checking Narcs' perspective, and my guy is on some kind of gamer substance. I don't know what it is. He is cracked out of his mind right now as well. Kairu picking up 3 as well to go along with it. He's going to be forced on back. B side of the bomb site is going to be compromised for the time being, but they got him surrounded. Bomb plant's going to go down nonetheless.
All right. See what they can work with here. Marvel finds one onto Enzy. Glizes into a 4v4. S8 looking for the retake. Finds one. He finds the other tucked away in the corner. It's Marvel. Teammates do the damage, and that is as clean of a retake as you will find. Defense looking very much in control as expected, and that's what we've seen. It's almost seemed like, regardless of the map, which is very interesting, because in CDM it's nearly split 50-50 the majority of the time, offense versus defense, but the defense has just had such a major advantage, and you got to think part of the reason for that is just because of the ability for the snipers to hold those longer angles and keep things locked down.
Absolutely. I'll change things up. Looks like a lot of tactical is going to be tossed onto that main line of sight. Maybe it's just a setup. We'll see who takes the bait. We're in the middle of the map. You got S8. He's got one cornered in. Marvel, who bites the dust. First blood in. And is able to go ahead and continue on through now as the bomb plant looking like it might be made way over towards the B side. Viking going to go ahead and stick it. Neil going to be able to take down one to go along with it. But it's SAR who's going to be able to find his third in the second of this round. They're picking him apart, Bobby.
Ooh, looks for the flick. Can't connect right there. Cisco gets away, but the tight angle is his. One more slides the corner. Picked apart one by one. 4 total kills for Team Cisco so far in this one, and we are 3 rounds in.
That is, I mean, 2 rounds of planting You got that going for you, but where are the snipes at here? I mean, right now they are getting humbled in this opener. 3 rounds in a row, absolutely slain. Again, another push over towards this A lane. This time they're going to commit. Neil going to be able to find the first blood, and that's huge. Can he capitalize off of it? Marvel trying to slow push down. He's going to have to be forced back. No, that's not Marvel. That is Enzy. Oh, baby. Not missing is he. Cisco finally going to be able to shut him down, but it's evened up at 3.
Bombs down right here, and that puts the pressure on. Narcs trying to get pushed forward. Don't want to over-aggress, but should have had information on one player sliding out right there. Maybe banking on Kairu, finding the rat back kill. Once again, with bomb untouched, still pressure onto Cisco's squad to find something, but there he is. Marvel striking when it matters most. Big kill, gets red right here, but Narc swing and a miss. That still gives them hope as S8 finds one onto Cisco, equalized into a 2v2. S8 needs that one, and he finds it. Trying to find the read onto that final person. It's going to be a 1v2 if he can make it happen. S8 versus Neil. Who's going to find the read? Neither player wants to sit still, and this is going to be all down to timing, and it goes the way of Neil. Much needed round for Team Cisco.
Peekaboo rounds that corner, perfectly played. Neil, that was anti. You could feel the tension there in the last little bit. Neil just absolutely getting them point blank. And again, you said it ends the drought 3-1. Still lead in favor of the boys over at Team Enzy. But that high finally come down now as we saw just such a climatic. Oh, good start there for S8R, but he is going to be turned down as well. So 1-for-1s make it a big feed in yellow. Narcs and Enzy, the last one standing, but Narcs, if he's alive, there's always hope.
5 kills now on the board for him. FDX wrapping the backside. Should have audio cues off of that, but he misses the shot. Opportunity for Narcs right here. His hit marker is there, and they can just play time at this point. There's no reason that he should be alive. Viking finally takes him down. It's all onto Enzy. Reads one. Needs the shot onto FDX. Will get timing to go his way. He slides the corner and shuts him down. And now a chance to 1v3. Cisco doesn't connect. Enzy with a chance to go big. Trying to outmove each other, but nobody can seem to land a shot. And it's Enzy clutching up in the 1v3.
Oh, my. What did we just witness, Bobby? 1v3. They just handed the bomb away for free. What a way to do it for the squad. Everybody has a 100% clutch factor on the left-hand side of our screen, chat. Wow. Instant aura boost there for Enzy. 6 kills on board, a 1v3 to his name, and a big fat lead as we get geared up for the flip. Can they make it 5-1? Seems very likely.
Coming into this competition, Enzy was, of the captains, probably the least known of those available, but I think he has more than earned his respect as his spot in this one, and he's going to find another onto FDX. Hit him with the movement. Cisco tied away on that corner, and I don't think anybody's going to read that. The question is, can he land the shot? Not an easy angle to deal with. Enzy wrapping back to the top side and shuts down Neil as well. Nades now over the top. Kairu looking for the opening. 2v2 we go. He may have read this positioning by Cisco. Cisco definitely got info, and this time he's not going down the same way. Onto Kairu for the 1v2, but only 13 seconds. All Team Cisco has to do is sit back. Viking gets spotted out right there, but the perfect read. Okay. Cisco clutches up, but maybe a little bit close for comfort.
Oh boy, close for comfort is just a bit of a understatement, man. That one just... imagine back-to-back rounds. That had to have been devastating if it happened. They know if ands, buts, or maybes about it. This is COD Mobile. You either do it or you don't. They didn't. 4-2. Lead still very much so in the hands of Enzy and crew. But they're going to have to flip it and do it on the other side. Right now, Neil's doing it 3 ways to Sunday. Able to find 1, 2, and 3. But Narc's able to get the trade on through. Down to a 2v2.
Did not get any of those those kills, which is absolutely tragic. It's a bloodbath.
He was a dog, bro.
It's a bloodbath here on the site. Marvel's gonna find one, put things all onto S8, slides the corner, looking for one more. Hit markers there.
Okay.
And Marvel's cleaning it up, so that's back-to-back rounds now going through for Team Cisco. Some momentum building, especially with how defensive sided the map has looked. Definitely a good sign for them.
We've seen it all so far. This is this has been one hell of a search and destroy. This one is close. Let's see if it continues at the same pace. Quick hit over towards the B site, looking to clear the angles is Narts and Viper. Do they have clearance? It's Viking. Devastating was Neil last round. He's going to be first blooded on through. It's 2 for 2, make it 3 for 2. It's down to 1 in SAR. Can he do something big here in the 1v3? Doesn't have the bomb, is already spotted. FDX going to be tucking his tail and hitting the trails. And now he's just playing time per essence, but is finally going to be spotted on through and is eliminated. S8R now certainly in a pickle, but can he bail himself out?
10 kills on the board for him. Solid performance throughout the entirety of the tournament and would be a huge round right here. Especially with how, like we said, defensive sided the map and really all the maps have looked. With the bomb down on B and so many angles to clear, he just can't really seem to decide which direction he wants to take on the retake, and he's now hitting a wrap all the way over to A, maybe trying to clear out some of those wider angles, but you got to think the longer he takes to do this, the more advantage it gives to the opposition. We'll see if he slows down the push, but we've seen him just sprint into some situations. I mean, his movement is just so clean. Put Marvel in the dumpster right there. Now a 1v1 versus Viking. Obviously doesn't have the information, but just trying to bait out a peek, and he gets it right there, but Viking doesn't miss that time around, and just like that, we're tied up at 4-4.
Okay, clutch factors out the windows now. Everything's starting to come back to reality. We're starting to see this one unfold, and stability is the name of the game here in Search and Destroy. The defense, very stable. 2 rounds in a row, letting them have the business. 3 in a row consistently, but 2 on that defending site. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum as we are tied up here in the 8th, or 9th rather. No kills as of right now. 20 seconds in the round. As soon as I say that, Viper comes through with the first, peeling back FDX's skull. And we'll see if their attack here onto this B side is fruitful as Skyru yet again finds another.
Just so difficult to entry. So many different sniper angles to hold from. And they capitalize on him as 2 kills go through. Response is there as Neil now makes it 3 in a row for Team Cisco, and all onto S8 once again in this position a lot. But Viking is just not giving him anything. This is my bomb site. You're not taking it anytime soon. That's now 4 rounds in a row. I believe 4 rounds in a row?
Yeah.
Going over to Team Cisco, and the momentum has swung completely.
Yeah, it has. 3 rounds on the defense, 1 in that last round on the attack. And they have shown why this map is defensive-oriented. We'll see what changes here as we got some lethals being thrown towards that A lane. One player in FDX, he has been an absolute monster handling his own weight. And a little bit of hesitancy. The middle of the map is wide open, Bobby. Nobody peeking in that window. I don't know quite if Enzi and crew know it's there, but if they make this hit, they can make some wonders happen. Viking is the only person to stop that from going through, but we'll see what happens now as everything is just at a standstill for both teams.
We haven't seen a lot of slow rounds like this on the Kurahana, but I would say especially with the way that things have started to unravel on the offensive side, this has certainly got to be the move if your team Enzi. Viper gets pushed up, but not going to be able to land the shot once again. Things just not going his way in a few of these engagements, and at the bare minimum, it gives you the information of the position, the setup that they've got. Looking for something to entry through mid right here, and that's going to be Enzi with the opening. Absolutely crucial. Trying to hit him with the movement. Shots don't connect initially, but he follows it up with a shot on Neil. They get the site, they get the man advantage, and trying to see if they can get the map control pushed out a little bit as that bomb goes down, but Cisco slips through. He's gonna be able to find one, and he's he was that a wallbang?
Wallbang. That was a wallbang. That's crazy.
That's new to me.
All right, we find out something new every day. Bombs are planted. Time pushed up. Now it's down to 30. They got to make something happen. Marvel calls his number. Viper, dare for the trade. FDX looking to hold on for dear life here. As Cisco's going to be able to find the opener. Can they get the retake? It's all down to NZ. 1v2 up for grabs. Bomb's going to get hopped. FDX going to be forced back up, and now he's just playing his life. Can he do it, Bobby? No, he can't. NZ clutched the 1v3 earlier. Shoe on the other foot. We're on map point.
Man, oh man.
It's not over yet.
Looked like they had the opportunity. The bomb was down. The man advantage was there, but could not hold off the retake, and perfectly played from Team Cisco. And we kind of figured like they were solid in the hard point, but their S&D, it felt like, was what really separated them from those other teams that they went up against. It is shown right here, especially with their resiliency going down 4-1 off the start. Neil continued to lock down the B site right here, and I'd be shocked if we didn't see some type of a look over toward the A side, especially given how many times they've tried and failed to play off of that B side plant.
100%. I mean, this is now or never. It's do or die. Either take this and keep the dream alive, or we buckle up for some control. We'll find out. Viper able to get the head cleared off there of FDX. Said he can hold his own, but unfortunately he does succumb to the shots. And still no traction on that. They are not playing this aggressively. They're just waiting for the lanes to open up proper. And unfortunately, if you don't make something happen, the defense is going to be able to adjust. They haven't reallocated anybody throughout this map. Everything has just stayed the same. Only one player on A, 3 lurking in that B lane site. And I mean, are they just going to brute force push it? Here comes the hit. Viking right in the middle of the map. Can't hit anything. Is going to be forced back. And that could be the opening towards that mid lane.
Pressure onto Marvel to win this engagement. I don't think he's watching the backside of sight, though. So they slow play this. He might be able to... They might be able to get him, but he plays backside. He's going to hit marker onto the bomb planter, but Viking's there to clean it up. That couldn't have been devastating, but all he needed was one pick. He finds exactly that, but misses on the follow-up. Narcs with an opportunity. It's actually Viper, Kairu finding 2. And they're able to prolong the game as they find their first round here on the offensive side.
Is it enough, though? That's the question. We're about to find out. Overtime, or it's done. 7-5 or 6-6. We're about to find out now. Could be the last round here of this search. A destroy. A little bit of a change-up goes miles long here for the attacking squad. A drought ended after that last round. And Team NZ and crew find the keys to success, but replicating that is just going to be damn near impossible. Odds are stacked against you. Let's see what you can do with your back against the wall. So far, they've been pretty decent, but again, slowly developing rounds. Anything can happen. 30 seconds in, nobody's made one false move.
Bomb still sitting back toward mid. S8 just not being afforded any angles to work with, and I would say Team Cisco doing a really good job of staying home and playing those defensive angles. It's something that maybe they've done a little bit more fundamentally sound than opposition, which has earned them a couple more offenses, even if it wasn't by a massive margin. Utility usage for breaking A is going to be so crucial. So they send the concussions over top. They get one, or at least a piece of information right there. Marvel's going to slide on through, but Ezzy just can't seem to find the frags. FDX waiting off the nade. Flash hits. Nobody there to trade off the kills, though, so they back up, and they've got pretty strong presence here on A side. Just a question of getting the bomb down, with FDX still playing the backside. Timing doesn't go his way, but S8 is there. He's able to get one. Should be able to get the plant down. Those outer angles covered. And no flank presence, but the kills go through. They get picked apart one by one, and now it's on to Viper. 1v3. The no-scope is there. He gets 3. An opportunity in a 1v4. Neil in the backside. Viper goes huge.
Oh, God.
Get ready for the next round.
Oh, my God.
Oh, Bobby.
Oh, my God. That was one of the craziest. That was map point 1v4. What the...
I'll say it for you. What the hell? What the hell was that? Viper!
What?
What? No staking about it, dude. He's just crispy with it. 1, 2, 3. Oh, of course, Neil, you can get it too, buddy. What a clutch. What a dog. What a beast. He's gonna get pushed here and out. Able to stay alive. He's one shot, though, Bobby. Viper, an absolute unit. Marvel does open up with the first blood, and that seam on towards that A site is wide open as they do take down Narcs as well. Only Kairu to deal with.
2v4 right here. Much, I mean, I would say much more difficult to manage, but we just saw 1v4, so I guess anything's possible at this point. Chat's now seeing and reacting to what we just saw. Oh my god. S8 gonna get hit markered right there. Sits back, doesn't want to risk any nade shots, but with them understanding the position that they're holding, it's gonna be so much more difficult to find a push through, and just so many different sight lines. So many different angles you got to try to work around. Kyra's going to slip through, trying to find one onto Neil, who's looking for the pinch, but the shots are just not connecting with only 15 seconds. There simply is not enough time to make the retake right here. So the fact that we head into overtime and we instantly see an offensive round go the way of Team Cisco does not bode well for the outcome of this one.
No, not at all.
But it's not over
You
yet.
buy yourself overtime, but you might have just like sold it as well. It all just been in vain. Hell, I'd do it for the clips though too. That was one hell of a clip. Certainly going to be making its way onto Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, wherever you watch short reels at, where you watch long-term form content. God dang, that man can hit, but is it all for nothing? As this is your potential last round, and you got to do it on the attacking side. And yet again, we're going to go for Old Faithful, which is that B lane. No success in the first 6 rounds of their attacking strats. Are they going to invest it all and just say to hell with it? Or are we going to double back? Looks like the double back might be coming through, Bobby.
Yep. Viker looking for the opening once again. This time, Marvel getting a little bit further forward than we had seen in previous rounds. Viper still not being afforded an angle, but at least can control this entire side of the map right here. I think Marvel may have slid out. Just a crazy timing battle going on right now. Viper's going to look to take control through the mid-map right here, but Marvel is waiting on the opposite side. And it looks like they're going to hit the full wrap right here, so all the pressure onto Marvel to find the opening.
It's huge. He's on an island.
Viper. It's all the way through mid.
Oh, there it goes. This is a lot of time to let this one develop. You can already see the reallocation. Viper was on an island. Marvel was on an island. Unfortunately for him, even with reinforcements, he's not going to be able to stay alive. FDX going to be able to find one. And just like that, it's down to 3. A hope and a dream. Bomb's made its way over. S8R is going to go ahead and stick it. No, he's not. He's going to be forced back. Nades are going to come through over the top. That's going to force the positioning, but nonetheless, the bomb plant does come through. 45 seconds on the clock. 3v4 for the hold.
And Narcs is pretty far out of position, so they find 2 to open here.
Oh my God.
making
Oh my
plays!
God.
He hits 3. Are you kidding me? Cisco's there for the trade, but now he needs a 1v3 for himself. 2 players wrapped very, very far out. I don't know if they've got the info to play for the audio cues there, but Cisco misses the opener. Misses the second as well, but he hits the follow-up onto Enzi. Needs one more onto Narcs. It'd be a 1v3 for him. Not meant to be. In more overtime we go.
Work. Get ready for the next round.
Bro.
My heart's about to beat out of its damn chest, Bobby. I can't handle it.
This is unreal.
We move on. We progress.
Just drop the bomb.
Back-to-back rounds on the offense. Just, I mean, we haven't seen it in overtime yet. Experiencing firsthand completely just a different level. Right now, both of these teams playing at a different level. Some godlike clutches and then some crispy shots. Everything just happening crazy like now as we see the payoff round. Got to win by 2 here in overtime. Obviously, the defense has been stronger for both teams, but offense to open it out, completely unpredictable.
Both teams still just trying to find anything across those mid angles, and Viper got spotted right there, as did Neil, but Neil that gets the better of him. It's a full yellow feed. Pressure onto Enzi and Narcs right here. Neil can't connect for the first one. Does get shut down. They bring it back into a 2v3. With Narc still holding this topside position, nobody pushed up. Couple different angles that he can work with right here as they look to make the pinch. NZ on the opposite side, looking for something up against Viking. He shuts him down. Narcs is going to get dropped, so an effective 1v3 for NZ right here. They wrap back to sight, but one gets red. Opportunity as he spots out Cisco on the backside, but can't connect. Cisco goes big to clutch up. And once again, his team takes the lead here in the overtime.
That could have been a damn good clutch there. That would have been 2 1v3s for the captain himself, but Cisco, the opposing captain, shutting it down this time around. We'll see if that's the game changer here as we rotate in towards the next hit. Is NZ going to be the first blood? Neil has been golden on this objective.
Uh-oh.
Why would you push it? This is crazy. FDX going to be able to get involved with 2. Vipers, 1 shot. Vipers dust.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading to control. Kind of just like throwing the flags up, man. If you just wanted this one to be an L, could have done this a little earlier for us.
That was such an anticlimactic ending. Just banger around after banger around, and then you just throw away all 5 lives. I think, to be fair, I think NZ tried to hit some movement and got stuck on a chair, and he was just a sitting duck, and it kind of fell apart from there. So they even things up, tie it up at 1-1. And Team Cisco very much back in this one. 17 for Neil, 15 for FDX, 8 for Viking. 12 for Cisco. Nobody having a bad map. Nobody on either team having a bad map. The consistency between these two teams is so absurd. Admins, I don't know if it's possible to just get like KD calculations for the grand finals, but we might need it with the tiny gap that we're seeing between these teams right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at any given point, anybody could be the MVP. I mean, we saw NZ, the captain of his squad, put on probably one of the nastiest 1v3s, and then it just completely gets toppled by the 1v4 from Viper, and then S8R comes through with a nasty feat. They didn't even win, Bobby. They didn't even win, but those clips.
Oh my god.
We live for them. You look, I feel a bad trade-off. Well, I feel like it's worth it though. The trade-off is I get to cast this and I go crazy. We get to see some of the best event or best clips that we've seen possible out of an event like this. In return, you get my heart because it's been just like absolutely exploding out of my chest. So it's totally worth it for me. You guys, I hope you appreciate all the content that's coming out of this. I know I have. I'm selfish though, so I'm gonna enjoy it regardless. But wow, we're tied up going into the control, and Bobby, this one's getting crazy.
Chat, I saw that I messed up the caption on the tweet. We fixed it. It says Viper now, not Cisco. Obviously, I know it was Viper. I'm just in the moment. There's a lot happening right now. Okay. Good gracious. Getting ready to head to control. First time that we're seeing takeoff on the weekend. So once again, kind of no expectations coming into this one. Banger map 1, banger map 2. The gap between these teams is just so terribly tiny. Woo! It's gonna be. I hope the control lives up to expectations as well.
Damn, what a clip, dude! Twitter about to go crazy.
Really is. Oh my god.
Yeah. I'm in shambles right now. I gotta catch a breath, man. I gotta get a sip of water or something. I don't know. Take an ice bath. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna need to get a bucket, put some ice water in, and just face dive into it.
Yeah, it's like a million degrees in my room right now, so this is just not a great combination.
Yeah, right.
It's all right, chat. It's worth it. It's 100%. Worth it for the content. All right, we got everybody readied up. We're good to go. I'm gonna let you carry it 1 second. I gotta run somewhere.
Yeah, do your thing, bro. All right, let's get geared up for it. We're going to be on board with S8R, and this is the first time we've seen takeoff in control for this event. Ladies and gentlemen, get geared up for it. This is going to be the difference maker in this one. The series tied up again. Very dramatic ending in the Hardpoint. An absolute masterpiece in the search and destroy. As first blood does come through in the form of Narcs, but it's going to be traded on through from K. Roo. as everyone's playing this very slow. I would imagine everyone is drained after having, just a downright crazy search and hardpoint. We'll see if this one tinkers off, but S8R finally going to be able to find the objective. That's going to stop the time on the clock, the 102. 1 tick of progress going to be looking like it's a lock-in, but from a distance, going to be FDX finding a 2-piece. And that's going to be the defense shutting down that progress onto the A side.
All right, 24v24. Not much of an edge between the two. Once again, as per most control maps, I guess with the exception of Raid, relatively defensive sided. So getting any type of a life lead here on the offense would be huge. Team NZ not able to earn anything as of yet, and really need to stop the clock ASAP. Only 30 seconds remaining, and that's kind of your biggest opponent. Obviously, the live's starting to drop as well, but were it to come down to around 5, you want to have that edge. Finishing around an offense, especially with 0 objective captures, could be deadly. These lives don't mean a thing if they're not giving you any type of advantage later on, and they just can't really seem to find their way onto the objective. Finally, one slips through onto B. And that is going to be Viper, I believe. He is the one-man hold for the time being.
Yeah, he is indeed. And only person here to shut it down is going to be Cisco. Going to need some reinforcements. Able to shut down one. Viper has a little bit of backup on the back lines of medical. Both of them going to be shut down. That's going to be the time clock. Going to be continuing on. This 1 tick of progress has been captured. This might be the defending site. Again, I remember from when Control was added back in, this map extremely defensive oriented as we see it planning out. 15 or 16 v5, make it 3. As the scaffolding is going to be occupied by Marvel. He's got a pretty to rock and roll there for this next round.
As expected, defense dominating. Only 1 tick of progress. Once again, that's kind of your biggest issue right here, because now you see anything more than that go the way of Team Cisco, and that gives them a massive advantage off the start. Kairu's going to be able to hit 1 onto Neil to get things started. And this is what I expected to happen. Just lots of smoke onto that objective to give yourselves a chance of getting that locked down. Cisco hit him with the movement. Takes down 1 as Kairu drops. And a Pred dropping from above for Marvel. Nothing to be found. I don't know if that was a trophy or maybe just a swing and a miss. 26-26, and once again, no captures onto the objective so far. And unfortunately for Team NZ, S8 off to a much slower start than we've seen from him in most of the previous games.
We're almost there. Keep it up.
You know, I watched Marvel and Kairu just have an absolute mid-off for, I don't know, what seemed to be forever. Marvel takes the cake, though, able to take him down. Now has earned his Annihilator. Both reloading in that clip, too, as well. I know you missed it, but good God, bro, that was tough to watch. Unfortunately, Kairu is, again, a victim of Marvel, who is on a damn spree right now, Bobby. He's got 13 on board and 9 in the combo feed. That's just with the sniper.
Yeah, I don't think he's died yet. I think he's on 15-0 so far. I think he actually... He may have died 1 time, and I think he's on a 14 ever since then. So just stupid numbers out of him. And single-handedly giving his team a chance here on the offense. Lives equal, and the biggest thing, you already get a full capture over onto A. Spots out S8 up top, trying to get advantage off the peak, but he does get shut down. So some breathing room once again for Team NZ, but they've still got a lot of work to do. That's still 1:20. And even though you might get a win in the round, it's still a loss to a degree, having given up that much control on the objective.
Yep. EMP going to be go ahead and popped. Green light is through. Viper did have his Annie out before it, though. Nonetheless, isn't going to be able to find anything with it. So 5 shots left in the chamber. Not going to be able to clap anybody with it. Narc's going to be able to pick up the slack there as the defense is starting to fold a little bit better for themselves, but nonetheless, damage is done as that 8 tick of progress is done. There it goes. The post end of that clip, absolutely great for Viper, as we do see the offense down the 5. Can they get the job done with NZ and crew? Go ahead and pop in just every Annie that they have right now. I don't know. I think this is a misplay. You know, I know you take the round, but maybe a bit of overkill.
Yeah, and it definitely did not feel necessary. You have forced out some of that utility from the opposition, and you make sure to end the round with some streaks or whatnot, but Yeah, definitely feels like they could have found more value, especially given how much they struggled over on the offensive side last time. So we'll see what they're bringing to the table this time around. Still 2 operators charged, but could have been in a much more comfortable spot. I would anticipate a lot more smokes going down onto A, because you cannot afford to have a second round where you do not get a single tick of progress.
Yeah, can't afford that anymore. We'll see as the opener comes through. Neil and Cisco getting involved early on. The defense putting their foot on their throats. Oh, big kill for Minzy, who's going to be able to find his way, snaking it on through. Will it be enough to get the backlines? FDX going to be forced out, and surely enough, shuts down the pressure. No spawn traps here. No kind of progress on either of the objectives. And Viper's the only one that's out in the open, trying to make something happen towards this objective.
Everybody I switch to just immediately dies.
Guys,
Every single turn. So tough to get the read on. Lives going the way of Team NZ off the start. That bodes well for them, but once again, you've got to get these captures. They finally get somebody onto A right here. Neil on the top side, trying to do something to alleviate some of that pressure toward the front of spawn, and he's going to get spotted out. S8, maybe not his best map so far, but he's bounced back big time in this later round. Tucks away in a corner to find 3 more. My gosh. Now a 4 spree for him. Hunter Killer goes out. Postmortem still able to find 1. Narcs now getting pushed forward with that Annihilator. And that may be a round-saving play for Marvel right there to shut that down, because he could have done some crazy damage if he got through to spawn.
He did, but again, the pressure on towards that A side has opened up a little bit of a lane towards the B. And it's NZ, and a little bit of help there from Viper, who's able to find a 2-piece, looks into the spawn, finds another. And surely enough, we got 2 ticks of progress looking like it might come through. No, Viper's going to be left on an island by himself. Viking, the last standing for the defense as he gets shut down. And all of a sudden now, everything's flipped on its head. 13v8, the tides have turned. NZ and crew starting to finally pick up the slack.
And honestly, like, if you're Team Cisco, you almost want to feed these lives away to avoid any further objective captures. That is the last thing that you want. And Neil's running forward. He's actually going to opt to get one right here. But they've already gotten 4 ticks of progress. It looks like they're going to get another one right here. And he's actually going to try to stop this objective capture. It looks like for the time being, he's able to do so. As long as you're stopping the clock, it's big, but they've now made their way over to the opposite side, and they're getting the capture on B. He can't die, and they're just farming charge on those operators as well. They get a capture on 1, trying to make it a capture on both. He's not going to let that happen. Trying to see how many kills he can get, and that was played to perfection by Team NZ. That should give them the edge in that final round, assuming they can do a solid job here on defense.
Yeah, indeed. Viper's got a ready to go along with it. Picture perfect finish right there. Would have liked to see them get that B cap, but Neil, he knew it was up play. He knew what was going on. Surely enough, a first offensive round victory going in favor of Team NZ. Can they shut it out here? Don't have to worry about the overtime. It's very possible. 3 kills going in their favor. Viking gonna get shut down through the wall as the Annie from Viper has proved to be fruitful. My guy is absolutely dogging him right now as he's got 20 on board.
20 for him, make it 21, 19 for SA. Oh, they got him in the spawn trap. Oh, this one might be over. The Pred goes for 3 for Viper, and they are absolutely trapped right now, down 13 lives. Only seconds into the round, Viper continues to slip through, and he gets another Pred. The massacre ensues. FDX trying to break out a spawn. He's gonna drop as well. 1 by 1, they fall by the wayside. And with only seconds to open this round, they have already opened up a 12-life lead.
Wow. Somebody open a can of whoop. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. This has been an absolute gauntlet. One-sided if I've seen it so far in this series. And it just so happens on a round that they can shut it down and take the advantage. We might be seeing upper bracket reset here. 18v5, Bobby. This one, I don't like to count my eggs before they hatch, but ain't no way. S8R and NZ getting involved for 2, down to 2, FDX and Cisco, make it no-go. 3-1 victory. The boys bounce back after a devastating Search and Destroy victory, or Search and Destroy loss, rather, to a very dominant performance in the control.
Oh, man. Wow. I was not expecting that level of dominance, but once the control started to snowball for them, things got out of hand pretty quickly, and obviously Viper leading the way for them. Maybe not the most dominant tournament performance for him so far, but goes plus 10 right there. 156 on the impact score. There's really no way of knowing who's going to be MVP for that. Like, I legitimately have no idea. It's a coin flip at this point.
Mm-hmm.
On the opposite side, Viking just having a rough go of it. 12 and 22, certainly in the blender in that one. And that now pushes us to a map for going to be Summit Hardpoint. Going to be nice and mixy and chaotic. And we're probably going to see a lot of really bad gunfights.
Yes. Gotta point out, man, you know, earlier on I said Viper was going to be the X factor of a series, certain one. I wasn't wrong. I was early. Okay,
early.
He has progressed very well. As Schiff would say, yeah, I wasn't wrong. I was just early. In that sense, absolutely a dog of a performance there in both the search and the control. And you know, MVP performances so far. You could literally toss other names in a hat, and I'd be happy with whoever got it. But obviously, I think chat may have. I wouldn't say a biased opinion, but I hope they pick the best player for us. Maybe we do like a 50-50 of our prediction as well as theirs. Yeah, you know, we have a little bit of say, but we want chat to have a little bit of say too. And yeah, I'm looking forward to some of these crazy snipes in Summit.
All right. Well, we flip sides right here, chat. Keep in mind, even if we see a win here for Team NZ, the grand finals are not over. This is true double elimination format, which means that they have to win the grand finals effectively twice. A true double elimination bracket, that means the team coming out of the top. No losses coming into this one. You got to do it to them twice, and it's not going to be easy to do. But also, don't want to counter ducks before they hatch. So
exactly.
We'll get ready to load into the Summit Hardpoint. Should be a banger. I think we've only seen this one time so far, at least on main broadcast. So it was certainly a mixy one, and expecting nothing less heading here into the fourth map of our grand finals.
Yeah, I'm getting what's that? A little bit of relapse. Where do we go? Who was it that played the Summit? I'm trying to look it back in the notes. It was Team NZ who actually beat Zeke, which was a beatdown. It was 250 to 44. That was me picking Team Zeke and just, I mean, absolutely being wrong. You were completely right about that. I'll fess up when it's time. Can Team NZ do it again and take us to a bracket reset though? But to find out now, 2-1 is the series count. If you're just now tuning in, you missed out on a lot so far. You're gonna have to go back and rewatch it, but continue to do so afterwards, because you don't want to miss a bit of this action live. You don't want to be catching the content on Twitter and being like, damn, I missed that, and I wasn't able to share the excitement. This has been, I mean, well deserved for the content.
Also,
some
chat,
of these clips.
I have some very bad news.
Oh,
iPads have been banned for stage 3, so Bobby Bucket's Dino Nuggets is no more.
Rip.
Sorry,
when did you find?
Off topic, but I was scrolling Twitter and I saw that iPads are banned for stage 3, and it looks like my my competitive career, if you want to call it that, is now coming to a close. So we had a good run, guys. Fortunately, Bobby watches now anyway. I don't actually play the game anymore, so we're gonna have a lot more fun watching this one as we get into the Summit Hardpoint. Chaotic, to say the least, off the start here. It's going to be NZ sliding through. Neil with 2 more. And S8 in the top side, able to find the last one, as that gives them the breathing room for Team Cisco over here on the objective. NZ slides through, finding the contest, but S8 is there for the response.
Go. S8 there for the response. Last 30 seconds here. 16 to 5 and counting the feeds. Now going, and SAR is on a damn mix right here. Bro's putting up numbers. 6 off the bat. Has a Pretty to go along with it now. Trying to anticipate the spawns. Whoa, there's someone in your front door. Able to get the shots at 360. It's Chris, but it's not enough. The aim just not there. Kairu able to take them down before he is shut down himself.
on the top side on a 4 spree himself. Yet to die so far in this one, and I believe that's a Ryteg? And no, that's just a different legendary Locust that we're not used to seeing. I've just seen Locust Electron animations all day long, so I become accustomed to it, but Kyra in the top side trying to keep his spree alive. No scope connects. That's the pred earned. Opening hardpoint going the way of Team Cisco. Kyra's still on a 7 spree. Has been so tough to deal with. And one more directly behind. And somehow he's still staying alive. They shut him down, but that took them way longer than need be. S8 trying to do everything he can to lock down this objective, but it's Team Cisco finally in full control.
It is indeed. Vikings leading the pack there with 7 on the objective. Let's see if he can maintain it now. As everything has just been tossed at him all at once. Now Narc's going to be able to be putting a foot on the objective via the scaffolding. Let's see how much longer before the walkway is going to be crossed. Viking just playing as disciplined as he can. Gets a little antsy. Pays off there for the 2-piece. And that's going to be the last little bit of scrap time. 42 and counting. But the bad thing is his crew did not do a very good job of holding those back lines. And now they're going to be forced to play it from the front now as the backside spawns are, for the time being, in blue. But Viking can't be stopped.
He's giving them the work right now. Pred drops from Kairu from above, but not going to be able to shut him down. And now that's a Pred earned for Vikings. They don't have those backside spawns, but hasn't really seemed to need them. Unfortunate hit marker onto Viper after the crazy spree. Can't seem to connect. They flip out the spawns anyway. And Team Cisco very much in the driver's seat here. Cisco, Annihilator gonna pop. He's got 11, make it 12, and trying to work on some streaks of his own. Nobody gonna opt to go that bottom snow side either. Neil's cleaning up the rest of it as Viper drops from above. And S8 finally stops the bleeding, but my oh my. What an opening start here. They have come out with a vengeance.
Yeah, they have indeed. This one has been a bloodbath so far. 70-point lead in favor of Team Cisco, outswinging as they are needed. It's elimination right here. Well, not elimination, but you have to force the bracket reset if you don't win this game. And we'll see what pans out now. Viking and team trying to make something happen on the back lines. It is Marvel calling his number there with the Annie, but he is going to get shot from behind. And nonetheless, the opening advantage going to be in favor of Team Enzy. But how much longer can they hold it? Viking going to be absolutely canned as he makes the entry on through. The backline spawns as he just absolutely spawns right in front of... Who is that right back there? Oh, it was just a trophy. Never mind. Nonetheless.
Looks like... Oh, I thought that we were going to have Enzy slipping through to spawn. Big spree for him is Annie. And streaks are earned, but still... No hardpoint control. They have slowly chipped away at that lead, which was up to, what, 60, 70 at one point. FDX slips on through. Whoa. Slow start to this game, but the Annie's been untouchable for him. Would have had another right there if Neil didn't yoink it from him. Trying to find one more on the bottom side. That's going to be Kairu making his way into the hardpoint. Viper there to reinforce, and now scrap time goes the way of Team Enzy. So a lot of work to do, especially with how difficult it's been for teams to build sizable leads in these sniper-only hardpoint games. Oh my God, Viper. Another feed out of him. He's just spree after spree in this one. He hits the quick scope on the, I believe that was Cisco out of the sky as well. They hold that hardpoint control, but still the response is there, and the better the feeds go the way of Team Cisco.
Yeah, indeed. 50-point advantage rolling into it. Last 30 seconds. Viper trying to get his feet back into it now as S8 are going to be able to offer a little bit of support. They've got the objective for the time being. They need all this time to go ahead and recuperate this deficit. They're going to be able to do it for the time being. Marvel, oh, and get shut down. Viper just absolutely hitting the state right as he is needed. Neil, though, up top going to be able to shut him down as he's a part of that 4-piece. Kairu getting involved with 2. This one's just crazy again, Bobby. We started off hot. We are continuing hot. This one doesn't look like it's going to be coming down anytime soon.
No, and I'm surprised we're not seeing a little bit more smokes, but these guys are just very content to constantly 1v1 on the hard point and trust their aim to get them out on top. Viper spots one on the cross and actually gets it onto Viking, but actually trades out instantly. Kairu with some connection issues. We haven't seen that for many of the European players, but hopefully not something that persists Right now, Viper trying to flip out spawns. I don't think he realizes there's still one player behind, so he gets traded out. That's Viking coming through with kill number 20 on the board. And once again, it's just the consistency across the board for every single one of these players. Dark's the only one having a bad map right now, but we've seen him, even in the maps where he's not necessarily slaying out, contribute heavily with the objective play. Just needs to find an opening from his teammates to actually make his way on, and looks like there may be an opportunity for that right here.
Indeed, they're gonna have to play for these new spawns as well. P3, definitely one of those objectives where you gotta get there kind of early. Obviously, still a little bit of time to get the flip on through. You get all that scrap time, which is great, but you're not setting yourself up for future success. We'll see what can happen now as Viper, Narcs, and crew now try to buckle up for a good hit. Narcs gonna be able to find one. Viper gonna be able to find one. Narcs for the second. The back lines are compromised. Cisco, the only one alive here in this instance. Can he hold on for dear life? Can he hold on to the spawns? He's got his crew on the objective for the time being, and he's doing everything to stay alive at this moment.
We do have that Annihilator for Marvel as well, looking for additional support, but he gets shut down right there. Viper in the backside gets one and instantly pops the Annihilator as well. Spots Cisco running up Snowside. He's going to be able to find the kills regardless. It's all on to Viper to hold right here. He's going to be able to find two. Not enough to maintain control, and on to Narcs, but he's been their OBJ guy and finds two big-time kills as they continue to reel this one back in. 17 to his name, make it 18, and not showing any signs of slowing down. 108 seconds in the Hardpoint. He has been there pretty much every second of it along the way for his squad, and another big feat for him.
Yeah, indeed, but the bad thing is they really haven't done a good job of pumping these spawns out and dumping them. So they're going to have to battle on the back end. Late to the party. We'll see how much it pays off now as the first initial opening points going to be going in favor of Team Sisto. They're just going to be able to collect this for free, as you're going to be seeing a lot of fighting for the spawns on the back lines. Not necessarily a lot of contest on through. Narc's going to pop the ante. Looking to go big. Viking shut down. Neil able to get the frag in return, and just like that, the first 20 seconds, all Team Cisco's for the time being.
Wow, none of the Annihilators finding value as they drop one by one for both sides. Team Cisco still holding on to that lead, haven't really allowed too much of a dent in it, and with the way that these teams have played, especially 30 points is quite a good bit. There are very few full 60s, especially on a map like Summit, unless you're doing it on P2 and even, or rather P3. Even then, it is not easy to do. Viper turns around and absolutely smokes another. He is untouchable right now. That pred's been earned and could be big information, but he's actually going to opt to wrap lower. Snowside actually wraps back up, and maybe that delayed push will earn him a couple additional kills, as right now Marvel has absolutely no clue that he's there either. Spots out one more right there. Can't connect initially. But the no-scope goes as well. He's looking for another.
Don't let him
finally,
do it to you.
oh my God. Cisco finally takes him down.
All that, and we still got a deficit of about 10 points. We're finally starting to recuperate that. This one has been a nail-biter coming into the second set of hills. This third set, we are in for a treat. Looks like a lead still surmounting here for the side of Team Cisco. They want Game 5 desperately. They don't want the reset. Will they get it? 22 seconds in remaining. It's Kairu starting to pick up the slack too as he plays the objective. He gets the kills too. And Team Enzy doing everything they can to stay alive here in this hardpoint and keep the dream rolling. Big kills coming through for both, but it's Kairu with a masterful three-piece needed at a desperate time.
That lead is evaporating quickly. It is gone right as I say how difficult it is to erase a 30-point lead. They do exactly that. Enzy on 33, popping the Annihilator right here. It's Viper leading the way with 44 to his name. Enzy turning every direction possible. Does get shut down. S8 looking to slip through onto the objective and really playing the support for Narcs is going to be able to stay alive, and it's about to be pure chaos. It is smokes everywhere on the objective. Annihilator comes through, but it's double Preds. Narcs and Viper strike at the same time, and they want desperately to not only get that map control, but lock in the hard point as well. Big time flank right here, but spawns are still flipping out despite Enzy having this position toward green.
He does indeed, but he doesn't have anybody else on the cross that threshold. He's just gonna have to do the best to play his life. 18 seconds left to go, a lot of time to fight for. And now he's gonna be forced to push up, and this could be the wrong play and wrong timing. S8R now looking to go big, does have an annihilator for himself, looking to find something, but Neil finds him. Crossing the T's, dotting the I's. What is gonna happen? Everything is being accounted for. The backlines again in yellow. Team Cisco have the advantage. How long can they hold it for?
Cisco really trusted his teammates to lock down that backside. Marvel's there, able to find one. He backs up, repositions. Quickscope's just not connecting, and S8 gets the better of him. But they need to flip out those spawns, and not having a lot of success to do it. They look to force through the front side. With S8 finding a big kill right there, it's been crucial. And they actually do flip out the spawns. One's been able to slip through, and who else but Viper? Creating absolute havoc in the back line of those spawns. Does get shut down by FDX right here, but it's allowed a slight lead to build for Team NZ. Viking doing everything he can to keep this contested for the time being, but spawning in the backside is the worst case scenario right here for Team Cisco.
Yeah, they can't close it out here. We're guaranteed a P4. And the side of Team NZ continue to rack up the points. They've dumped the spawns on the backside. They got everything that they need to set up for new. Will they be able to execute though? Everybody's spawning back in. The contester through. Narc says, you can have it. 3 seconds left to go. We just need 11 to shut it down. And Viking is the only man on this side of the line of scrimmage. Can he go big? In a blender, he puts Viper. And he does keep the dream alive for the time being, Bobby, but only 10 seconds is needed. Nobody is there. This might be it.
Cisco had to be perfect with that annihilator. Shot does not connect. It's Viper in the top side. He's gonna hit marker right there, follows it up with the kill, just needs to get on the objective and shut him down. And it's a bloodbath. We've seen this a couple times before. Nobody wants to give anything up, just chuck smokes down and pray that you come out on top. NZ able to find 3 right there, and the cherry on top as Narc shuts him down. Ladies and gentlemen, we're headed to a bracket reset. Oh my god.
Oh man, I'm gonna need to take a lunch break. I'm gonna need to recoup. I've burned more calories sitting down than I think I ever have. That's crazy. A masterclass of a first set best 5. We don't go to the Search and Destroy to close it out. That hard point was just enough. And it was a dominant start there for Cisco. It felt like they were in the driver's seat for the longest, and then we get into that third set of hills, and it's like, hey, buddy, you remember me? I'm here. I'm inching my way back in it. We get a dominant hold on P1. We connect to P2. We get the spawn flip on the back of Viper, who dropped 50. Good God, ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't get your dosage of Call of Duty Mobile for the week out of these 2 days, I don't know what to tell you. We're going to have some more to come through after this reset, though.
Oh, man. Good spot to be. Once again, like, obviously you want the momentum, but to head into a full reset as well with the momentum is just absolutely crucial for Team NZ. Looking at the numbers, Viper plus 13. He has come online at the right time. Minute 26 in the hard point, and once again, you gotta have eyes on Narcs. Even when it looks like he's having a bad map, he's contributing so much. 21 capture kills, only goes -4 right there as well. And once again, like, he's the difference maker. He's probably not going to be your top fragger in most of these situations, but he is the difference in so many of these games that they've won so far.
Yeah, and he had probably one of the slowest starts that we've seen to date. I mean, it was just what, 12 kills through 2 sets of hills. That's a tough way, and then all of a sudden he just becomes this monster. I don't know if 12 kills is accurate, but I mean, just for dramatic effect, it felt like it was 12 kills. Still contesting at a pivotal time, impact at an all-time high. 21 capture kills is just downright ridiculous. He's done it consistently too throughout all the hard points that we've seen him play.
All right, we are gonna give Verdict a break because, oh my gosh. I did not anticipate, especially with the way that Team Cisco was playing, that we would see a bracket reset, but we have certainly been treated so far in this one, and it will, I would assume, continue to deliver. Once again, for those of you who don't know, bracket reset means true double elimination format. Team that comes out of the upper bracket, if you think about the way double elimination works, you still have to be defeated twice. So they've lost one time now. They've got to be taken down a second time. Team Cisco with an opportunity to redeem themselves. We'll head into a quick break. And whenever we get back, we will see the 100% definitive, certain decider of our sniper showdown.
Even with reinforcements, he's not going to be able to stay alive. FDX going to be able to find one. And just like that, it's down to 3. A hope and a dream. Bomb's made its way over. S8R is going to go ahead and stick it. No, he's not. He's going to be forced back. Nades are going to come through over the top. That's going to force the positioning. But nonetheless, the bomb plant does come through. 45 seconds on the clock. 3v4 for the hold.
And Narcs is pretty far out of position, so they find 2 to open here.
Oh my God.
making
Oh
plays.
my God.
He hits 3. Are you kidding me? Cisco's there for the trade, but now he needs a 1v3. Down than opposition, which has earned them a couple more offenses, even if it wasn't by a massive margin. Utility usage for breaking A is going to be so crucial. So they send the concussions over top. They get 1, or at least a piece of information right there. Marvel's going to slide on through, but Enzi just can't seem to find the frags. FDX waiting off the nade. Flash hits. Nobody there to trade off the kills, though, so they back up, and they've got pretty strong presence here on A side. Just a question of getting the bomb down, and with FDX still playing the backside. Timing doesn't go his way, but S8 is there. He's able to get 1. Should be able to get the plant down. Those outer angles covered. And no flank presence, but the kills go through. They get picked apart one by one, and now it's on to Viper. 1v3. The no-scope is there. He gets 3. An opportunity in a 1v4. Neil in the backside. Viper goes huge. Pops for Marvel right here. Smokes go down. And Neil's going to pick up the rest of the frags. S8 looking for the opening. Not a whole lot of time to work with. You need to at least get some contest time right here. S8 finds 1. Looking for another in the backside, but that's Cisco there to hold the line. They only need 9 more seconds, but it's Narc slipping through the OBJ main. And Kairu finds 2 more.
Oh, Narcs! What the hell? Slides through, finds 3, cleans the hill, backside spawns. Gonna be in favor of Team NZ. The front is where the push is coming. Cisco evaporated, dissolved. 5 seconds needed. Only 1 player here to contest. They are annihilated out of the equation. First round. First game, Bobby, 250 to 241. Narcs, you are in.
OBJ to get his team back into the lead. S8 slides on through, and they'll continue to lock in time as they make their way toward Graveyard. Once again, rotation advantage is there for Team Cisco, but we've seen some clean breaks as S8 is going to look to do the same once again. Shutdown, nobody occupying the hard point for the time being. Narc spread if he wants it, but likely won't see that come into play until that wrap back toward P2. Those spawns so important and can come into play big time with the right timing right here. Shots not connecting, a little bit shaky on the point, but Enzi's going to be able to make his way up to the top of that statue side, and he gets 2 straight. Looking to make it a 3rd. He does, yes indeed, to turn and burn onto Cisco, and the snipe on the FTX for the cherry on top. That's a 1-man squad wipe.
He's buried.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with our bracket reset. It seems like a lot of people are being educated on what double elimination means today, so I'm glad that we can be a source of information for you guys. Oh, man. It should be a banger of a... it's already been a banger of a grand finals. We have an opportunity to witness even more of a banger as we have all of our players ready to go heading into our bracket reset. it is interesting that people are so confused about this because I explained the entire thing multiple times throughout the weekend, but I understand this is new for some people. It is going to be another best of 5. Getting started with Hacienda, Firing Range, Raid. If we go to a map 3, or rather map 4, Combine. And if we round it out in a map 5, Tunisia, Search and Destroy. Team NZ handing Team Cisco their first loss of the tournament. And now an opportunity to bounce back and take the whole thing. Let us know in the comments who your pick is for MVP for the event, because right now it very much feels like a coin flip. I don't know if any of our admins have numbers for any of the matches that we've had so far, but we're all ready to go. So I think we would like to waste no more time and probably hop into this as quickly as possible. I think most of our players are ready up and good to go too. So Verdict, do you think that the momentum's going to continue to carry through for Team NZ?
God, I don't know how it couldn't, man. It's just like they've been riding that high ever since we saw them in the losers final, right? They got here on the backs of a 5th round overtime control, and it's like they really haven't looked in the rearview mirror since. Every map that they've played, they have won convincingly, as well as even the ones that they've lost, it took to overtime in the Search or Destroy. So I don't know, man. That last one was close for call, but again, it was still like, what, a 30-point advantage? I don't know what to expect out of this one. I don't know how you don't continue to ride that high. We'll see how it pans out now. As I can quit yapping and we can get to the shooting. Let's get it going. Here is the bracket reset, ladies and gentlemen. We're all educated on what double elimination means now. Let's see how we utilize it.
All right. It's been a roller coaster of a day so far. See if it continues to deliver, or if maybe the mental's in a rough spot for Team Cisco. I would imagine coming into that grand finals, they had to feel pretty confident. So going down that early, not a great sign for them. Nice and mixy on P1. Expected right here. It's smokes for days, and that's going to be Team Neil. Or not Team Neil. Neil picking up 2. It's going to be Team Cisco picking up the bulk of the kills. Break back in goes the way of Team NZ. Back and forth on P1 we go.
Yep, Kairu leading the pack there for the initial break, but it is, again, P1 out in the wide open. It's going to be highly contested, a lot of smokes, a lot of snaking, a lot of topside control. Who can do it better, as well as getting set up for new, is the name of the game. Right now, it's Kairu up top with 5. On the flip side of things, no one is close to that number as of right now, but things are starting to get a little bit closer as Neil picks up his 4th. As we see the motion over towards that garage site, it's going to be invested in blue. Will they be able to hold the lines of sight now? Is about 3 seconds left to go before they have to make their rotation.
Slow start for S8, which is not something we've seen terribly often. 0 kills for him in that first point. Viper sliding on through. He has not shown any signs of slowing down. Does get traded by Neil, who's got 7 on the board. And hardpoint control is there for NC's squad. Smokes go down. Chaos ensues. Excuse me. Good gracious. Allergic to the amount of kills that I'm seeing right now. And those driveway spawns are going to be tough to hold off with the smokes coming through. That is a 3-piece now for Team NZ. And even despite the slow start for S8, they've been able to pick up some hardpoint time, but not a convincing amount so far, as 30-point lead has already built for Team Cisco.
Big 3-piece to shut down the driveway spawns. Able to find a 4th, make it 5, 6, maybe? I don't know. He's going to have to get a reload off. Marvel says, hold my shot, buddy, as it clears off the ejected. Last 8 seconds going to be up for grabs, and it is going to be Team Cisco taking a commanding lead, rolling into that P3 rotation.
Hardpoint identified.
The setup, though, in yellow, it is going to be Team NZ there for days. Let's see if they can hold on to it.
NZ's trying to anchor these spawns away from well side right now. Has eyes on one. Teammates picking up the rest, and this is a good start, but I don't know if they got anybody to spawn back. They did. Big opportunity right now is Cisco's trying to clear out those spawns. Reinforcements do arrive. Annihilator pops, but he gets traded out. Huge kill out of NZ. Spawns. Looks like they're not going to flip, and Viper just farming. Going ham on it. Oh, Hunter Killer doesn't do any damage. Maybe a trophy system right there. and minimize the amount of damage done. Still phenomenal play out of Team NZ so far in this one, especially with him making sure to anchor those spawns, and the way they kept things clear has provided them a lot of time as they are already back into this one.
Yeah, great bounce back. Viking and FDX, or Viking rather, going to be popping the ante to clear off these last few seconds. Lead still going to be in the hands of Team Cisco, but a little bit of a comeback starting to brew, and everyone's starting to get clicking. SAR, only player kind of lacking behind, and he's had a hell of a day so far. Going to need to continue that same pressure if we're going to be able to see them take this reset for themselves. As we see, Narc's going to go ahead and opt to pop the Preddy. Let's see what he can find out of it. One inside. As one comes out, able to take the break, looking like it might be coming through. Let's see, the contest, it is an ante of their own. Marvel clearing off the staircase as well as the opening. SAR, the only person here to contest. Preddy comes through, Viper cleans house.
He's on 20 right now. He is coming for that MVP if he can by any means. 21 right there. And no signs of slowing down. Nobody in front of him, but reads towards spawn. Does get shut down by Marvel right there. Gives them a little bit of breathing room to make their way up to front of the point. FDX, one of the spear, gonna get shut down, but Marvel is there for the trades. Hit marker on the second. And shots just don't want to go, but Neil's gonna be there to clean it up. And once again, the Europeans doing the bulk of the damage. Tiny, tiny lead right here, but it's enough to work with right now as Viper just continues to run the lobby.
Oh man, that's tough. Marvel tosses the plane and it literally lands right in front of him. A little bit of sabotage, couldn't really control that one. AI, not really good there on the throw, but nonetheless, able to bounce back on through, clears the top side as well as the hill. Able to find a third piece too as well, but the hill is going to be occupied in yellow, and Narcs just doing what he does, baby. Objectively playing the objective, taking things into his own hand. And nonetheless, he's going to get shut down. And I mean, at any point, you can get any points off of it, you'll take it. As this has literally been, since the reset, only separated by about a handful of digits.
Marvel gonna slip through the top side to find one, trying to keep it contested, but once again, Viper has been that last line of defense so many times. He's already got the Annihilator charged as well. Trying to force those rock spawns, and nobody on the flank right here, so an opening, but Viking shuts him down. The other Indian in our grand finals putting in some work right here. Trades go through. Kairu, 23 on the board. Silently kind of putting up those same numbers that we've seen out of Viking. His Pred's gonna drop. Viper pops the Annihilator, but he's instantly shut down. No shots taken, so he should still get the charge back. But Enzi holding down that driveway control, and for the time being, he's gonna be able to keep things locked down as they force players through mid, and Viper's just gonna be able to farm off of it.
Oh my god, couldn't hit the fourth there, but clip is nasty. Oh, wastes the Annihilator, unfortunately, as he jumps in the water. Gets shut down. Lead at an all-time high for the team in the right. That's NZ and crew. Narcs leading the objective way, 160 seconds. And I'm sure all of his kills have been in or slightly around the hill.
50-point lead. Not a good spot to be if you're Team Cisco, and Viking finds one off the rotation right here. Not going to be able to make the second onto Viper, and he just continues to lead the way. The combination of aggression and aim that he's shown in this one so far is just unmatched for the rest of the competition. He's going to slide through. Spawns do actually flip toward the well side for the time being. One player still in the back line, and Viper finally shut down by the Hunter Killer, but the damage has been done. Reinforcements arrive for the opposition. Right here is Marvel. Annihilator going to pop right here. Looking for an angle over the top side. Finally earning the team some hard point time. And even with the spawns not flipping out quite yet, they will be able to keep control. Gonna deal with anybody looking to push from that top side. He does just that. Hunter Killer has been earned, and potentially more streaks on the way.
Let's see what he does. Chucks the paper plane. Shots from inside 10. Kairu looking to get a little mixy with it. Able to go ahead and slide on through. Is he going to be the next victim? A lot of jumping, a lot of hopping, a lot of skipping. It's Viking. Able to shut him down through the smoke. Players able to coexist for the time being. There's just too much movement. I'm not cracked enough to take anything out from here, but these guys doing their best to do so. 140 to 113. Lead still in the hand of Team NZ. They've got the setup here for new as well. Can they maintain it as the Predator missile comes through?
It has literally only been score streaks that have taken Viper out every turn. If it comes down to a sniper battle, he is winning it. Now 36 for him. FDX, not his best map. Same for Cisco. The two Garena players probably going to be at a ping disadvantage in every single one, but doing their best to keep the team in it. Narc's going to find two more right there. That Hunter Killer's been earned. Survival training gonna give him his vision. And he continues to be that OJ. He has over 3 minutes in the hard point. 200 seconds for him. They don't even have 200 seconds worth of hard point time. He's just running around for as long as he possibly can. And once again, being a difference maker in this matchup for that squad. Viper shut down off of the Annihilator early on, and if he took a shot right there, not going to get any charge back. So maybe a glimmer of hope for Team Cisco. But they just really seem to be in the blender right now in this one.
Oh, yeah, they do. Viking and FDX combining for the kill onto Viper, who has literally just been speed running this lobby with kills. 39 to his name. 170 to 116. Pressure starting to build. Cisco and squad, where you at? You need to get on the objective. Marble not able to hit the shots. FDX from a distance trying to piece him off. Is able to do so as the stun goes through the middle of the map. No hits, no dice, no joy. He's still content with playing the objective. A little bit of movement. Narc's going to be able to shut him down, and Narcs has just been an absolute nightmare to deal with on the objective as he delivers another blow.
Viper maintains that top side control, but maybe a little greedy for the kills right here. No interest in making his way onto that objective. You do try to flip out these spawns to have rotation toward new. It looks like he's going to be able to push through toward checkers. Not going to be able to connect off of those shots, though, and big kills do end up coming through for Team Cisco. Bad spawns, unfortunately, but they've got some presence here in Marvel. Should be able to ward off any opening push. It looks like they're all going to flood through the mid side and all onto Marvel to shut down this push. He finds the opening right there. A full 60 could work wonders for this squad. And Marvel's off to a good start, but the rest of the squad are going to have to hold the line as he drops.
Yeah, he does. Insert Viper into the equation. He's able to take down one, but Cisco able to shut him down finally. Neil looking for a little bit of stability. Able to shut down one with the Annihilator himself. Make it two. Driveway spawns. Absolutely feasting. Paper plane thrown. Able to get the godlike Viper wipe. 5 on board. And a big Hail Mary from the boys over at Team Cisco if they have been running a gauntlet here in the garage.
I mean, Neil has gone huge on this hard point specifically. Such big contributions. He and Marvel holding their own on that objective. Not letting anyone through in what was a 60-70 point game has now been drawn back in. Only 20 points. It's probably going to be 15 off the rotation, separating the two teams. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a game of Hardpoint. We'll see what Viking's able to do off the entry from the top side. He's got the best chance, and he finds one to open things up. They get that top side control, but instantly shut down by who else but Viper.
Ooh, Viper. Big kills. Entry coming through. Cisco looking like he might waste the Annihilator shots. Hasn't found anything with it as of yet. Content with contesting. And just shots, how are they not hitting? Finally able to find one after 4 whiffs. Very tough. Nonetheless, his team's there to have his back, as both players there are going to be wiped on through. Marvel trying to make something happen inside the 10. No dice. They're getting shut down, Bobby. This one's starting to get out of hand. 30 points and counting. Viper on a 47 bomb. Looking for 50. Getting greedy into the spawn. He goes. Viking gets saved by maybe just a little bit of an inch. Just a shot missed to the left. 219 to 180.
Kairu just continues to be such a force for this squad. He is on 50 and 29, and he's got 126 in the hard point, but that's nothing next to the 265 for Narcs. He is the captain of the hard point. He's keeping them in it right now. He's gotten them this lead. And right now, Team Cisco trying to do everything they can to punch a hole in it. Viking first shot not going to connect. Second won't follow as well, but Kills go through regardless, and they're chipping away slowly but surely. Operators ready to go. Viking trying to hold off that mid entry. Shuts down Viper right there. That's a great start. Another one onto S8. 2 demons taken off the table. That gives them some breathing room and may give them an opening to be able to take the lead.
Oh, things start to get a little bit out of hand. Lead now disappearing. Viper inserted into the equation, finds a 2-piece, but it's not enough. Cisco onto the objective. He goes. NZ does God's work, finds a 3-piece. He gets the wipe. Big! Almost gets the squad wipe. Marvel able to put his foot on the hill, and all of a sudden, we've got ourselves a 13-point game, rolling into what could possibly be the last kill of the game.
S8 finally starting to heat up for Team NZ. And a good time to do it. A lot of points bleeding away for them. Trying to see if he can find one more on that wrap through mid. He does, but instantly traded out by Marvel. And now the chaos on P1 ensues once again. Viper finding one, looking for 2, not meant to be. Neil, Annie, what can he find? Absolutely nothing. Kairu, 59 for him. 59 and 34 to be exact, and second most hardpoint time on the team. We haven't given him a lot of spotlight in this one, but he absolutely deserves it. His dominance has led them to only be 10 points away from the win, and it's going to take something crazy for Team Cisco to pull this one out. Now down 20 points, they find a break on, but Kairu, Annihilator in hand. He's shut down from above, but the trade's there. S8 goes big, trying to find a second, but the shots just aren't connecting. Viking is there, and they stop the bleeding for the time being. We're going to head on over to a P2.
It's an all-out scramble. Viper rather. Gonna go ahead and get the hop up. Into the water they go. 3 down. That is a wipe off of the objective. 10 seconds only needed. Where are the spawns at? They're split, spread all across. A long journey for everybody. Viking, the first one here, first one out. Next one enters the door. It's gonna get shut down. No, they're still contesting. 5 seconds and counting. Game 1 coming down to the wire. And certainly going to be up for grabs. It looks like Team NZ is going to be able to take his Narcs, continuing his reign of terror inside the objective. Neil, the last hope. Neil, able to take 2. Able to keep the dream alive. Narxo, still alive himself. And it's a scramble. It's a flip of a coin. Who's going to be able to take it?
How did Narc stay alive for that long? Are you kidding me? Viper breaks in. That's the final kill to seal the deal. 250 to 232. The hard points continue to deliver. Are you kidding me?
68.
Stand down.
Wow.
And obviously it didn't count all the contest time, but Narcs with 2 minutes and 43 seconds in the hard point. Cannot be understated the impact that he has had on these games.
I'm in shambles right now. What are we watching here? It's just like a heavyweight boxing match, and everybody's landing haymakers, and just nobody's staying down. 28 capture kills there for Narcs. Only person to beat him there in that one was Neil, and Neil did everything he could.
Bro, he did.
All the way up to the end. Just straight dogging it, man. 45 and 46, 223. I mean, I don't know. Kairu with 68, though. That is just absurd.
No, they
as well with Viper 59.
They got outslayed so hard.
Oh,
the
yeah.
fact that remotely close was a miracle that Neil pretty much, I won't say he single-handedly pulled it off. Neil, Viking, and Marvel, obviously all major contributions. And once again, like, we knew coming into this one, servers were going to play a factor in having 2 players on your team from Garena, probably not giving any type of advantage for Team Cisco. So obviously, you'd like to see them go more positive. I mean, FTX went minus 24 right there, and obviously you don't want to see that happen, but still able to contribute enough to keep things close. It was just not enough in the face of 68 and 37 from Kairu, 59 and 47 from Viper, and just an OBJ masterclass out of Narcs.
Wow. Good God. Said I was going to pace myself today, but I feel like I've just and we're just continue to get bangers after bangers after bangers. Let them eat. That was absolutely a masterclass again after, map after map after map. First strike coming through for Team NZ. as they take the advantage here in the bracket reset. They made a hell of a losers bracket run today. They started off their night with what, a 2-0 from the team that they're facing now, and they have not lost but one map to them so far. Is that going to continue on as we get into possibly their weakest game mode, which is still very strong? Search or Destroy on firing range.
Yeah, no question about it. I don't think that, and that's the one thing that you can kind of point to. I don't think that Team Cisco have lost a Search and Destroy yet. So
they haven't.
You've kind of got that in your back pocket. Obviously, you don't want to lose the opening map, but you've put yourself in a good position to at least equalize. And I think a lot of it could potentially just come down to the control as the swing mode. Obviously, we saw it go Team NZ's way the first time around, but Raid plays very, very different from Takeoff, and could be a very different recipe for this squad. Obviously, first you got to take the firing range search, but even then, if we go to a map 4, it's not a foregone conclusion. These hard points have come down to the wire every time.
No, absolutely. You're absolutely right. They've been high-scoring games. They have been high-kill games. They have been everything that Call of Duty Mobile is about, and we're getting it in the form of a sniper tournament that has just absolutely delivered. I am severely impressed. You guys are COD gods with this, with the Locust, with whatever gun you decide to choose. Primarily Locust Electron, though. And then a few, Nautilus here and there. But nonetheless, it's just been superior gameplay from beginning to end. We're getting to one of our last maps of the night. Will it be a sweep? I want to see another Hardpoint. I think I got a little bit left in the tank for it.
Chat's saying that Viper and S8 are on 100 MS. I'm 90% sure that's not possible, because I'm pretty sure we're playing EU servers, and neither of those guys would be, unless they're just on bad internet. They would not be on 100 MS. I'm not saying they're not at a disadvantage, but probably not on the same ping that FDX and Cisco are on. Once again, doing the best that we can with what we've got, and these guys have certainly delivered at every turn. FDX going to be there to find the opener, and once again, he was kind of the X factor for them in that last search and destroy. He finds another off the nade as well, and this time around, don't really have to brute force your way through. You can use your head a little bit more, and it certainly delivers to open things up in this round.
Yes, 2 on board for the Madman. Held the team back there in that hard point nonetheless. Delivering here in the search. First 40 seconds on through. 2 kills for none. We just start to get the tacticals and everything thrown on through. Inside of the trailer is FDX. On the outskirts is S8. See if you can find anything. FDX looking for the ace. My guy's got 3 in front of him. Oh my god! Cisco at a distance. Going to be able to shut him down. FDX Reinater is done. Arcs absolutely eviscerated. The 1-0 lead in favor of the squad that hasn't lost a search and destroy map yet.
Yep. Expected result right there. FDX able to contribute a lot more strategically, especially. I think that's what he brings to the table and gives them an edge here in the search and destroy. So this time it's going to be a full send onto the A site for Team NZ. S8 going to find the opener onto FDX. Phenomenal start right there. Narcs is there to watch the flank. And they've got solid map control. They've got the bomb down right here. It's going to be all onto the utility for Team Cisco to open this up, but with Viper finding one, it's Cisco with the only response on the opposition. It's basically going to have to be a 1v5 for him. Kairu tries to slip on through, and Cisco not going to be able to connect right there. just play with his food at this point.
Yeah, there we go. NZ was there for moral support. Nonetheless, Kairu gets the job done. Opposing team striking back rather quickly. We're getting some jabs tossed here early in this match. I love to see it, as you'd love to see more than 3 games here on this bracket reset, but hey, whatever happens, happens. Smokes on through, payoff round. It's Marvel calling his number, able to open up with the first blood. Kairu did damage last round, not able to do anything here in this one. FDX getting an 8 as well as the utilities at an all-time high. Viper able to get the trade.
Marvel can't quite hit the flick onto Viper, and he's able to entry with another. That gives the advantage. I guess reels things back in. I guess they'd only lost one player off the start. He finds yet another right there. That's 5 kills on the board. Viking shuts down 1. Pressure onto S8 and Narcs to hold the line. Narcs finds 1. S8, shot's not connecting this time around, but he's going to be saved by his teammate, and he's there to close it out. As it is once again a round going the way of Team NZ. And maybe the momentum will stay with them this time in the search and destroy as well.
Well, they've been clutch here on these last 2 rounds.
Destroy the objective.
S8R picking up the slack when it's needed most. Narcs goes massive for a 2-piece. Payoff round. Another quick hit over towards the A side. Util all thrown towards the middle of the map as well. Nade shot gonna get bunkered from the defending side. They got 2 there as everything's kind of forcing back. Attack not going to be committing towards that A site, and Viper looking for a little bit of leeway on towards this jungle site. And the defense, well, they kind of got the aggressive, or they got the approach perfectly, allocating players back over towards it. Neil able to open up the first, FDX with a second. Viper and S8R there for the trades, make it 3v3 now.
Bro, Viper's just not missing
Dogging
right
it.
now. 7 kills through 4 rounds right here, and still a couple players alive. It looks like Cisco gonna hit the wrap back. Shouldn't know that Viper's there, and they have this read on the play through American. Here's the audio cue. Quick scope connects, but it's only for a hit marker. The follow-up's there, and now all down to Narcs for the 1v2. Not gonna happen. Neil's there to shut him down, and back and forth we go. Team Cisco takes their second round.
Okay, good read. Comms there, they're fluid. Cisco did a great job of playing his life to the max.
Destroy
But Neil lurked perfectly through sandbags, waited for that bomb plane to go down. S8 was just free game. Absolute cinema so far here in the search and destroy as we are tied up, rolling into the last 2 rounds of it. Cisco and Marvel open up with the first bloods. Wall bangs to go along with it. Viper, the demon, out. Kairu not going to be able to get a chance to fire off on all cylinders either. We'll see the defense just kind of swallow them whole here. Only 3 players left standing on the right side of the screen.
Looked like FDX had the read on the player's top wood, but the wall bangs don't connect there. Eyes onto Narcs. Ballsy peek right there, but maybe kind of banking on the desync, giving him a bit of an advantage. And once again, I'm surprised S8's staying in this position. There's just bullets whizzing past him one after another. NZ finding the frag right there to bring things back in, but it's all down to him and Narcs. 2v4 right here, bombs in hand. Just banking on the smoke, giving them some breathing room. Nobody pushing that front barrel side. The bomb's going to go down right here as Team Cisco content to play for the retake. Wrap in back toward bathrooms. NZ needs to find one to open things up right here. Oh,
They chuck NZ's
the wall
shut
bang.
down.
Narc's not going to be able to make it happen.
Yep, no harm, no foul. 2v4 clutch up. Not happening here. This is a different map. Firing range, just a
Get ready for the next round.
OG classic one. We know all the Wongbang spots. We know all the hold spots. Only certain area you could be in after getting that bomb plant down, and they rush the site effectively. So
Destroy the objective.
3-2 as we get geared up for the last attacking round here for the boys and gals over at Team NZ. Can they even us up? Oh, we see the lead continue to go in favor of Team Cisco, who has not lost his search and destroy map yet. Will that change anytime soon? Marvel says first blood king. 4 on board for him as Viper yet again kept to a minimum of damage.
Great start right here as FDX finds yet another. Brings it into a 5v3. That was actually the bomb carrier as well. And that may have been that wallbang toward top wood that FDX was trying to hit previously. Definitely saw somebody toward the side of wood. Bags things up. Now content to let the round come to him. Narc's going to be able to find one onto Cisco. Another pick right here. Could potentially be a big opportunity for Team NZ. 2 players going across. Utility over the top. Will it connect? Not quite. FDX staying alive and staying stealthy. Still waiting for that first point of contact, and it will be here. He connects. Nil finds one as well. On to NZ for the 1v4. Finds that first frag, but nothing going to be made easy for him.
No, not indeed. Only thing he's got going for him is he's got the bomb in his hand. A is completely wide open. It looks like Marvel doesn't really have an angle. Does suspect him going through trailer. Callouts are there. There goes the remaining of the defense to go ahead and collect his soul. 20 seconds to his name. Enzi gonna be met with a force there. Chew as Viking doesn't see it, catches him off guard, and keeps the dream alive. Will they be able to get in position to get this bomb plant down?
It's gonna be tough. They've got really good info on where he is. It's just gonna be onto the timing, and he gets the bomb down and gets away. Now an opportunity as he hit markers onto Marvel, and he wraps the backside. Marvel doesn't read this, but the shot doesn't connect. EU versus EU, but Neil shuts it down, and the 1v4 is not meant to be.
Okay. That's tough. I mean, that's a tough ass. Like, the fact that he got that far
Nice work.
into the round is crazy, but ask him of a 1v4 where he takes down Marvel. And he takes down the other, I mean, it wasn't very likely. Tough one to go. The captain
We got the bomb.
falls short of getting the clutch now as we flip sides. 4-2. Smokes on through the middle of the map. Utility chucked at a crazy amount to the backside. Marvel, again, piecing him up. Finds the first blood. And that's going to be the opening on towards the B side is to go ahead and bomb rush the site.
Kairu, opportunity right here, does get shut down. Cisco, big time kill. Gives them the man advantage once again, but Narcs is there for the response. Been big with 6 kills so far in this one. Looking to add some more to it. Viper has really been completely equalized ever since those opening couple of rounds. He's been on 7 for 3-4 rounds at this point. Both teams just completely locked down on the B side. It's really going to be on to that first point of contact. Neil with an opportunity right here. No wall banks connect. S8 actually 1 HP here on top of 10, and now a bit of waiting game over on the B side, although S8 could potentially opt to hit a wrap. It looks like all the angles are covered, and big flank right here is going to be Neil making the wrap to take down Enzi.
That's just such an odd angle to hold and nobody having your tires. It was basically free. S8R now in a 1v3 clutch position. 39 seconds left to go on the clock. Bomb's going to be dropped. No, it hasn't been gone down. S8R going to be spoiled. Viking
Ready for the next round.
letting the lead roll. As that's what, 3 rounds in a row there for Team Cisco. They're really starting to light up this search and destroy. Things starting to become unreachable here. Got to really dig deep if you are the side of Team Enzi if you want to have a chance in this search and destroy.
All right. S8 looking for a shot right here. Nothing going to connect over top. And really need to find a round right here. Going down to 6-2. Got to be nearly unwinnable. 5-3 just becomes so much more manageable. And once again, you kind of give up the site for free. And with the way the retakes have looked,
Bomb has been planted.
can't feel too terribly confident about it. Cisco's able to find one onto Enzi right there, and once again, you find yourself at the man disadvantage. It's a tough time executing in the search and destroy with the amount of talent that you got on the opposition. 3v5 goes the retake. And it was on to Narcs to try to find one there on the flank. Nothing going to connect, and only 20 seconds remaining. You got to be perfect.
Yeah, you do. Viper's still alive. There's a dream. He's able to find one. Narc shut down. Viking, big 2-piece as well. Neil, we're on map point, chat. This one going relatively quick. And not at all like the Metropolis that we saw earlier that went to, what was that? I don't know, maybe like almost 20 rounds. Not quite 20 rounds, but up there. Maybe 18, if my math's mathing.
All right, S8 looking for something, anything. Wall banks have not been connecting. Not a whole lot of entry frags. And there it is. Neil strikes again. That first blood goes the way of Team Cisco. They've been in the driver's seat for the entirety of the search and destroy. Pretty much every search and destroy they've played so far. Obviously, we had a close one last time around, but the odds not looking good. S8, big time kill to equalize. 4v4 we go. And neither team really getting too aggressive right here, so the bomb's going to go down, looking for the retake. Kairu's able to find one. He has been basically non-existent so far in this one, so if he can find a couple picks, and should have seen FDX barrel right there, hits the no-scope. Vikings kind of all alone on the site, but able to take one down regardless, and all onto Marvel holding this back bathroom spot. Finds one right there and an opportunity. He shuts him down. Marvel clutching up to take the map.
That pretty much summed up all of that search and destroy right there. Marvel eating them alive. 1v2 clutch for the boys. 7-2 victory. Team Cisco striking back quickly there in the search and destroy. And in the grand finals reset, we are all tied up, one apiece.
Oh, man. I didn't realize what I was committing to with this bracket race.
All right. I know. Hey, we're in it for the long haul, though. We've already committed already.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm not tapping out yet. I'm telling you, I'm getting there. But
you know, I put 3 waters in the fridge earlier, and I've only knocked out 2, so I've still got time left. Neil, 9-4 right there, leading the way. I don't think we got his POV a whole lot, but couple of entry frags for him, 4 for Marvel. He's done that so consistently for his squad so far in this one, and maybe not the best map for Viking, but win's a win regardless. 6-5, still far from a poor performance. On the flip side, like, once again, Viper contributing as much as he possibly can despite his team's struggles there on that map. That was across the board, probably one of the weaker searches that we've seen out of that team. I would say especially for NC, because I feel like last time around, I think they were up against Team Ganeth, and that was one of his better maps. So a little bit surprising, but we'll see if they can regain as we get ready to head into the control. And once again, that is going to be on Raid this time around.
Here we go. Heading over to the lovely Hollywood Hills of California. Who's going to take the advantage based off of the slaying power? You definitely got to favor the side of Team NZ. They just overall in the hard points have looked better with the gunny, hands down. And then we saw the last control was not even close after that first round. It was just an absolute abomination, and Viper leading the pack there too. So let's see what we got on board now. As everybody's readied up, we're gearing up for our last control of the series, of the tournament. This is it. This is their last chance if you want to take a victory. We haven't seen them do so yet. As a matter of fact, they've only won search and destroy so far in this series, and in the last. You got to make sure that you put your best foot forward if you're Cisco.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like the swing mode, like win the control and likely win the series based off the way the previous maps have gone for these teams. Obviously, we got different maps in the rotation, but the result of those maps has been relatively predictable. Obviously, last time it was Team NZ getting the edge in that crossfire control, but really down the wire. Actually, no, that wasn't even in this matchup. Wait. I don't know. All the maps are getting mixed up. Takeoff is where they took the win. And it was pretty convincing there in the takeoff. It ended up snowballing more than I expected. So we'll see if Team Cisco can bounce back. Just waiting for him to ready up, and it looks like he is good to go. So we should be good for map number 3 of our bracket reset.
Okay, how upsetting is this if NZ just absolutely owns all of the respawn modes, and they make just a terrific run through the lower bracket. Started their day off in the higher, or in the upper rather. Get sent down by the team that the very team that they're facing right now. How poetic it has been. They take us to a bracket reset. We're getting the control guaranteed. Copy pasta from the last series, maybe. We'll find out now as we're going to go ahead and jump into it. Hollywood Hills, California. It's the Raid game number 3. On the defending side, it's going to be Team NZ and crew. Let's see how those gunnies get hot early on. Marvel able to put the first blood as Viper bites the bullet. Looking like they're going to be able to get a little bit of map control here early on.
28 fights 27, make it 27v27, and you usually expect to see one aggressive push toward one side. Doesn't work out. Hit the wrap back, and Viper going big off the start once again. 3 kills already for him. I've seen a lot of people talk about Viper's not a sniper man. Did y'all not see Viper play CDSI last year? Like this dude has been that guy with a sniper for a long time. He might not be the current sniper mate for his squad, but he can snipe for any COD Mobile squad on the face of the planet. There's no question about it. The lives get equalized pretty much instantaneously. And Cisco's going to get the read, but unfortunate hit markers. It looks like he may have actually come in contact with the wall right there. He's going to get shut down by Kairu. Peeker's advantage ends up working out. Viper from the top side trying to shut down the A push right here, but no info to work with. May have seen Neil in the backside, but you really would like to stop this capture, and they take a long time to do it. Viking finally shut down. Neil slides on through, and he's going to look to get the rest of this time locked in. Kairu from the top side. Big shots right there, but A objective goes through regardless.
Yeah, objectively one of the hardest ones to capture here on this map, too. We'll see if they can get the life count under control now as everything's starting to come to a head. 12v12, make it 11v11. Things starting to get a little quick now. You got to slow it down. Don't have to rush this one as Cisco is able to find the respawn kill. The bad thing is it's forcing the spawns over towards that ring site, and that's exactly what you don't want to see. We'll see if they can get a little bit of map control on the backside afterwards. The post capture positioning hasn't really been fruitful. We'll see if they can just take the kills to go along with it.
Viper trying to hit jump shots onto Marvel. Takes him off of it right there. So they keep things locked down. Thought he spotted one over the top side, but maybe a different POV of that slide. So now the opening is here. Marvel trying to make his way onto the objective. Hit marker for Viper is not great at that time, but they got to be perfect the rest of the way through. 4v6, no respawns remaining. Really all onto Marvel to make the play right here. Concuss hits. Do they have any mid-map presence? There's not really a ton. One's wrapping all the way through to spawn, but he's investing a ton of time. That's going to be Enzi, and if he can get here to stop things in time, could pay off. The nades go over top. And once again, it has been all Marvel, and it looks like he's going to read that driveway push, but unfortunately, timing does not go his way. FDX shut down as well in the opening round. Goes the way of Team Enzi once again.
Here we go. That one came down to a nail biter. And again, it's just post-capture positioning. They didn't do a great job of spreading themselves throughout the map. It was all just a heavy investment towards that court side, which, you know, pushes those spawns towards the ring, which is right there on the objective. So it's impossible to get any kind of control once that happens. Nonetheless, they fall victim to a little bit of out of position, out of play. Right now they're getting outplayed as well on towards this objective. B, one tick of progress in, minute 17 left to go on the clock. Kairu tries to branch out, and that's exactly what you want to get, but the execution just not there. Able to get the second tick of progress as well. Now it's all up to Cisco to maybe find some kind of damage control here with their Annihilator.
Also not a great sign for Team Cisco that there are 4 operators charged and ready to go for Team Enzi. They've already got a massive life lead, and Cisco has found 0 value out of this Annihilator so far. Does find one onto S8, but needs to find more. Charge is about gone. It looks like it's going to be a 2-piece, and at least he keeps his life, so not the end of the world. FDX, I don't know if this is this might be a spawn trap that they're trying to set up right here. They've got players in positioning to do it. They just can't seem to find any of the kills, and unfortunately, that's going to mean, for the most part, pretty much a wasted Annihilator. Actually, not trying to set up. No, they were trying to set up the spawn trap, and
yeah, they were.
Just nothing out of it.
No, nothing out of it. Out of position. Obviously, they kind of nerfed that spawn trap slightly. Still effective if you're in the right place at the right time. Obviously, they took a little bit of time to make it happen. And unfortunately, it just kind of crumbles underneath them. Nothing to be found out of it. Spawns now going to be, or people are going to be now sent back to the spawn as Vikings trying to pull something back as he's able to find his third, make it his second rather. Enzi able to shut him down, and that might be the floodgates. 17v9. Second tick of progress solidified. Third, they're working on it. It is Enzi who is going to be able to put his foot on the objective for a little while. But here comes the cavalry. Viking and crew trying to shut it down. Can they do the deed? 13v4, Bobby. This one is getting, I mean, way out of hand. Way too quick.
Yeah, Viper is single-handedly putting them in the blender. He farms, what, 6 off the spawn right there. Neil doing his best to keep things locked down here on the objective, but, I mean, 3v11, that's a good start. He and Marvel do a big portion of the damage, but once again, there's only so much you can do, especially with no respawns. Marvel's going to be able to find 2 right there. My oh my, I don't know how he's actually still alive in this one, but trying to defend that objective for an entire minute is going to be near impossible. Finds another one on Denarx, finally put out of his misery. And it seems like there's a chance Team NZ could run away with this one. Once again, hard points have been close, but they've taken the edge in the majority of them, and right now seems like they're going to run away with another control as well.
Oh yeah, boy. You know, as when we were starting to stream out, I was like looking at the time when this grand final started. I was like, man, we might get done before noon Central Time, 1 Eastern. Boy, was I wrong. We're heading on to 2 Eastern, and this one still has potential to go the distance. Not this control in particular, unless they complete the reverse, which I'm all game for. Chances that happen are highly unlikely, just based off how we've seen these first 2 rounds play through. But anything is possible. Hunter Killer up in the air, Neil and crew capturing as much time as possible. We'll see what kind of post-capture kills and positioning they can get. This is where their downfall was the first time around. Looks like they're going to be learning from their mistakes, though. Question mark?
Maybe? Would seem to be the case. At least a stronger start, and they are just catching fire, maybe at the perfect time. It's never over till it's over. Viking's going to find 2 more with the Hunter Killer right there, so he's sitting on a little spree, trying to get the pred. Nothing to be earned, but once again, that 10 life lead early on. Very, very good sign for them. They've already got A locked in as well, and literally nobody remotely close on B. I'm not really sure what's happening for Team NZ. Maybe they got a little bit overconfident in the round and weren't locked in right there, but they are getting smoked off the map. 25 versus 10. And this has been about as one-sided as it gets. It's not even like a spawn trap or anything. They just have not won a gunfight. I'm not really entirely sure what's happening.
Okay. We're left twiddling our thumbs. I'll shut my pie hole. Completely different night and day rounds as we just saw.
What?
First round on the offense. I mean, they capture A, yeah, but literally do nothing. Take it super slow. Don't get any kind of post-capturing map control. And all of a sudden, they just can't lose a gunfight. Only drop 5 bodies the whole entire round. Right now, they're investing a lot on towards this B site. And boy, oh boy, were they wrong. Marvel able to shut down one as he's got the Annie. Is going to get shut down immediately after. Here comes the Preddy. Nothing yielded. Only intel. And it's Narcs and crew now trying to take control of the basketball court as well as that first stick of progress.
Cisco popping Annie here in spawn. Seems like they've got the read on him. Nobody wants to peek that backside angle, but Viper peeking over top should have had eyes on him. Either player able to connect, but now he's got to do it with the sniper. Does it anyway. Big shot onto NZ. Viper says nothing more than that here, sir. Looks like they will be able to get A locked in early on. They get that life lead. Now an opportunity to put it away. I didn't know if they were going to troll the entire series or if it was just that one map that they didn't feel like trying on. But regardless, FTX able to equalize those lives a little bit, and the round's still far from over.
It is. First tick of progress still not coming through onto the B site. They're clearing all odds and ends. S8R now. Annie out for the ready. Able to clear out 2. Can he make it 3? Does indeed make it 4. And now is going to go ahead and push up inside of the spawns. He's going crazy, Bobby. Can he follow it up with the snipes? Unfortunately, no. It's going to be Enzi who's going to be able to find him and take him out in the movement. Good God. These guys are still cracked after how many hours of gameplay?
I don't even know. This has got to be like map number 15 on the day or something for Team Enzi, but they are not slowing down one bit. Kairu farming those last couple of kills. It's a 17-0 round to clean things up right here, and they will take the win here in the control, and now 1 map away from being crowned your Sniper Showdown champions.
Like that dramatic voice you did. That was great.
Thanks.
Second time you've done it. It's hey, I'm here for it, buddy. I'm here for it. I love it.
Whew.
Let's take a look at the post-action report. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It got a bit rocky there towards the middle of that match, but everything started to come back in.
It's a draw.
Is Team NZ only dropping 1 round? And that 1 round was pretty devastating too. Like they only killed 5 people. That's tough, but it's a great way to bounce back. It'll just show you it's not over until it's over. 23 and 18 for Kairu. He is not a search and destroy god. He is absolutely on point for anything respawn related, though, as he does lead the pack, having the highest impact as well as the most kills in the lobby. Enzi, man, I gotta say, I gotta commend him, man. Dog has got it in him. 18 and 16. He has been consistently on top of the leaderboard, regardless of what game mode it is for his squad.
All right, chat. Well, we're getting ready to head into what could potentially be the last map of the tournament. Start submitting your nominations for tournament MVP, because I still don't know who we're giving it to. Could be Kairu. I think you could make an argument it could be Narcs, it could be Viper, it could be S8. You could even argue it was Enzi. Like, I legitimately don't know who to give the edge to. It is best of 5. That is now the 2-1 lead in the series. And I'm not sure if we've seen Team Enzi drop a hard point so far.
Yeah, at the beginning of the day, they lost to Cisco.
That's right, they did.
They did. Take a look at my notes here. I don't have notes. I just got to run a show. This will provide me with the greatest of intel. And even then, it was still a close map, but we haven't seen a blowout on Hardpoint as of yet. Literally 18 points or less has been the deficit for these two teams. 18 points separating them from that first map win, as well as 18 points is what they were favored in their first map of the series. So scratch that. I just throw it all out the window. 250 to 216 Hardpoint win on Summit for Enzi in that first series too. So that was the largest deficit. Still, I mean, you're in the 200s. That's a great map.
I asked chat for tournament MVP, and everybody's saying 3 different names in their comments. So chat doesn't even know who the MVP should be. Could potentially come down to this last map. And once again, it's not over yet, but it's looking like a strong start for Team Enzi here in the series, and having already taken that one match, or rather, yeah, one match in the bracket reset. Gotta think bodes well for them. S8 on the back side, trying to farm a couple of extra kills. Neil slides on through to shut that down, and strong initial presence on those outer edges. Looks like Neil had that lined up to perfection, but shot's not gonna connect right there. He finally gets the last one.
Oh yeah, that was tough to watch, but hey, it be like that sometimes. 100 killer there earned for Neil. He starts off hot with a 6-kill feed. The team absolutely reaping the benefits of that too, as well, as they've taken a little bit of a lead rolling into this P2 setup. SAR and them are going to just go ahead and cut their losses and make sure they keep these backside spots, but Neil can't be denied. Able to clear it out. Paper plane on the ready. Tosses it on out. Narc just always there to reciprocate.
Viper slides on through to find another, and that's some clearance onto the hard point, trying to push out those front side. Monitor died. Monitor died. 1 second, chat. Monitor died. All right, we got it fixed. Sorry, don't know why that happened. We're good. We're chilling. Hopefully nothing outside of that going wrong. And it looks like we were all tied up at 29-29 right here, but pretty strong presence for Team Enzi. They're locking in time.
This is it. This is the last run. If Team Enzi is able to shut it down, they will be crowned champions. Marbling crew on the left-hand side of the screen. They are fighting for their lives, and right now they're going to do a better job. 20 seconds left to go here in this P2 opener. Some shots being missed there from Viking as he whiffs. And a plethora of players inside of the objective, though, is still alive. As Cisco, the captain, trying to contest as much as he could. Got caught flat-footed. Nonetheless, sent back to the spawn as we see everyone starting to dive over towards that P3 objective. The bottom side of this next building is going to be huge.
30-point lead built off of that slow start. Big time control of the spawns. It's going to be, I believe, Enzi actually going big to clear out the inside of the hard point, and now trying to push out the backside. I don't think he realizes how many people are back there. FDX spawning in to win a big one. And it looks like they're just going to look to hold from the front. 2 Annihilators already shut down for Team Enzi, but Viper is there, keeping things in control. Hit Parker off the hip fire. Once again, contest after contest. So tight right here. Nobody getting much of an edge, and especially with those spawns flipping out maybe an opportunity to take the scrap for Team NZ. Kairu needs to get one right there, and it's not going to happen.
Oh, Neil wasted the Annie. As soon as it's popped, he gets dropped. Did take a shot, so he won't get it back. And on the objective we go. NZ crew clearing it off the staircase. Only one left to deal with in Marvel. He is dumpstered. 4 in the feed. Make it 5. It's a complete wipe. Everyone now scrambling over towards this P4 objective. A little more open than we were used to. Let's see who's going to be able to take the advantage. As Viper now popping Annie for himself.
Unfortunate hit marker for FDX right there. Oh my gosh. And now the monitor that died is turning back on. Chat, I apologize. It's bugging out the stream and sending me up a wall at the worst time possible. All right, we're back. S8 finding 2 right there. He goes on a crazy feed. Pops the Annihilator as well. Looking for one more. FDX. Nobody wants to win the gunfight. The movement's too much. And it just stays contested. And they said, you know what? I'll see you another day.
Oh, man. This is what this hill is all about. Getting into position to stay alive. And Viper doing that and getting some kills along with it. Neil is an absolute monster as well. Marvel trying to pick up the slack too. He's got 15 on board. Unable to hit the shot there. As NZ's team putting on Kairu, 21 to his name, the dog of the lobby. Let's see if he can continue to dog it on through now, as the last 5 seconds is going to be going their way. They're going to be able to continue with this lead, and it's about 50 rolling into the second set of hills.
Cisco, Annie needs to find some value. One to open things up. Spots out Narcs, but Kairu spawned directly behind him, and worst time possible. Marvel doing his best to push through onto that point, but just so difficult to keep it contested. Smokes do go down. Doesn't see the one player directly next to him, but he just slides underneath and finds one onto S8 anyway. Kairu from above popping an Annihilator for himself, but he's shut down. And once again, back and forth we go. Hardpoint in control for the most part for Team Cisco, but they've not been able to manage a whole lot from it.
Oh, they haven't. S8 now getting involved. That's 2 in the feed. Make it a 3rd with Kairu getting 2. And this one's getting just absolutely crazy. Team Indian crew still very much so in the driver's seat. Looking for the backside spawns. It's going to be Marvel who is going to be able to take him down. And all of a sudden, things starting to come a little bit harder here for the boys over in blue. It's Team Cisco hanging on by a thread. They're banking on a big investment here for the P2 rotation, giving up a lot of this scrap time for free.
Chat, I apologize for the frame drop. I think part of the issue is that it's like 80 degrees in my room, and that's probably not helping the fact that my PC has also been running the emulator on max frames for however long. So we'll try to lock it in, but it looks like there might not be much longer left in this one as Team NZ continues to build on that lead. Kairu leading the way once again, 33 kills to his name, does get shut down right there. And once again, a good response from Team Cisco. Cisco just in the blender in this one, 8 and 21. Not finding a whole lot of success, and especially when you get this far into the tournament, maybe a little wear and tear on your senses and your mental. We'll see if he can bounce back. S8 just gonna sit in the hard point, see how long he can keep it contested right here. It is absolute chaos, and the smoke's not doing any favors to my PC either.
Wow, this is just crazy plays. Neil, stayed alive for like 30 seconds in like a room full of lions. 1v3, and it just, I mean, literally move it as much as he could possibly, and keeps the dream alive. Still a 50-point advantage in favor of Team NZ, as they're going to continue to run house and take names with it. Viking rather, going to go ahead and pop the Pred. Is going to be able to find one. S8R now on a tear. Able to find 2 with the Annie. Looking for the 3rd off the respawn. He's going to get shut down to Cisco. Going to be able to do the lead. Still continuing to grow, but the contest is there for both sides.
Viper looking for something. He gets a Colette. Hip fire shot through the smoke right there. And another for S8 to once again give them some clearance. He's going to look to take topside control, but I think everybody's already made that wrap toward the side entrance. Shot's not connecting initially, but does hit the follow-up. And once again, they're holding on to this 60-point lead. Has been tough to put a dent in it. Viking does some damage there with a triple kill Annihilator in hand. Not going to last very long, though. Now Cisco looking to push toward that backside, and shots just not connecting for him either. Praying for the reconnect on the Annihilator indicator, but it's taking a long time to take that shot. He gets traded out instantly.
Yep, it's tough. P4 we go, 156, 87. Only 94 points in counting to close this one out if you're Team NZ and take the W. Close out the series. Narcs whiffing a lot of shots there on his Annihilator, able to take down one, finally follows up with a second of himself. This one's going to be a lead, continuing to grow. It's getting out of hand. Bobby, the pacing has just been perfect here for NZ and crew. They've got Annies at the ready yet again, and this is beginning of the end for Team Cisco. They're getting tossed into the blender. Kairu, 41 on board with a 4-piece. Just absolutely bonkers.
And he's
with the
he's coming for that MVP. He wants that thing bad, and he is showing it in a big way. 41 and 23. So consistent throughout the entirety of the tournament for this squad. Enzi's going to slide on through. He's going to be able to find one more. One more to be dealt with on the backside, and he does exactly that. And now an 80-point lead, one of the biggest hardpoint leads that we have seen in this entire event so far. The feed does go blue to give a little bit of hope to Team Cisco, but it, to a degree, feels like it's only prolonging the inevitable.
Oh, it is indeed. 82-point lead. Break coming through. NZ looking to shut it out as he's got an Annie. Narcs on the objective. The point man has been paid 10 times to none. Neil, or NZ rather, going to be whiffing a few shots, but on the back lines, he's just feasting. They've got to hop the hill. 195 to 103 now. Is 30 seconds left to go. And finally, a little bit of breathing room here as Neil pops his Annihilator and goes big. That's 4 in the feed. Should be great timing for this squad.
We do see those spawns flip out, and Neil pushing for that last couple of kills. The Pred's been earned, and they do a good job of putting a dent in that 80-point lead. Maybe not the best spot for Neil's Hunter Killer right there. It's still complete chaos above him, just kind of waiting it out. Kairu coming out on top with the kills, 45 for him. Oh, and that Pred is about to do massive damage. Only gonna find one, and S8 gets one with the Annihilator, make it 2 as well. Hit marker through the wall, but he backs up right here, and he's gonna continue to pick up those frags. Everybody's battling it out for that MVP spot.
Yeah, they are. Putting on a show, putting on a clinic. 40 points needed. They can close it out here, Bobby. P3 could be where this thing ends. Spawns looking like they might be a bit crazy. The backline's going to be compromised. SAR still alive. They're all coming through. Sun's going to hit. Marvel's there. FDX going to be able to find some kills. Keeps the dream alive for the time being. And all of a sudden, we've got ourselves a P3. Brought to you by a great break on the back front.
FDX having a rough time getting those Annihilator shots to go. May have seen that last player on rotation. It looks like they'll be able to lock in scraps right here as Neil's there to clean it up, and FDX lands another. So still far from over. Unfortunately going to drop to his own Hunter Killer, and not enough time. But it looks like they're actually going to get spawns right there, and that could be perfect. They get the setup toward New. They've got some streaks to work with as well. And Neil's got that Pred in his back pocket, so we'll see what he opts to do with it. S8 finds the opener toward that new hardpoint rotation. See what he can do as that tip of the spear.
Oh, 3 kills in the feed. S8R finally starting to come alive in this one, but is shut down abruptly. 40 kills to his name. Back to the spawn he goes. They are in the front. And a Team Cisco holding on by a thread. As Cisco himself is going to be able to pop the Annie and find one on the approach. The spawns have flipped, and this could be it. It's down to one player in Cisco. Can he hold the line? He's doing his best. He's hitting nothing out of this Annie, and he is finally going to be dealt with. Spawns theirs, Hills theirs. 30 seconds needed, but it is going to be another P4. Again, just the fight in this one has been strong for both teams.
Kairu with another 50 bomb. He has just farmed those through the entire weekend. 50 and 36 for him. It is scrap time going the way of Team Cisco, but they've got to be perfect the rest of the way through, and especially with this mid-map control, it's going to be difficult to deal with. S8 able to find one. Viper finds another right there. Narcs, Annie in hand. Right now, it's really tough to say any way for Team Cisco to make their way in, especially with Narcs hitting shots like that. 252 in the Hardpoint, by the way. He has been their OBJ guy through and through. And one more onto FDX. That Pred's been earned. Doesn't have to be a Slayer for his squad, but he can do it too. Shots go through, and that's going to be NZ with a 30 bomb. Sorry, a 50 bomb as well. And time after time, they've taken turns going big for this squad. Only 7 more seconds needed, and it seems like it's all but over. Team Cisco, one last contest right here through the smoke, praying for anything. Neil, 50 bomb. Looks like it's likely to come up short as they find the break on through, but only 8 seconds of scrap remain.
Yeah, and they've got to be flawless to here on out. 192 to 248. Is it doable? I don't know. We'll have to find out. S8R looking to put the dagger in the back. Shut it down. 2 seconds needed. First second in. Congratulations. That's it. 250 to 194. They do the unthinkable, Bobby. They get the sweep there, or the gentleman's sweep, rather, and take the grand finals in that lower bracket run of a lifetime. What a way to close this one out.
Man, oh man, what a performance out of those guys. The bracket reset, nonetheless. Not just for them to come into the grand finals and perform, but a true bracket reset. They showed up, they showed out, and they are your champions of the first ever Bobby Plays Sniper Showdown. Represented from all across the world. I mean, once again, I still don't even know who to give MVP to. And chat's saying, don't just judge it from that map. The people that were dominating on that map were dominating throughout the entire day. So I want to do a chat vote, but if I do a chat vote, then it's just going to be Viper or S8. But NZ, you could argue, is deserving an MVP. Kairu, you could argue, deserving an MVP. Narcs, you could, like, oh my gosh. What a toss-up right now. What a performance out of these guys.
I don't have a... The only thing that I can say is Kairu was probably the only one consistently in that number 1, number 2 spot on all the respawns. I don't think you even count the Search or Destroy because they didn't win a single map of Search today. And if you're judging it off of that, I mean, Kairu has clearly ran the lobbies. But I mean, again, you got to look at it from the perspective of, you know, they got EU ping, so of course he's got to be doing that. I mean, he showed up. That's the most important thing.
All right. Well, a lot of chat is saying Kairu, and I feel like it should be Kairu as well. So I'm going to run a poll, and if he gets the majority of votes, then I feel like that makes it pretty definitive. Obviously, everybody had big maps. I wish I could do a 5-person poll.
Right.
If we were going to put people into the poll, I don't even know, like, of those 5, who do you even leave off?
That's tough, man. I mean, I know Kairu was there. NZ just had, like, probably he had the most fluid performance out of everybody. He performed in the Search and Destroy. He performed consistently in both the hardpoints and the controls, but Kairu is just so damn dominant, man. It's very hard. I don't know what to say. S8 didn't have that very great of a second series.
Yeah, I would
as a
agree
matter
with
of
that.
fact, I didn't really think he had a great standout performance in the first one, but
yeah, I know there's a lot of people in chat that would be upset by that, but it is tough to make an argument from the numbers for S8 being especially if it's primarily for like the grand finals MVP. I don't felt like he had the biggest contributions. You know what? I'm gonna run a poll with no S8, and we're just gonna see what those numbers end up being. Once again, S8 was far from bad in the grand finals. You know, like everybody on this team, very very strong. But there's a lot of people voting for Viper, and while Viper did have a couple really big maps, I'm surprised. I'm surprised Narcs is getting no love. Narcs was the sole OBJ guy for them the entire tournament. He gets 4% of the vote. That's insane. That's insane.
Who'd you vote for? Can you vote for your own?
I cannot vote for my own, but I would have voted for Kairu.
Yep, I would have too if I voted.
Just The consistency not only in the grand finals, and I can run back the poll one time without Narcs in there and with the other three, because the people are most definitely not voting for Narcs, which I think is disrespectful. I think there is a very legitimate argument for him to be tournament MVP, but I understand it does typically skew toward the kills for most people's opinion.
If there was a award for support player, he'd 100% get it.
Yeah,
easily. It wouldn't even be. I mean, because he had 20 plus capture kills in every single hardpoint, and literally that's the map, or that's the game mode that counted the most for this matchup.
And there's people calling him OBJ merchant. Like, what do you mean OBJ merchant? Like, he's the part of the reason they're winning those maps. If they don't have somebody maining OBJ the way that he did all the way through. Actually, let me see. Can I go back and look at all the match results as well? Even if I was spectating, I can. Oh wait, no, I can't. Never mind. I lied. Same result, 44% Kairu. All right. Yeah, 12% S8. Once again, S8, one of the fan favorites. His fans showed up. Viper had some dominant maps for sure, but casters agree. Chat, even if it's not unanimous, definitely leaning the direction of Kairu. So I think he's got to be crowned our tournament MVP.
Hats off. There's a new sheriff in town. His name is Kairu, and he won the MVP. He put on for his squad. I gotta say, that was one of the craziest tournaments I've ever casted, Bobby. And I've had the chance to cast various regions, various different times. This one was super unique, and the format overall was a W. I mean, just
yeah, there's
chef's kiss, buddy.
There's a lot of formats that we've run over the years for events, but I feel like this is probably one of my all-time favorite ones. So I'm very glad chat was able to enjoy it. Hopefully we get an opportunity to do something like this again. And once again, congratulations to our champions, Team NZ, taking home the crown. Really showed out in this one, and NZ, kind of like a last-minute team captain as well. We didn't have him named as one of the initial captains, but he really showed out for his team, and thank you to all the teams that played, all the players that participated, especially the ones that were on kind of brutal ping for the entire time. They stuck it out. They didn't complain. It made the best out of what ended up being a really fun format. So I appreciate you guys watching. That's going to wrap things up. I'm going to let Verdict go because we have been here for a long time casting a lot of Call of Duty Mobile, but hopefully you guys enjoyed. I know that I certainly did, and that's going to wrap things up for the event. So thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Let me see if NZ is still streaming. He is, but he does not have redirect privileges, which is super unfortunate. All right. Well, we're gonna rate him. I guess I can. Dang it, Cisco doesn't have redirect privileges either. We will spam the link for NZ stream, and you guys can go show him some love. I appreciate you guys watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, drop a like down below. Subscribe if you haven't already. If you haven't downloaded Call of Duty Mobile yet,